EXPO MOM Online 2021 Meaningful Connections is co-presented by Baby Dove, PLDT Home, sponsored by Google and Photobook Philippines. With media partners, Ink Pop, Inquire.net, Manila Bulletin, Our Awesome Planet, When in Manila, and The Asian Parent. And community partners, Camp Explore and Kinder Music Philippines. EXPO MOM Online 2021 Meaningful Connections is co-presented by Baby Dove, PLDT Home, and Sanofi Pasteur. Sponsored by Google and Photobook Philippines. With media partners, Ink Pop, Inquire.net, Manila Bulletin, Our Awesome Planet, When in Manila, and The Asian Parent. And community partners, Camp Explore and Kinder Music Philippines.
Good morning, moms and dads. I was just checking on the comment section to see who's here already for day 2 of EXPO MOM 2021 Meaningful Connections. I'm Patricia Bermudez. He's on mom of 3, and I am putting my children aside just for a little bit for now because I wanted to focus on you. And who is here with us? Look, Kitty is here. Mafati, who had really great insights yesterday. Thank you so much for being here again this morning. Reg is actually the first one to say hello. Janelle, Jovi, Trisha, Carla, Antoinette, Celine, and so many more moms. And I know dads are also with you because today, after all, being Sunday, is Family Day. We have yet another exciting day planned for you with lots of educational and insightful talks, shopping deals, and raffle prizes to be given away. It's going to be an amazing day because we are all here with Mommy Mundo. If you are joining us for the first time, Mommy Mundo is the pioneering mom community in the country. And for almost 2 decades now, they have been the country's leading resource for healthy pregnancy, breastfeeding, active parenting, mom wellness, mompreneurship, and so many great and wonderful tracks. As a community, they have supported and inspired moms to be mompreneurs, and even dads by providing insightful articles, learning events, and a lot of fun activities that help and enhance the parenting journey. Now, you know that we support moms everywhere, not just with our events, but also with our conversations. And of course, these are conversation starting activities. And by holding space for moms so that all of us together can tackle the ups and downs, the joys, and of course, the triumphs, and even the challenges of motherhood. And that really is one of the very main reasons why we hold EXPO Mom. EXPO Mom is about supporting mothers in their journey, no matter what their stage of their journey they're in. And of course, this is a place where we actually speak to moms who are seeking financial independence through entrepreneurship, moms seeking advice on parenting infants, toddlers, where I'm at right now, kids, preteens, and teens, where I'm also at right now, and even adults. You know, moms also want to be able to seek understanding in their journey, whether it be how our bodies are constantly changing as women and how our mindsets and ourselves change because we also evolve as parents. Now, there's always so much to discuss, right? And to explore. And that is why EXPO Mom is always unique and an eye-opening experience for all of us. For your convenience, of course, EXPO Mom is also streaming live on YouTube. So apart from going to at Mommy Mundo on Facebook, you also have their YouTube channel. So do check us out on all the streaming platforms because we will be checking your comments across all the platforms as we always do. So feel free to comment on all the platforms if you'd like. That is an invitation for all of you. But of course, because this is all about meaningful connections, joining us now to discuss this EXPO Moms theme and to give us a bit of a preview of what is in store for us today is Mommy Mundo's Community Program Director, the wonderful Kit Malvar Llamas. Hey, Kit.
Hello, good morning, Mommy Mundo. Hello, Patricia. Good morning. I'm so happy we're going to be together today and open day 2 of EXPO Mom. So my topic for this, sorry.
Yes. No, go ahead. I was just about to say, I love your energy, and this is exactly what we needed to start our day with. So go ahead, Kit.
Yeah, so our topic for today is forming meaningful relationships through conscious relationships. So I'm going to share my screen with you today. Let's just start with some breath work, okay? So as you know, I've been giving talks also on conscious parenting, and we know the value, and especially yesterday, our Mommy Mundo first day, EXPO Mom, was filled with reminders about really connecting with ourselves. So let's do that with our, let's start with our breath work, okay? So I just want you, wherever you are right now, just ground yourself, put your feet flat on the ground and feel the earth and feel our energy around us today. And let's be grateful for being together, alive, alert, awake, and enthusiastic. Okay, so am I sharing my slide already? Okay, so let's start with just take a deep breath. Okay, let's just take all the energy in of positive energy, of calm, peace, and joy. I'm going to count to 4 and just take a deep breath for 4 counts. Then you'll hold your breath for another 4 counts. And then you exhale. Exhale all the negative energy and all the distractions and all the worries and anxieties. Okay, so let's all take a collective breath. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold that for 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, as we breathe another round of 4 counts, hold with 4 counts and exhale with 4 counts. Let's remember to breathe in our energy, okay, from our God above, gratefulness, gratitude also. And at the same time, when we exhale, let's share that breath with people who are fighting for their breath now, with people who are sick, with people who are also need more energy. Okay, we will share that with the people around you, with your families, in your communities, in our country, and in the global world where we are connected right now. Okay, so take a deep breath. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. And exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good morning, everyone. So every time we are together, we're always going to always check in. In the beginning of any day, let's always check in. And then ask yourself, where am I? Where are you? So right here, right now, you can put in the chat box, where are you? You can just put right here, here, okay? And ask yourself also, what time is it? And then you can just put in the chat box, the time is now. So let's be present here and now. And let's remind ourselves also today, as we talk about meaningful relationships, is a conscious relationship. So, what is a conscious relationship? It's a relationship that's not about my child, my partner. It's not about the pandemic. It's not about your boss. It's not about your in laws. It's not about your gadgets. It is really just about me, about us, our relationship with ourselves. So, the foundation of all meaningful connections is a conscious relationship with ourselves first. That is our theme for this whole Expo Mom, right? How do we make meaningful connection? And that is a conscious relationship with ourselves first. Then you ask, ano ba yung consciousness? What does consciousness mean? Kamalayan. It's the energy we bring to the present moment and how this energy within us interacts with the world around us. So there are different levels of consciousness. When we are conscious, ibig sabihin, may malay tayo, di ba? We are awake to the conditioned patterns and belief systems. Ano ba yung mga paniniwala natin? And that is affecting the way we relate, the energy we have when we see our children, when we see our partners, when we wake up. Okay? That is all, you are in conscious ka na, gising ka na. And this is the way you're affecting your decisions and all your relationships around you. And since I'm the first Filipina certified with conscious parenting method with Dr. Shafali Chabari, I've been giving our talk sessions in Everything Parenting here in Mommy Mundo about conscious parenting. And what is conscious parenting? It's really about how we relate with ourselves. That was formed pivotally, starting with the relationships we had in childhood. That is affecting our present moment. So pag medyo natitrigger tayo, di ba? When we have relationships, whether with our partners or whoever people, with our children, with our families, even with technology, okay, it reminds us, the trigger is actually coming from inside us that was formed when we were children. So conscious parenting is parenting the child within us, our inner child, that affects all other relationships. So we can parent ourselves first, so we can parent the children before us. Okay. As our level of conscious awareness grows, we are able to build more meaningful relationships with others. Di ba ang ganda nun? Kasi we have control. We have control of our own energy. So the problem actually lies with us, but the solution also lies with us. So we are really empowered. So there is a consciousness continuum, okay? So you have low conscious awareness, you're just not aware. And then there are, alarm clocks, milestones in our lives that wake us up. Then we move to another energy. Ganun pala yun. So this conscious parenting is a journey. yung nagigising ka. And there are different moments, different experiences in our lives that wake us up. So even with parenting, maybe you're just passing on, you're not really conscious yet, you're just passing on your traditional parenting, how you were raised. We all automatically think, this is the way we should raise my own children now, or this is the way I was raised in my family of origin. Now that you have a different relationship, you're passing it on without, you're just being unconscious. So when we're forming meaningful relationships, of course, hindi maiiwasan yung mga away-away, that we get grumpy, sumusungit tayo, di ba? Or what we want is to be able to not erase that. We can't erase that because it's really part of forming meaningful relationship. It's really being conscious of how my internal energy is affecting my relationships with the people and the things and the environment around me. So traditional parenting. Tapos minsan, if you're also not aware and you're just beginning to learn, may ganun pala, may conscious parenting pala. Pero hindi ka pa, or you're still discerning, di ba? You're still getting to know yourself. So minsan nakikiuso lang tayo. Parang whatever is fad now, that's what you're going to try. Okay. When we are in conscious awareness already, we have a discerning energy. Every moment, we're not judgmental of ourselves. Of course, we're going to do some things that we're going to feel guilty about, or we're going to blame someone else, or even blame ourselves. When you are in conscious awareness, you have the discerning energy. So the antidote to judgment for yourself and for other parents, for other, for your other family members, it's really, hindi pa lang nila alam. So it's more of a compassionate understanding also, and curiosity. So the antidote to judgment is really curiosity and awareness. And that is conscious parenting. So conscious parenting is our relationship. So what wakes us up to consciousness, okay? This alarm clocks in our lives are usually our children, di ba? We call them our alarm clocks. Talagang iiba yung schedule natin. Even when we start having families also, then nag-iiba talaga. We marry into the family of our spouse. We marry into their friends, okay? That really affects our energy, that really affects our relationships. So our relationships awaken us to where we need to evolve and grow. Our children are the number one alarm clocks in our life. And usually, we feel when we are in pain, that's our portal to our growth. So when we discuss conscious parenting, and when you're learning and you're feeling pain, you're feeling vulnerable, that's okay, because pain is your portal to growth. Lumalaki lang tayo. Nagigising lang tayo. We're evolving. So that's part of the process of creating meaningful relationship. So just a warning also, there are some things that when we are waking up or we are being more conscious, we're going to feel really uncomfortable. And that's part of the process, because there's no growth in comfort and no comfort in growth. So congratulate yourself if you're feeling, sometimes you're just feeling grumpy. I can't form meaningful relationships. I don't have the energy. Ako nga, I can't. I just can't. I have too many things to do. I'm just triggered. What am I going to do about it? You know that if you are aware of how you're feeling, that's a start, okay? And you're just going to be, wrap your arms around you and tell yourself, it's okay. You're just growing. We're part of this growth process, okay? So conscious parenting and parenting the inner child within you, whether you're a parent yet or not, whether this is applicable for you, because it starts with the acceptance that we are just unconscious, okay? It's not a matter of lack of love for our children or for our partners when we don't form meaningful relationships, or when they do something to us that we also get hurt. It's really a lack of just consciousness, a level of consciousness. So we are going to go through, I'll go through the ways also how you can shift your energy. So our most important challenge is not to raise our children well, okay, but to raise ourselves into the most awakened and present individual we can be. And we've heard that yesterday. There were so many beautiful talks that we were reminded of this, and we even practiced together. So our consciousness, yung kamalayan natin, yung mga belief system natin, informs us moment by moment how best to go about forming meaningful relationships with ourselves, with our partners, with our children, with all people, things, and situations. Okay? So there are three things that we need to stay in conscious awareness when we build meaningful relationships. Okay, we need to be able to manage our decision. How do we make choices? Our attention management and our energy management. So these three things, okay, are factors that we need to be more conscious of. Let's start with decision management. Ano ba yung kailangan natin to make wise choices? The most influential thing that affects how you make decision is your belief system, paniniwala, your paradigm, yung mga pananaw mo, your perception. So if something happens, okay, the story that you create in your mind that was triggered with and meshed with your own childhood patterns, okay, will interpret that story. So ask yourself, what is our belief system about this situation? Is my action aligned with my principles? Okay. Are our actions attuned to the needs of the situation, to my needs? Okay. To the needs of the people in this relationship, to my child. Okay. Right at that very moment. You just look at it from a third point perspective, and you're just going to be curious and discern. Okay, how is my energy? Baka na-late ka magising. So, na-late ka sa work mo, tapos nakita mo yung anak mo, biglang nasigawan mo na. Okay, so it's not your child's fault. It's just that there's your own internal energy is just not aligned. Okay, so are your behaviors coherent with your values? The way we treat our children, the way we relate to our partners, to our spouses, to the people at home, do they feel, is your intention aligned with your behavior? So if you're saying you love them and you're doing this because you love them, do they really feel love? If you're punishing them, do they really feel love? Okay, so the energy has to be clean energy internally. And then the next, so sometimes you already make, no, this is the way I'm going to really have a discerning attitude about this. But sometimes there's so much noise in our world today. Diba? It's so noisy, and then there's so many distractions. So what are these constant and consistent distractions in your life that is preventing you from getting to your desired results? You have to really check on where are you putting so much attention to? Okay, what can we do to help, or what can I do to help self-regulate and respond effectively and not just react to situations? Okay, so that's why the value of the pause, diba? Breath work, conscious awareness, energy, diba? That is the value. So you can put a space between your feeling to turn into an emotion, and then suddenly you're going to be reactive. You're already creating a story in your head. And then when you're reactive, you get distracted from doing the decision or the choice that you wanted to. Okay, so we need to learn how to self-regulate. And then the third that we need to do is, how do we manage our energy? At the end of the day, baka pagod na pagod ka na. And one of my ninangs when I got married also, Ninang Emily Abrera, she reminded us as a couple, and then she said, make sure that your family gets the best of you, not just what's left of you. Each day, you make that choice. So ask yourself also, there are two sources of energy. Okay, we are human beings. So as human beings, we have our spiritual side, the formless side, the things that cannot be seen with our naked eye, and then we have our physical form. So the two sources of energy, where is it coming? One is the formless energy. We cannot see it. Okay, that's your higher purpose, your connection. For me, I call him my God. For other people, they call the universe, nature, whatever your term is. There's a sense of connection to a higher purpose, to a bigger cause. That's one that creates some sense of fulfillment. Okay, it purpose. Okay, bakit ka nagigising sa umaga? Okay, that is one source of energy. As a spiritual beings in a human experience. Then we have our well-being. As a human being, okay, we have 4 pillars that comprises the tao ka, okay? And all these 4 pillars, 4 dimensions of a human being are very important, okay? Physical health, your mental health, your emotional health, and your spiritual health. So what are the sources of energy? How are you breathing? What is the quality of air that you're also breathing? That's why nature is very important, taking care of nature, our waste management. What you eat, how much water do you drink a day? Dapat 6 to 8 glasses of water, okay? How much do you move? Okay, we need to move our energy. Kung hindi ka nag-move, nasa stuck yung energy natin. And there are moments, experiences in our lives that really jerks our energy. Okay, we call that, parang traumatic experiences in our lives, starting when we were kids. And if we don't learn to feel that and embody that, and where is it coming from in our body, we're not aware, okay, it's going to turn into our body will talk to us. Our body will always win. It will start getting sick. It will start feeling low energy, okay? So we need to move that energy and channel that energy around us, okay? So how is your sleep also? Sleep is very important because it's our brain. Remember yesterday, there's so many talks about the importance of our brain as the most important organ in our body also. So sleep, okay, when we are sleeping, that's when we are resting our body, and when we get to deep sleep, resting our brain. And then how are your connections? Your friendship with other people also. Your connection to the higher being, to our God. How is your rest and recreation? Okay, this is so important. We are not human doings. We're human beings. So we need to be able to sit still, meditate, pray. Okay, that's part and parcel, okay, of our lives where we get our energy. And we cannot, okay, recreate. We are creative beings. You cannot work properly also. You cannot function. You cannot be creative if our brains are overwhelmed or overreactive. Diba? So that's why we need to be able, that's why they call it rest and recreation. Okay, so that's decision management, attention management, and then energy management. So when we are forming conscious relationships, it's really the process of unearthing this unconsciousness at the present moment. And we're going to ask ourselves, how is my energy now impacting the present moment before me? Okay? How is my energy co-creating my reality around me? You're always co-creating. Okay? You always have a say. So our tendency, it's human nature to blame because it's painful. So it's our initiative to be able to have our self-defense. The ego will go up. Okay. And then we forget, oh, I co-created this experience. So you need to be able to be accountable for that. And then ask yourself also, so how can I become more aware of this energy? What is my belief system that is affecting this relationship right now before me? What are my views, my belief system, my paradigms? And how can I elevate this to create conscious connections with the people around me? So conscious parenting principles are applicable for all and not just only parents. If you have a desire to be a parent one day, the time is now. Get to know yourself, get to know those inner child, get to know the mask of your ego. Okay, what is really happening to you? If you have a desire to be in a relationship with another person, the time is now. If you are already pregnant, already a parent to young kids, teens, or even young adults or kahit adults na, okay, you're always consciously parenting is for you. Okay, you're always going to be a parent, whether you have a child already or not. As long as you have a relationship, you are consciously parenting. If you are a human being and you want to be able to evolve and continually grow, you are consciously parenting. If you want to create meaningful connections, definitely you are consciously parenting already, the inner child within you. So all these talks, join us in Mommy Mundo. We have everything parenting talks also, how you can build self-awareness, all these learning programs, Expo Mom, and also we're going to have we have Mommy Mundo Learns platform. You can enroll and register in different courses also that is aligned to your needs. Okay, so you can also follow me at Kit Malvar Llamas, see workshops, Camp Explore, or Conscious Parenting PH for all this. So these are all about relationships with other people. And then, even our relationships with our gadgets. Okay. So with technology, this is it will really affect you. So how do we form meaningful relationships with our gadgets? Okay, so let's take that, because if you think about it, when we ask people in our workshops, in our training, whether in the corporate space or parents or teens that we have our programs with, most of the time when we ask them, what is distracting you from forming meaningful relationships? And usually the answer is my gadget, my phone, my email, my notifications. So let's talk about that, because that's part of the communication process. The medium, the tool that we use will affect our relationships also, and how we build meaningful relationships. So let's go through the three things, okay? How do you manage your decision? So what is your belief system about your gadgets? Okay. How do you manage your attention? Do you have self-control? Okay. How and energy management. What are the sources of vitality before, during, and after you use your gadgets? Okay. So let's go first to decision management. Our gadgets are tools, okay? They're just tools that can help us to connect. It is not our enemy, especially now with this pandemic, okay? Admittedly, before, oh my gosh, I refuse. Like, in Camp Explore, we even have in Mount Pura Nature Reserve, there's always that disconnect to connect, diba? Now, parang, oh no, I need my gadgets to connect because I need a strong Wi-Fi. I need to be able to do this. I need to have my tools with me. Those tools are not the enemy. And now we've already seen, in fact, online, Expo Mom online. Oh, galing, diba? We can still form connection. So we need to shift out of that belief system that the enemy is our gadgets. The enemy is the email or the phone, or okay. The enemy is it's yourself. Your so we need to shift out of victim consciousness and blame. Okay. So if you also think about it with your children also, diba, usually the fight or the tension between how long will I make my child use the is allowed ba, how is it affecting? Minsan nag-aaway na kayo about your gadgets. So these things you need to be able to shift first your belief system that our gadgets, our technology, our friends. Okay, we need to be able, they're tools to help us grow. And then how do you make them help you? Okay, leverage. You need to have self-control, attention management. It's really balancing your self-control, how you can regulate yourself, and your openness to learning about technology. So being tech savvy, it has to have high balance. I'm going to show you now. This is what are we balancing, okay? And this will also affect how you're going to if you're thinking of how do you help your children self-regulate, Okay? But first, you need to be able, hindi tayo pwedeng double standards, okay? So how you are able to model your use, your friendship, your relationship with your gadgets, that's also going to be how your children will model you, okay? It has to come from you first. So there are four ways that we're balancing. Okay, control. On top of the matrix, you cannot control technology use, or you have high control. You can control your technology use. Okay, you can tell yourself, okay, tama na, one season lang, one season. So one episode lang, hindi yung buong season ng papanoorin ko tonight sa Netflix. Okay, so you're also going, because rest and recreation, that's part of, we need that. However, when it's too much, then and you cannot control yourself, okay, that becomes a problem. All right, so our goal is you have high control with your technology, and then you're also open to learning, okay, tech savvy ka rin, because changes are happening so fast, and apps are supposed to help you, okay, not digress you or not distract you. So ang dami mong planners and calendars pero lagi ka ring late. Okay, so you need to be able to know also, okay, how you can leverage from your technology. Okay, you buy the highest version of phone, but when people call you, you're unreachable. Okay, so also you get overwhelmed. So check yourself, where are you in this matrix? If you are very tech savvy, okay, but you have poor self control, you're going to be unproductive. Alright? Sayang naman. Sayang naman yung bago mong technology also or gadget if you're not going to, if you don't have control about using them. If you are not tech savvy, okay, you're not open to learning, and you cannot control yourself also, you end up just scrolling, and you're not mindful of how you're using your time and your relationship with your gadgets. Sayang din, ma-overwhelm ka lang, okay? And that's dangerous kasi it will affect your energy also. Now, you can have self-control, but you're resisting learning, using technology also, how you can leverage from that, then sayang din yung tech, di ba? So what you want is high openness to learning, okay? How you can leverage on these tools. And there's so many things you can do that. It has to be may forward planning ka. Okay? You'll need to create time for you to learn this. And then you can regulate yourself. So this is also your guide with your children. Okay. Yesterday we learned with teacher Jeannie's talk, diba? The brain development from 0 to 7. If you have young kids, 0 to 7 also, that's when they're forming their brain. So at that age, they really cannot regulate their use of their gadgets. Diba mukhang, uy, ang galing-galing ng anak ko, tali-talino niya, kaya niya mag-iPad mag-isa. Okay, it's not the academic part, reading, writing, learning. It's gonna come when your child first learns how to crawl, diba? What teacher Jeannie was saying, how to feed themselves, they're going to learn in that process. It's created when they're crawling, it's their reading comprehension, okay? When they're using their hands, so make them use hands and try to prolong, okay? When they're at that age, try to prolong exposure to gadgets, okay, as much as possible. So it's how do you call this? It's really challenging, okay, but you know what? When you are able to really form, and they can self-regulate through your modeling by yourself or with yourself also, then you are able to really help them, okay? So, and then now when they're much older and they can, use the gadgets already, also remind them you need to have set rules and boundaries with your children, okay? And remind them also, since you're the one who bought that technology, it's your shared gadget. Okay, so it's not theirs yet. So they need to have gadget curfew throughout the day. So depending on their online learning also time, just check their schedule and then make sure you have um, pause also to relax their eyes, to relax their brain, to relax their mood. Okay, so this is what you're going to balance. And then it's closely related to energy management. How are you? Make sure also you observe how you are feeling after you use your gadgets or even while you're using it. Okay. So sometimes we don't notice anymore our eyes are getting strained, dry eyes na tayo. Okay. So we need to be just conscious about it. We're also getting thirsty. Okay. So let your child also know, ask them questions to be able to self-regulate also and self-check. How are they feeling after? When you allow them, of course, we have sometimes they really need to use their gadgets so you can do other stuff also, and you don't have any other help. Um, it's just really conscious awareness. So it's not don't how do you call this? Don't judge yourself for doing that because you're in conscious awareness. Play with it, and then educate your child while you're doing it. Why you're doing it? What's the concern? And ask them also. Okay, notice your energy before, during, and after. With my daughter, I remember before when she plays with her iPad for a long time, she really gets grumpy after. So when she was grumpy, I'll always tell her, okay, notice, Martina, how your energy is before. Okay, how are you feeling now? Okay, I'm going to give you this gadget. For example, of course, before also parang I'm multitasking and I neither, I didn't have a yaya at the time, and then I had to do something. So yeah, sometimes when I have time, when I get to wake up earlier and I get to plan like things that she can play with or arts and crafts activities, she can use her hands or dance, just play some music there and we're dancing together while I'm also working. If not, I just notice her, like, notice, okay, when you're doing that. And then when she gets grumpy, she's getting grumpy already, I'm just really kind to her. And then I'm just going to ask her, Mama allowed you to use your iPad for a longer time. How does it feel now? I'm so grumpy. I'm so sungit. So they can express it. And then you're, without judgment, you're also saying, yeah nga, parang we need to find time. Okay, remind me also, remind me also. Sometimes kasi I don't notice the time and I don't get to follow up when you're ready. So co-create with them. How much energy are you spending with these gadgets also? And where are your sources of energy coming from? Okay, since it's interesting, time, okay, our attention and energy are free resource. We don't see it kasi. So we don't put value to it. So this guides you, okay, put money value to your time and energy in the use of your gadgets. How do you compute this? Your rate per hour as a person, okay? So how much do you earn, okay? And then let's just say here, for an example, you earn 100 pesos per hour, okay? Ask yourself, how many hours do you use your gadget, okay, as outside from school work and outside from your work, okay? It's really just more for rest and recreation, okay? So how much time do you spend there? Okay, so let's just say you use it for 5 hours, okay, for rest and recreation, whenever you define it, okay? And then ask yourself, how many so every day ba per week, that's how much you use. So multiply it by the number of days, then you get your total energy spent. So if you spend 100 pesos, if you are earning 100 pesos per hour, you spend 5 hours a day, then you are doing it every day, you're actually spending 3,500 pesos per week, okay, to supply your leisure, rest, and recreation, okay? And that's just, if you can afford it, okay? If you can afford that, then fine. Then you're not yet overspending. You can afford it. Sulit pa yung sinaspend mong time and energy. But if you already can't afford it, then you really have to sit down and think and, plan ahead of what you're going to do, how you can manage your energy as well. Okay? Um, so when we in our building conscious relationships, of course, we tend to have uh, you know we tend to fight also. There are arguments and disconnection. So how do you mend relationships to create more meaningful relationship, to get back to the connected spirit as well? Because it's a conscious journey also. So these are the things you need to do. Name it, name your feeling. We look at your decision, look at your paradigms about it, how much attention you're doing, and how much you're regulating. Own it. You are co creating the experience. Feel it. Connect to yourself, connect to your body, build container and boundaries, and then energize yourself. Ethel also yesterday, she told us about energy, tapping into cosmic and earth, grounding ourselves with earth energy also. And continue to unlearn, learn, and relearn. Let go, release, and then forgive, and then grow and evolve. Okay, so today, this morning, we're going to, today for Expo Mom Day 2, we'll have several workshops also. I talks also learning sessions with Bianca Reynoso and Kelly Misa on why moms need their girlfriends. Gary Villanueva, Iñaki, Llamas, and Erron Ocampo making dad connection. We have Expo Mom deals and highlights with live shopping also, and making connections smarter, better, and easier at home with Sy-Gonzales, Mabel, Sunga, and Finina Castillo. So those are the things that can help us increase our conscious awareness. Okay, so 47% of the time, we're thinking about something other than what we are doing. So this is a fact and a research already. So our challenge for you in conscious awareness is to be truly present with your beautiful child who is right in front of you, with your beautiful family members with you now in our homes and with our workplaces, and now together through this connection also. So I end with this quote by Rini Jane from gozen.com. Parenthood can come with what feels like a loss of your identity. Perhaps we should view it instead as a discovery of other parts, deeply self-sacrificing parts, fiercely loyal parts, gloriously silly parts of us. You are still the person you were before you had children, only better. Okay, so congratulations for making time, okay, for today. And please stay tuned to the whole day, and follow us also in our social media pages for more learning, unlearning, and relearning. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Kit. That was really wonderful. We really need to increase our conscious awareness, and thank you for walking us through all of that. I think what really stood out to me is really our relationship with gadgets. I thought that always brought out a lot of guilt feeling, especially
Yeah.
for moms. But putting what you said and synthesizing what also has been shared yesterday, including some of the learning points, the key points that you described, we really just have to be able to put it all together. And how blessed are we to be learning
Yes.
all on Mommy Mundo? What a great topic, Kit.
Exactly. Thank you, Mommy Mundo. And thank you for tuning in with us, right? This community is so fabulous. We need a community to be able to really create meaningful and support each other. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think this topic that you guys chose is really transformative for a lot of the moms here. It really just brings our presence for our children on a deeper and different level. So thank you so much, Kit, for also
Thank
telling
you.
us all about today.
Thank you.
we're starting off your day, apart from having learned from Kit earlier, with a great conversation that we're about to have with our first speaker of the day, who has built a career around fashion, being a former fashion editor for multiple magazine titles at ABS-CBN Publishing, and a stylist for TV and print. Today, she uses her social media platforms to share what she is most passionate about, and there are a lot: family, fashion and style, travel, fitness, and home, to help empower this community. She is a proud mom of two who devotes most of her time in nurturing her family. And joining us is her bestie for over 20 years now, wife and mom to 6-year-old Tristan, television host and content creator. I cannot wait to be sharing this wonderful screen with these wonderful moms to talk to us about why moms need their girlfriends. Please welcome to Mommy Mundo, Bianca, Santiago, Reinoso, and Kelly Misa. Hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Banks. Hi, Patricia.
Morning, Patricia. So nice to see you, girls.
Good morning to both of you. It's so wonderful to see you. Wow, 20 years of being best friends. But we're going to be talking about that journey, your relationship. I just wanted to give you guys some time, because I know you guys are going to be giving a talk, but let me just tell you how I also have this urge to now have my girlfriend near me. So I'm looking forward to seeing your relationship, because it's just going to make me feel, I'm going to miss mine even more. So again, welcome, Bianca and Kelly.
Good
Thank you
morning.
for having us. We're very happy to be here, and we're very excited to talk about our friendship. Actually, it's a friendship that wasn't planned at all, and it has grown into this beautiful thing in the span of more than 20 years, and it just came organically. And even I don't know, maybe we had like a relationship in our past life or something, but immediately we just had that connection.
I agree. And you know what? Just hearing right now that it's been 20 years, it doesn't feel like it's been that long.
No.
And I like what Kel said, about it just organically happened that, we got together in college and eventually figured out how to pass a subject or something, or work on a very nakaka-stress na project. And, I think that's what happened. I think that's what, I don't know, sealed our friendship back then.
Mhm.
You mentioned college. Is that really where you guys met? Is that how
Yeah.
it started?
We
Yeah.
were blockmates. But I met her way before then. Like we're both ID 99. I just revealed our age. And we would see each other in the hallways and the corridors, and we're both Diacom. We're both liberal arts.
Yeah.
So it was a common face, na familiar, friendly face in the beginning, and then we became classmates.
Yeah, I think because the communication part batch is very small, and in Lasal kasi we were in a building that when you go out of the classroom you see everyone. And I remember Kelly before was about to break in modeling. And we were like, oh my gosh, who's this girl? Who's this tall girl who joined this? I think, Kel, that was it, diba? You joined the contest the modeling. Tama ba? And
Yeah, it
that's,
was for a teen magazine, and the
yeah.
winner was Solen. That was where she got discovered.
No, but I think that was also the same time Mary's career really started. And she was one of the hit girls of Lasal before. Like, I remember everyone was asking, "Oh, we were scaling Misa, ganon, ganon, and ganon." But for me, I really liked it because she's very down to earth, super simple girl. And she was one of the super hardworking students, classmates. So, doon ako sa hardworking.
Well, kasi pareho tayong Virgo. So,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait. Ako rin. So, tayong tatlo.
oh, perfect. That's why we have that
Okay,
Virgo
wait,
connection.
Bianca mentioned already what she thought of you when she first met you, or before you got even close. What about you, Kelly? What did you think of Bianca when you first really got to know her?
Well, I would see her from afar, and I would always check out her clothes kasi sobrang cool the way she would like put together her clothes. Like I remember pa nga this outfit. It was like a stripe parang t-shirt with parang bell-bottom jeans, and she's tall, so sobrang bagay talaga. And I always found her style to be so cool and effortless. It's parang, nako, parang nakaka-inspire to dress up more in school. And in college pa naman, sobrang nakakatamad, di ba? Parang you just wanna wear whatever. But whenever I would see Bianca, I would be like, okay, tomorrow I'm gonna level up my outfit. So she had that effect on me, even without us being friends yet.
That's interesting. So obviously it was both on the physical aspect, how you guys really got to notice each other. But how did you
Yeah.
eventually deepen that kind of friendship? And maybe we can start with Bianca for this one.
Okay.
I think, well, like you mentioned earlier, diba, we've been together, we've been friends since college, and we've been hanging out from finishing group works to graduating and to hanging out and, meeting our other friends and becoming really a barkada and meeting each other after school. But I think what sealed the deal was when probably Kelly, I think when we already started facing adulting in a way, or some of our life chapters that have crossed. For me, I felt that Kelly was really there for me when my mom passed away. So she was actually in Hong Kong. Kelly was working in Hong Kong then, and she was the whole time. Kasi wala it was really a blur, but all I remember was Kelly forcing either Carlo, her boyfriend ko din, or my husband to give the phone to me kasi kausap par so she can talk to me while I was there the wake. And that's all I can remember. Na parang I know she wasn't physically there, but she was there with me the whole time. And just, I don't know, she was just telling me stuff that I can't remember anymore. I think that was really a blur, but I know that she was there. And that for me talaga sealed it, na parang I felt that, through all of it, through all the good times and the bad times, there's this girl who's gonna be there for me. Even if I don't have to, I don't have to ask her to be there. Yung ganun. And it's galing kasi I'm not the type who's gonna ask him. I'm not the type who's gonna be like, "Uy, please mind me," or something. That's not me. That's not my nature. So there's this girl in Hong Kong, so far away, being there. So that for me was like, okay, she's not just a best friend in label, but she's really that girl. She's really that sister for me. That made it.
That's wonderful. You know, what we've been learning so far is that you can't really make that meaningful connection without intentionality, without making that move. So, Kelly, what brought you to actually go out of your way for this person and really create that deep and real organic relationship?
Well, going back to when your mom passed away, Banks, it was really like I could not even imagine like what you were feeling that time. And I had just landed in Hong Kong. As in, I just arrived in my apartment and then I heard the news and I was like, oh my God, should I go back? Should I buy a ticket and go back? And I was about to do it, but I was staying with an aunt and she was like, no, just wait it out. And also I called my then boyfriend. I was like, go there now and be there physically, like drive there, do whatever it takes. And he had to be me at that time. And it was crazy. Like I didn't know what to do also. And I just tried my best to be there for her. And prior to that, our relationship was always very like fun and games. Like of course through
Yes.
school, she was like my class. No, no, no. She was like in my group mate for presentation and all of that. But after that, we would go out. Kasi syempre 20s, we would always go out. That was the time. And that was the time that we would always go to embassy and we would always go to Fiamma and all of those things. And I think when when Bianca mentioned that when her mom passed away, that was when things really became real. And it's not just, of course, like parang whenever it's just fun, whenever it's just fun and games or fun times. Hindi lang ganun eh. Parang it became deeper, and I knew that we were in it for the long haul. And as things got more difficult, adulting problems, getting engaged, getting married, having kids, that was when we got to know each other in a deeper level.
hang on there. So it's always good when you have, I guess, a common experience that triggers that kind of relationship. So it's nice of you guys to be able to, I guess, define or strengthen the relationship then. But what about this pandemic? How do you stay in touch, right? How do you stay in touch given the restrictions? And you said that back then you guys would unwind after school, you would go out and everything. How do you now do that, Bianca?
Yeah, you know what? Before the pandemic, Kelly and I would see each other every week. As in, we would have our since the nature of our work would entail going to events, diba? Or meeting up for covering events like that. That was our mommy time. That was our girly time. Before we became moms, it was like what Kelly mentioned, the going out at night, the drinking, the partying. But when we became moms, our work, grateful, we're very grateful for that, allowed us to meet up and hang and like, okay, we'll be there in for an hour in the event, but we would end up 4 hours later together for then walking in the mall, trying to buy something or trying not to buy something and eating. So that was us before. That was our way of, uh, de-stressing. And after that, right now, because of the pandemic, we haven't seen each other physically ever since this started. It's crazy.
Yeah, 2 years
Yeah,
of yeah.
yeah,
But
but
we've been making each other Colette almost every
every
day.
day.
It's just
So it's like don't
random
really
stuff.
miss each other hanging out because it's like I think especially what Kit mentioned, diba? The importance of having or being in touch or connecting because we have our gadgets. I think
Mhm.
for me I've lessened it, but the time that I need to connect with like Kelly, as simple as telling her, no, huy, this is such a nice K-drama or something.
Yeah.
That's where it happens. And parang every day there's a communication with her and that I don't feel the emptiness of not seeing her physically. Because like I said, even ang galing nga, now that I realized it, like when my mom passed away and she wasn't here, um, ganun rin how it is now. And I feel that although I miss her physically, the bond is there. The connection already has been made. And so even if we don't see each other physically, we get to talk to each other and parang buo na our day. Buo na my day. And I think, I don't know, Kelly and I kasi share the same wifey, mommy duties because we don't really have the IS. So we're very in touch. We're very hands-on with our kids. That's why talagang we understand each other na we can't go out. We can easily just go out and leave everyone, kasi we're also Virgos. We can't let go of routine. Yung ganon. So, yeah.
Well, that's actually nice because it only goes to show how much you truly love and want to protect each other by, not physically seeing each other, prioritizing your families, keeping each other healthy, but still making sure that you guys are still very well connected on a daily basis.
Mhm.
Kelly, I'm going to ask you, tell me, I know what you admired about her back in college, but what about now that you have
Mhm.
so many of your life phases and seasons in life that you've gone through together? What is it that you most admire about Bianca?
Well, I have to say, Bianca for me is my yang or what yin or whatever it is. We're both each other's yin and yang, and I think we complete what's missing in each other. We're not total opposites because we do connect in a way that we have so much similarities in terms of fashion, in terms of the industry, in terms of our interest. But yeah, I think there are certain aspects about her. Like I have like social anxiety whenever I go out into the world, and she is like so easy for her, social butterfly. She has so many friends. So it's like I sort of like tag along with her. It's really it's it's sort of a mesh that works, and I don't have that with any other person. And I don't know, it's like I said earlier, it's something very organic, and it's something that I can't put my finger on because it's just that connection na as soon as we met, okay, I can relax, I can be myself. I don't have to put the wall. I don't have to act like, oh, I'm so cool, or there have a front. because I know that she'll accept me for whatever I am. And the same with her as well. Like, there's no pretenses. We can say whatever, no judgment. And that's what I appreciate. Like, of course, I want my relationships and my connections to be real and authentic as much as possible. And I mean, in an industry where, of course, not it's that's not possible all the time. Of course, sometimes you have to be dressing a certain way, talking a certain way. It's so refreshing to it's like coming home to someone who accepts you for who you are and without having to try to do anything or be anything else. And same goes with our families. Parang walang trying to be, oh, we're like this, oh, this is what we make or whatever. It's like that's not important. It's all about the real connections that we have even with our kids. Sobrang nagme-mesh din sila. Like, without even like, oh, you guys play. Like, initially, like, talagang they will hug each other and be with each other and I don't know. What is it ba? It's like, it feels like it's a spiritual or it's like from a long time ago. It feels that way for me.
And that is the very definition of connection, right? That we've been talking about throughout this time. But I want to ask and go back to Kelly. I failed to ask you this. Because you guys aren't physically together and because you have mommy duties, and as Bianca mentioned, you don't have much help around the house. You're very hands on. How do you both now support each other? And maybe at times, how do you unwind and do it virtually?
Well, it usually happens like at 2 in the morning. It's like when the day is done, and sometimes I'm like, I'll just share something, a photo or like a random thing, and then yun na, she's awake then pala, and then a conversation will start, and we have like our own analysis about this topic or current events, and it's just nothing. It's not like a forced thing. Okay, 9 o'clock we have to meet every day. It's not anything like that. There's a week that we won't talk. Like lately, school has started, so parang Banks is getting into the groove again of teaching her two kids. So I know that like okay, I'll give her that time. And I guess when Tristan also starts with his school in September, she'll know also na medyo mawawala ko. And there's no like magagalit. There's no parang we're both like very like okay about it and we understand each other's situation. So yeah, it's I don't know, psychic. Parang we have that twin connection na
On
it's
the same thing.
yeah, it's we don't I don't really understand it, but it works for us. It's worked for 20 years or more.
And you don't always have to define it, right? You don't always have to figure out what it is. You just let it be. And then now I jump to Bianca. I know that you admire Kelly in so many ways. Those 2 a.m. calls or messages sometimes are gold after a tiring day. But what is it that you really, really admire about her? Apart from being there for you
Right.
and being true to you and allowing yourself to be just your raw self, your raw version.
Yeah. Actually, for me, I think Kelly is my voice of reason. I'm I'm somehow stubborn in the sense that because when I think or do something, I know that I've overthink things already and I've prepared for it. And parang I've made plans siya everything, But when I need help or when I don't even know if I need it, I ask Kelly or she doesn't even. But saying like what she said, yeah, parang the connection is just so in tune that it's like whenever I don't need it, she says something, and then I'm like, oh nga, no. It's always that. It's always that for me. Like when Kelly says something, she gives me that fresh perspective, which I always need. A good check because I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking things and it's wrong. And my husband would be able to tell me that. And it's Kelly who I can trust when the thing comes. And yeah, I'm very grateful because everything we talk about, she tells it to me as it is. There's no sugarcoating anymore. I think we've gone past that stage already to think that okay, this is all fun and games and all, but she tells me what I need to hear, and that's very important for me because I think as a mom, it's very when we get into our mom roles, our wifey roles, our jobs, we're all thinking this way, very narrow lang, and we don't have that person to help us see that hey Max, baka you're working too much, or Bianca, Just let one go first. Let him enjoy school. Baka you need a break. That's Kelly. She'll pull me out and we'll talk about Real Housewives of Beverly Hills at 2 a.m. Yun yung mga topics namin to de-stress, you know what I mean? And it helps. It makes me realize, oh my gosh, I've been too preoccupied with something that maybe I have to pull back, and that's Kelly, That's Kelly for me. And I really appreciate it because like what Kelly said, it's so hard to find friends now. Lalo na as we grow older, di ba? Parang we minimize the stress or we want to just, streamline everything. And I'm very lucky that I have someone who I can talk to with no judgment and no pretensions and feel like she's that good sofa that when you just flop, that's it. Alam mo yun, wala tayong stress. We don't have to look too IG worthy, to be able to relax and to be able to make this work. Parang ganon. It's a real friendship that I appreciate because it's really so hard to find. And yeah, with all the complications as you adult, diba? Parang it's really just so good to have that kind of friend, that person outside of your family, and that you can treat as family also. Like parang yun nga, that's what I always say. I may not have a sister, but I've been blessed with my sister-in-law, my brother's wife now, but I have sisters, and I really am gonna say that talaga. It's Kelly, I've married, like that. Those girls I've grown up with, and it's really tried and tested. I mean, we've gone through so much. So galing.
Well, and as mothers, honestly, you pointed it out, and I think it was great that you did because, for real, we go through so much, and without that kind of support, we might not be able to get through certain days. And so I wanted to ask Kelly here: do you also rely on her for affirmation of the kind of parenting that you're doing, your parenting style, and what it is that you're constantly having to decide on and having to balance?
Of course. When I got pregnant, Bianca already had Diana. So she had more experience than me in that sense. So I had so many questions. We were always back and forth. And actually, through our conversation, we sort of formed like another mommy group that is bigger, just to sort of have like that different experience and a way to gauge like where are we as moms or moms to be. And of course that was baby barangay. It's baby barangay, and we're still in touch with those girls until now. We still have a thread and all, but when it comes to like super personal stuff, like is this okay, am I supposed to be feeling this way, and especially during those times when during the fourth trimester when breastfeeding and no sleep and you're just sort of like a zombie. It was good to have someone to message at 3 in the morning and reply to you at that time because alam mong nagbe-breastfeed din siya. And it's like of course that solidified our friendship. I mean, apart from everything that we went through, having kids and growing up together, we had this common bond talaga. And she knows my kids. She knows Tristan so well, and I know her kids so well because of we know yung mga paghihirap na ginawa namin with our kids growing up, especially when they were babies. And yeah, it's being there. It's the kind of friendship that you don't need to wonder, okay, ano na pala, 10 o'clock, should I message her? It doesn't matter. I can reply in the morning or in the afternoon sometimes, and it's okay. Like, walang magagalit.
Walang time zones.
Back. Yeah, exactly. So, and before that, I would travel a lot, and I would always be in different time zones. But we would still manage to find time to connect, reconnect, and yeah, it's just a relaxed friendship that I really appreciate. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because some friendships have rules. I mean, admittedly, some friendships are like that. And this one is very relaxed, and there's room for growth. And I think that's why we were able to stay friends for this long because we were able to grow up together, literally.
I'm going to be referring now to the couple convo starters that Mommy Mundo sent a lot of us moms, I don't know if you guys got this, but this is really
That's
interesting.
so cute.
And honestly, my husband and I did this together. We just thought it was cool, right? Over dinner. But I will try this on you guys because I feel that it reveals so much about you guys. And because you guys know so much of each other. All right. So for Bianca, what is your biggest wish or dream for Kelly?
Oh, for Kelly, I think my dream for her is to, well, of course, keep. I know her career naman. We've seen this even through a pandemic is flourishing even more. I keep telling her this that I really want her to understand that she is one of the legit, authentic mom influencers and celebrities out there. People love working with her not because of her clout, but she's really just that person that when you get to know Kelly, she's really down to earth and she'll do things, she'll work. She's a worker. Kasi minsan sinasabi ko, tigilan mo na yan huwag ka masyadong nagtatrabaho dyan. Masyado yung bayad sa'yo. No, but I tell her things like that because she really will give 1,000%. And that's my dream for her. That her. I know she doesn't want to stop working. We talk about this. She has a lot somewhere down south, and she calls it as a rest house because she doesn't want to live there because she wants to be in the city to be working, to keep working and working. That's really how hardworking she is. And for me, that's my dream for her to eventually, build her dream rest house, keep her career going and going. But I really just hope that she realizes that she also needs to rest and give back to herself because she's all of that. She keeps working, tapos minsan babagsak na lang yan, mapapagod na siya, and she doesn't know it. And that's my dream. I just hope that everything that she is working and manifesting will really come to play, that will straighten out in her life. And yeah, have another baby.
Is that your wish from Kelly?
Mapa-pressure siya doon, but
Yeah.
yeah, but I really just hope that, she's really a wonderful girl. And I keep telling people that, good, wonderful people deserve the best. And that's my wish and my dream for her, that whatever she dreams and prays for, it will happen. Maybe in the near future or what, but it will just automatically come into play talaga in her life. There.
That's
Grabe
beautiful.
naman. So sweet. You know, we never talk like this. That's why I'm like, oh my God.
Actually, hindi kami ganito eh. Clarifying.
Yeah, we're
For
not
Mommy
cheesy.
Mundo.
But no, convo
Yeah.
starters. But see, ganito talaga yung mga meaningful relationships of best
Yeah.
friends like you guys. But what about you, Kelly? What is your biggest wish or dream for Bianca?
Oh gosh. My biggest dream for her, I want her to be happy. Like wake up happy, wake up feeling strong. Because okay, Bianca kasi before this whole pregnancy, having kids happen, she was a Wonder Woman, Superwoman. She would pull out from multiple stores and bring all of those into her car, and her car would be full of clothes and shoes and accessories, and then she would set it up for her shoot, for her any shoot, like usually it's for Chalk magazine or for styling yung mga artistas and all of that in ABS, and she would do it, and at night gigimik pa kami. And she's really like so crazy in that way. Like she's telling me that I'm a hard worker and I should relax. She should really relax. Because she's really like that. She's that's one thing that we have in common. Our work ethic is really strong. We love working. We love being passionate about our work, and we always share that with each other. And my wish for her is to get back to, because I know, kasi when she gave birth to her two beautiful children, parang medyo nag-slow down and her body took a toll on being and doing everything as a mom. And I want her to feel that 100% again. And that's what I wish for her, 100% health and being able to do everything and feel so accomplished, because I know that that's something that's been, parang it's something that she wishes she had again, because of course ang dami talagang ginagawa. 2 kids are no joke. Having to homeschool them, having to take care of them, of course, taking care of the husband as well, and the home. It's not an easy thing. And my wish for her is more time to do everything, more energy to do everything, because I know that that's really what she wants. To feel very accomplished, and I know, you have to accept talaga. That's mahirap na ano yan. Superwoman, Darna levels yan. But yeah, that's what I wish for her. Health, the best health possible until we're old and gray. I wish that for myself too, syempre. I want to be there for her, and I want her to be there for me. We want to be there for each other. And I wish for her to really be family wise. I want them to be happy all the time. I don't want any problems, and um yeah, I wish that for both our families. Kasi yung bond namin as families, the two families are like one family unit, really. And when we travel together, ano na normal na. It's like my husband already knows
Yeah.
that bond with Bianca's husband and with her and me and Uli. It's really, it's symbiotic. And that's my wish for her. I wish for her family to be happy and healthy, and yeah, just I wish everything for her, the best things for her, really.
And
But more hope.
we're not even at our final messages yet. Ang dami niyo pang i-share for one another. Let me change it up a little bit. What is one thing you wish that you did when you guys were younger, Bianca?
Oh my gosh. Save? Dala ko na. Kasi ang gastos namin ni Cal.
Meron ba?
Maybe travel. Like,
Yeah, more.
the single Bianca and Kelly. Maybe we should have, sana Cal, no? Kasi we were really, like, work was something for us.
Yeah.
And as you know naman, Kelly was a model, she was an editor also, and she did everything. Like, I think this is our generation was the generation of raqueteras. We don't with one job, diba? I
Yes.
think everyone knows that. Like what Kel said nga, I would have a shoot for my magazine, and then at the nighttime, I shoot for a live show. So parang, it was our,
Oh my gosh. Yeah, what
Yeah.
time was that? At 11:30?
SNM 11 p.m. As in, I would
Yeah. And
I
then
would be in ABS till 1 a.m. for it. But it was so much fun, and I didn't feel pagod. I didn't feel tired that time. That was, I think, the peak of Kelly and I working. We would be working, and our careers talaga were really good at the time, and our way of de-stressing was going out. But sana, Kel, no? Sana we did those yearly trips out, just us, and
Yeah.
go to, I don't know, Spain, or go to Paris, to the outlets, and still buy, yung shopping. I mean, kasi bonding namin yung mag-shop talaga eh. Pero parang kami, I think doon kami nag-aaway ni Kelly when it comes to shopping. Kasi siya, he keeps buying so much. So ako, I keep pulling her back na, "Hoy, hindi mo kailangan yan. Meron ka na yan." And then she's like that to me also. She's contra. Bianca, ganyan lahat ng color palette mo. Tumigil ka. Get a different color. That's where we clash. And it's still a good way of debating. That's where we find us fighting. Kasi after end of the day, oh, saya kasi may purchases. Yung ganon. But yeah, I think that, Kel, we could have traveled more. We did travel. I mean, we went to San Francisco. We went to Bangkok with our hobbies. Na nawala sila because we really went to Chatuchak. As in, Chatuchak. As in, inis na yung hobbies namin. And kasi we were like, "Hoy, nandiyan pa kayo sa area na yan." Kasi isa yung stall. We will look.
Yeah.
Parang kami nag-audit. Ganun, grabe.
Well, hopefully, right, when it's over, more travels for both of you guys.
Yeah, super.
As BFFs and maybe as families. I'm gonna change it up for Kelly, okay? It won't be the same question, and this might be a little bit more difficult.
Okay. Oh.
Tell Bianca a secret that you've been keeping from her.
What?
I know,
I'll tell
right?
you later. That's so.
No, but
Oh my God.
are there secrets?
That's
Mm,
so hard for Kel. Nako.
that's so hard kasi parang 20 years, she knows me in and out. Like all my fears, my worries, my dreams, my aspirations. And she knows the way I am, how I work on a daily basis. So parang I don't think there's anything that she doesn't know pa rin about me. I
Wow.
She knows, yeah, like I don't know. The thing lang siguro we never did was to live together talaga. That was
Yeah.
the only thing. But that's also okay because parang we sort of have that, I don't know, may mystery ba? Hindi, but wala eh. Wala talaga. Like, we feel like parang an old married couple in a way, which is so funny. And there
Said
are
it.
no
I was
secrets
about to
between
say
us.
it, but you said it.
I know, maybe but in our past life we were married or something. I don't know. But even when it comes to our husbands, like our issues and problems, like of course, not naman into detail, but we know basically what's going on, what our issues are, like what we're facing right now, like on a daily basis, like no yaya,
Yeah.
this homeschooling and all of that. So I don't think there are any more secrets. Siguro yung mga secrets ko lang was all the
Ano
shopping that
binili
we've
niya?
been doing.
Yeah,
Hindi ko na
exactly.
nasabi sa kanya.
Sino lang on Instagram, may binili na naman siya. So I mentioned, hoy, kailan mo binili yan? Yun na yun. That's when I
Yeah,
will
I
capture.
hide
I
it
know her
kasi
so much.
mapagalitan.
I know her so much. Para, oy, bago yung bag na yan. Kailan mo binili?
Yeah.
Last week of pandemic, nagbabag
No,
shopping
yeah,
ka pa. Ganun.
investment kasi. So,
Ayan.
so
See?
maybe,
Ayun yung
yeah,
mga,
those things. But, um, yeah, there are no secrets really. We're sisters and, yeah.
And I think
no, Kel, I think I can add to this. Kasi there was like an instance before that I know Kelly had this person who was trying to, parang compete or not. I know Kelly didn't feel it the time. Kasi sobrang bait nito eh. But I see when people are taking advantage of her. Pag ganyan, I don't tell her some things like that, but I will guard her. I will protect her in a way na I'll make sure she has space from that person. Yung ganun. And until eventually she realized na, oo nga, no, ba't ako ginagawa nito? And that's when we talk about it. Like whenever she's ready. Because Kelly, I think, is the type who doesn't really have secrets. But there are moments that she doesn't also know na, oh my gosh, maybe someone's overstepping or someone's taking advantage or she's really mabait eh. She sees all the good in everyone, but she doesn't know when it's happening. So pag ganyan, even his husband and her husband would, be that person who will just protect her. And that's when we realize and then, oh nga, no, baka nga she's like that or whatever. And then that's when we talk about it. But pero tapos na. Yung ganun.
Yeah, you're my protector in that sense. Kasi
Yeah.
I'm like a lamb. I'm just like, and then wolves na pala lahat. No, I'm really clueless. I don't really think about those things. And sometimes it's good to have a different perspective. Na, okay, maybe this is not the right fit or it's good to have someone protective over you. And same with her. Like we try to assess the situation. What's this girl doing? This one, what's happening? It's also good to have that sort of girl gang to back you up. Kasi it's yeah, those little minute details kasi sometimes can hurt us as moms. We don't really need to think about those things anymore. And it's good to have someone to talk to sort of analyze or see like is this the right thing or this
Yeah.
person really have good intention? How do you protect each other like that? And it's so important because that's our energy, that's our spirit, diba? That we want to protect.
Well, and I love that. I love the relationship that you guys have. And I'm sure that a lot of moms who are tuned in and are listening to us right now are also probably yearning or now are also just valuing the friendships that they have. They realize how important it is. It's not about the secrets, it's about when you actually tell a person. It's sometimes about timing, no matter how close you are. I love that learning from Bianca that there are some things that she keeps from you until she feels that it's the right time to tell you. Just because you have the license to say something to someone doesn't mean you bombard them, right?
No, she never did that. I never felt that ever. Like, yung papagalitan in a way na I feel bad. Parang it was never like that. It was always sort of like an easy, parang an ease into it that it would make you realize things more because you won't shut down, you won't shut off and be so defensive.
Right.
And it's
I think
well
it's
needed.
also easier. It's also easier if there's awareness from that person also. It's not like because you're telling her because this is what you see. It's better if that person sees it also or feels it. And that's when obviously she's ready to talk about it. That's when you talk. But all you have to do siguro as a friend is to support. And like what you say, diba? You have her back in instances like that. So I think that's what's good. Especially what moms need right now. Since we're all busy, we're all at home, we're all going crazy because it's not easy. It's not easy to be at home right
No.
now.
Yeah.
Before just going to the grocery and being stuck in traffic was our me time. And we don't have that anymore. Diba? And I think what's very important really is to have girlfriends that you can talk to, text at 2 a.m., reply at 10 a.m., whatever, and don't get so mad because wala pang reply. She could be sleeping or something, and it's fine. As long as you know that she's there and it's tried and tested and naman it's beyond those things, I think it's gonna be okay. It's like a speed dial always there. That's how friends are. That's how it should be also. Lalo na in our time right now as moms. I think it's very important to know that you have people, diba? Your
Yeah.
your your girl gang that
Yeah.
you just message anytime, be it Real Housewives or a bag or
I know. That's
kababawan.
so fun. Can we talk? No, just kidding.
Real quick, how do you see yourselves 20 years from now? And how do you see this relationship, Kelly?
Wait. 20 years from now will be what age? Oh my God. Because
Never know.
this year we turned 40.
This
This year,
month.
this month. Yeah, this month. Actually, malapit ka na, Banks.
Yeah. Can
Yeah.
you believe, Patricia, our birthday is like a week apart lang.
Yeah,
Serious.
5 days. 5 days
Sobrang
apart.
parang talaga kaming soulmates na lolas na
Yeah.
magkasama.
I know. And after 20 years, we would be 60. And well, now I'm thinking about, oh my gosh, that's so old. But I know that when we get there, just like when we were 20, talking about 40, we're like, oh my God, 40 is so old. I know that we will still be young at heart. We will still be sort of like in the same, uh, well, of course, different chapter, different phase in our life, of course. Kasi baka by that time, our kids would be having boyfriends, girlfriends, ganyan na. Like, iba na yung problems. But I think our time for each other would always be there. And hopefully, we have more time na nga for each other. Kasi baka, di ba, our kids won't need us anymore. So we can actually travel. We can actually do the things that we want. And I'm looking forward to that time, actually. And that's why we always value health. We always value eating healthy, exercising, reminding ourselves, each other, that, oy, you have to be healthy, you have to sleep like that. Yung parang medyo papagalitan mo kasi we want each other to be there. We want us to be around for a long time kasi we need that bestie until we're 90, until we're 100 years old.
Golden Girls.
Yeah, diba?
Because Bianca, right? This type of relationship, it can never get old.
Yeah.
You always.
Exactly. That's true. Well, same for me, with like what Kelly said. I feel that that's also my goal, my dream. At 60, we will be at our best stage ever, health
Yeah.
wise.
Oh.
And like, I guess slowly clipping the wings from our kids and realizing that they're also building their lives. So now Kelly and I can go back to hanging out, maybe traveling na, like what she said, about like that. Kasi I really feel Kelly and I are the type of moms talaga na sobrang hands-on right now. As in,
Yeah.
we kind of dedicated half of our life to like being moms. Not siguro well, I guess it's also by choice, diba? But given that we have the same set of situation that we don't have yayas, and we breastfed actually for over a year. Kelly pa grabe until 2 years old ka, no? So there's really a connection. There's three pala siya. Grabe, guys. Sorry. So wild.
No.
So it's like I feel that parang the intention to be really close to our kids is there right now. And I think this is the life stage we're in. And I feel that by 60, 20 years from now, when our kids are already, finding their friends, iyak talaga. I think this is the time to reconnect. I mean, we've been connecting, but this is our time, Kelly, our Golden Girls time na we will travel and check out the outlets and, girl time. And,
Shopping pa
we
rin.
will,
Oh my God. Okay.
that is our cardio. Shopping will be our
Yeah.
cardio. So that's all I really wish, to be at our best, fittest bodies at 60 and,
Yes.
just continue to live life. And maybe hopefully lessen the stress na para, alam mo yun, relax na. Kasi parang we invested so much on this life stage and yan, I think we deserve it. Kel, deserve natin yun at 60. So there.
Before I let you,
Totally agree.
yeah, absolutely. I love that. I love that vision that you guys cast on when you guys are beautiful 60-year-old BFFs. Finally, this is the last question. Why is it important for moms? And I think this is just a reminder because we've obviously seen it through what you've shared and your example as best friends. But maybe remind everybody here, why is it important for moms to have girlfriends, to have that kind of support? We'll start with Bianca.
Yeah, I feel that it's very important because, like I mentioned earlier, sometimes, family's everything, right? I mean, that is our goal talaga as moms, as wives. But, we have an extension and it's called girlfriends. It's called sisters that we chose. And for me, that's like Kelly, that's Mariel. That's those people talaga who's been there for me, not physically, but emotionally and through time. And I feel that that's all my prayer for everybody right now. Since we're stuck at home and life is so fleeting, we have this pandemic happening and we realize so many things. And I think it's that also that we realize and see that we have people that we want to take care of. And those are friends. Kasi when we need them, I'm sure they will be there for you. And it's very important. Lalo na when you just want to de-stress or when you're freaking out over, schooling. Oh my gosh. You can just text them and they'll be there to answer. And you can forget first. You can talk about your mommy world first and come back to your kids refreshed. I think that's why we need girlfriends. There.
Oh, I love that. Come back refreshed. Beautiful. Kelly?
Well, for me, motherhood is really hard, but it's also very meaningful. And it's good to have someone to share it with. Of course, your husband is there and all. But what I mean to say is someone with a common experience because being a mom is different from being a dad. I mean, of course, you can say that it's the same, it's parenting, but iba pa rin eh. Moms go hard talaga eh. And that's usually the case. I'm not saying all moms are like that, but usually it's more difficult for the mom, especially after giving birth, breastfeeding, body changes, hormone changes, not feeling like how you were before getting pregnant. And it's good to have that rock, that person to go to who feels exactly the same way, who knows what you're going through, and even with less words said, they already know because it's really hard. It's like going through a really difficult situation, but coming out of it a better person with with the most beautiful people, your children, of course. And it's good to have that. It's good to have that those people, their go-to people, your tribe. They say nga, di ba, parang raising kids is, what is that? Was it? Raising kids is, it takes a
A village?
village.
Village.
It takes a village. And it's good to choose those village people. It's good to choose your tribe because those are the people who will throw back the energy to you, your positive energy, and make you feel better and allow you to go through your day, your week, your month, your year as a mom. It's really hard, but it's also it's a mixed emotion talaga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we need girlfriends. Because those
Yes.
mixed emotions, the girlfriends will catch and understand it. Yeah, we're all
Mhm.
grown like that.
Thank you so much to both of you. You have here Jelly saying that your friendship is simply admirable. Janice Villanueva saying that she loves the learning, or she loves learning this side about you guys, and she really is grateful that you're able to share your friendship here. And Angel said yes to traveling at 60.
Yes.
And it's going to be a different kind of freedom and still a beautiful and wonderful friendship I'm sure that you guys will still have. Thanks so much for joining us here on Mommy Mundo and sharing with us that meaningful, deep connection that you both have.
Thanks so
Thank you
much.
so
I can't get over how heartwarming that talk was. That's probably one of my favorite talks this weekend. Thanks so much again to the two wonderful best friends, to the two wonderful ladies for sharing with us what the relationship is all about. Because friendship is really important to all of us moms. We need that support system. And I'm grateful that we're able to start your day that way. What a wonderful talk on our day 2 here at EXPO Mom. And for your convenience, just a reminder, EXPO Mom is also streaming live on YouTube. So do check us out on all of these streaming platforms. We'll be checking out the comments there, but feel free to comment on both Facebook and YouTube. Okay, so this year, Mommy Mundo has made a conscious change in including our dear dads in our activities. And thus, from now on, you can all expect that at least once a month on all of Mommy Mundo's platforms and at each Expo Mom, one way or another, we are going to be hearing the dad perspective of things. That's just what we're about to do right now. So let me introduce to you our Daddy Mundo head daddies. The first is Iñaki, a strength certified facilitator, specialist, and guide. He works alongside his wife Kit as managing partner and chief operations officer at Camp Explore. Iñaki calls himself a work in progress in his goal to be a conscious parenting father. With his wide repertoire of dad jokes, and you're going to be hearing a lot of that, he's prepared. And Iñaki never fails to crack up an audience or break the ice. Our second dad is Erron. He has a 17-year career of being one of the Philippines' premier wedding photographers. Born third in a brood of 5 boys, how crazy that must have been, he was thrust into the role of a first-time father with the birth of his child last October 2018 with partner Aya. Erron, along with Iñaki, is a head daddy for Daddy Mundo, helping to bring fathers into the parenting community conversation. And last but not the least, we have someone who is also known as at Daddy Dribbles on Instagram. Follow him. And who was there from the very beginning of Mommy Mundo. Yes, from the very, very beginning. Upon finding that he has some time after working in media and corporate industries, his wife, our beloved founder and CEO, Janice Villanueva, asked him to join her and put together what was basically the origins of what we are today. His deep passions for things like sports, especially basketball, hence Daddy Dribbles, making things happen and raising his 3 kids are what make him truly remarkable. So ladies and gentlemen, mommies, daddies, to teach us about a thing or two about making the dad connection, please welcome Gary Villanueva, Iñaki Llamas, and Erron Ocampo.
Hello, Patricia.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, where's Erron?
Good morning.
Erron.
Yeah, Erron's having some difficulty, but he will be joining us as soon as he can. So thank you so much, Patricia. How nice naman what you're saying about me. I didn't know those things about me, honestly.
Really?
Yes.
Right.
Dad jokes. What is dad jokes? What are dad jokes? I don't understand. I thought I was very serious, very, very straight, very strict, but apparently other people have other things about me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it. Yeah.
No, but thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Patricia, for that very welcoming intro to how Daddy Mundo is coming into the scene. For the last 20 years now, Mommy Mundo has been helping moms. Now, thankfully, Mommy Mundo, Janice, and of course, Gary has really decided and is really bringing in dads because now things are changing. Things are changing. The way we communicate is changing. The way we connect is changing. And how dads are being more active in
Yeah.
right? Especially now, this past 18 months,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, ano, Iñaki, kasi gone are the days that the dad just literally goes to work, comes home, asks the wife to make the dinner, and then just kiss the kids a good night, diba? Dads nowadays really have a very, very active hand in raising of the kids talaga. I mean, it's not, yun nga, like, siguro we all grew up old school that our mom and dad would sleep to the yayas and bahala na sila yaya, diba?
I agree.
Honestly,
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
But those days are gone, lalo na ngayong what's been happening for us the past 2 years with COVID and everything. Dads have been more hands-on and active,
that's right.
And
And
then
some dads, I mean, we have to face it. No, some dads maybe lost a job, but the moms are
yeah,
working, right? So
yeah,
maybe the roles have changed. But no matter what role you're playing, we are still parents,
yeah.
and this
And I agree. That's a big thing also in Yaki, di ba? Before, it used to be just literally the dad, ang breadwinner of the family. Now it's really common practice that, it's the other way
yeah,
around, that some of the moms or both of them are really have an active hand
yeah,
in the household, that in the
yeah.
income also.
I like what you said. Dads were the former bread winners. Now I think they're also bread makers.
Oh
Kasi di
yeah.
ba, some of the
Oh,
dads
ako,
are now baking and
oh,
are now
lalo na ako.
cooking.
Most of my friends know that here, when we transfer, baliktad kami ni Janice. Ako na nagluluto ngayon dito.
But actually, I mean, with that, no, today we're really going to be talking about connection, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's so much to talk about connection, and we only have a little time, no. So
Yeah.
when we talk about
And speaking of
make,
connection, I hope Erron makes it quickly.
I know, Erron, we're sending connection to you via the internet, as hoping that your internet will be better,
Okay.
right? Pero before we do talk about how we connect with our kids, no,
Yeah.
maybe we can also just give a short how we, as when we were kids, how we connected to our dads
Yeah.
or to our father figures, no. I mean, if I'll start, no,
Sure.
I played football when I was football, like football, soccer, when I was younger,
Hence the name
and
Iñaki.
thank you. No, but actually,
Okay.
yes, football, because my dad played football, my grandfather played football.
Mhm.
So in a way, I even if my dad was always busy, I found the way I could connect with him. Parang was okay. If I played football, maybe we'd have a better connection. We'd be able to talk more. But back then, like you mentioned, dads were always working. They were always the ones leaving the house. In my case, both my mom and my dad worked. No,
Mhm.
and with that, every Saturday I would go to CSA to play football with with my coach Del Cotillas and si Lozano and it was my grandfather who would come and watch me. My grandfather,
Mm.
he was my paternal grandfather. He was there. He no fail every Saturday. My dad would drop me off, me and my brother, and then my lolo, my abuelito, would come and watch with his dog Bambi. Had a mini pincher always kasama niya everywhere. And he would watch, and him being there was enough for me. And then how we'd connect, I mean, I was very close to both my grandfathers, but with abuelito, he was there with the football. He would bring, after the games, he would treat all my teammates to vendo machine soda. I don't know,
Mhm.
in CSA, in the cafeteria, there was the vendo machine, and we would get a mix of everything, all the sodas, all the different flavors,
Wow.
no. And
Okay.
then of course that's after playing football, and then we'd go to the grocery, no, in Makati. We'd buy my comics every Saturday. I'd have a new comic
Wow.
read while waiting for mom and dad to pick us up because they had to work also on weekends, no.
Mhm. Mhm.
So that was how I connected with. It was through sports, through
Okay.
football, hoping that maybe if I did play it, I would be able to connect with my
Mhm.
dad and my lolo.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's a little bit different, no, I would say, because my father passed away pretty much when I was 10 or 9 or 10 years old, though. But before that, it's funny the way my dad bonded with me, even though I was 7 or 8 years old at the time. You know what he would do? He would bring me to watch movies. As
Okay.
in he would bring me to watch movies. Every day he would go to work with my mom, doctor sila, they would go to clinic, and then he'd be home 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Uuwi siya, I would titingin siya sa dyaryo. Makikita may magagandang movies. Wala pa, my elder sister and my older brother, wala pa sa Breastfeeding school. Ako usually, hapon pa lang, nandun ako by morning, I'd be there already. Then he would see a movie that he would like, and he would literally just tell my mom, Ma, manood kami ng sine ni Gary. Literally, he would take a jeep and then go to Cubao and watch all these movies. As in,
Wow.
my age would show, but we would watch movies like from the movies of Terence Hill, my name is Nobody, mga ganyan. Mostly, my dad loved action things. Kaya maaga pa lang na-expose na ako sa mga sa mga Death Wish, yung mga ganun.
Charles
Mga
Bronson.
movie. Oo,
Oo, di ba?
mga ganun. And it's not surprising that I picked up a knack for watching movies and for my dad. And even no. And then I remember before that was how he would spend most of the time with me. Even before nung panahon ng mga 70s to, pag Holy Week, 'di ba lahat ng stores sarado? Well, I think
That's
ngayon
right.
ganun pa rin naman.
That's right.
But you would literally not see anything on TV. Nothing on TV,
I
right?
remember,
You
yes.
remember that? Okay,
Yes.
lalabas edad natin ulit. But I remember my mom would take my siblings and they would go to the province, but my dad would stay behind because he would watch. Because since we had the clinics at the hospital, someone had to stay behind and watch. The
Uh-huh.
bunso, I would always stay behind with him. And yun ang bonding namin yun. Sa mga theaters, there would be a few theaters that would be open. And again,
Mhm.
we would watch movies. Siyempre, yung mga movies yun, yung mga The Bible, Ten Commandments, yung mga
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there would be
Ben-Hur.
yeah, I know. Yeah, they bring back all these old classic,
Yes, and that's why I
movies.
know all of those biblical Demetrius and the Gladiator. Oh my God, those were the movies. Kaya I know also old movies. Anyway, I don't wanna. But that
No,
was
but
the way
it's
of bonding with my dad. And honestly, that's what I missed when he passed on.
yeah.
Although my mom, she acted as my dad rin. Ganun din yung bonding. Movies din kami. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, actually, yeah. I mean, when it comes to how we bonded with or connected with our dads or parents is really so different
Yeah.
from now. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's just very different, very unique.
Oh, there he is.
Hello, Erron.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how are you, my friend?
We were just sharing. Gary and I were just sharing how we connected with our dads not so very long ago.
Yeah.
Do you have
Yeah.
any what you call this, memories of that?
Yeah. Actually, when growing up, I think I've shared this before. No, we usually go on hunting trips.
Oh, yes, I
With,
remember.
I remember,
yeah.
yes.
So yeah, during that time, no. Of course, we with all the permits and seasons and everything was okay. And then our dad would take us to camping trips, and then I think that's really one of the most memorable bonding moments that we had. Of course, there will be times that it's just him, his friends, and then us kids, and then sometimes it's the whole family. Um, when it's the whole family, usually it's more of like camping. But if it's us with him and his friends, it's more of like the hunting trips, camping in the mountains, stuff like that.
Wow, that's a different. I remember when you shared that with us a few shows ago. I mean, I've never hunted until now, so I don't know if hunting for crickets or fireflies would count, pero good for you, galing. And that's a different kind of bonding. I'm sure
Yes,
you have to be quiet. You're diba? So it's a
that's
different
right.
kind of
And it's all the discipline also. Like there's a rule that whatever you will hunt for, you need to consume. Kailangan walang sayang. Um,
so
so yun.
galing
And then of
sustainable
course,
pa.
yeah. And of course, since ano rin, it's permit. It's for we have a permit. It's for personal consumption, and of course, limited din naman yung the amount of hunting that we can do. So,
All right.
All
All right.
right.
So well, since I thank you for. I mean, like I mentioned, no, connection before was different from. It's so different today. It's nothing wrong, about it. Nothing good or bad, but it's just an awareness that things have been changing. So today we'd really like to focus on how dads connect with their kids. Okay, maybe we'll do it with the kids. As as the viewers know, Erron has two kids relatively young, and then I have two kids in the middle years, teens, and then Gary has three.
They're no longer kids, they're adults.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No. They're still my babies. I have a
Yes.
25-year-old,
there'll
a
always be a
24-year-old.
baby.
Oh yeah, 24-year-old, 22-year-old, and a 15-year-old, if I'm not mistaken. Ako magagalit na naman siya. I keep forgetting.
Turning 14.
Yeah, 14.
Turning 15. Tama,
Turning
tama,
15,
tama,
okay.
15. Yeah. Anyway, so when we talk about connection, what is it all about? It's about the communication, it's about the listening. So there are different areas that we can dive into. But when we were talking about this earlier, we saw that there are 5 different points to be able to establish that connection. So
Yeah.
maybe we can run through them one by one, and then maybe have a few minutes to see how that makes a difference.
Yeah.
So
Well,
the first one,
magic.
Was that?
Magic.
Yes. All right. So the first point we can talk about is really about realizing that parenting or fatherhood or daddyship is not about being perfect,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm,
Because
definitely, yeah.
I think there's a misconception, or there's been misinformation coming out there that dads are perfect. Are we?
Or we make it seem we're perfect because we're nitpicking.
Yeah, we see all the little mistakes. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Pero if you think about it, where did this come from? How did this come about? But I'd like to say, I'd like to share that parents are not perfect. If there are kids watching, we are not perfect. We are not superheroes. We are human beings just like you. We get hurt. When we get pricked, we will bleed. When we are sad, we will cry. Maybe we don't show it that much, but we are not perfect.
Yep.
I think that's a super big myth. I learned that actually from the different talks that the kit follows with Dr. Chabari. And I don't know. It's just so hard because parang first of all, there's no manual. When we became
Oh, yeah.
parents, no manual. No, there was to be how to be the great or perfect dad. No, we're not bulletproof. But sometimes we have the tendency to go there. Some dads have a tendency to go there because maybe they're not showing emotions, or they have a hard time showing emotions. Or they have to be they feel like they have to exude a certain posture, a role,
Yeah.
of that. That
Yeah.
sometimes that can be instead of connecting, it goes the other way.
No, I
I
think
think
it
it's
goes. Go ahead, Erron.
yeah, it's like more of the traditional way that people look at dads, and then of course us, we're not used to, or at least the fathers before us are not used to expressing themselves, or like showing vulnerability. You have to be strong. You have to show that figure of that you're the head of the family, and you're the decision maker. So I think in older times, that's how fathers are um, looked in a way. But now it's really good that people are, and dads, parents are more aware um, of expressing themselves, and showing that we are humans, and accepting um, that we make mistakes, but we try to be the better version of ourselves every time.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, no, I agree. No, we've always, even us, we've always had this myth that dads are perfect. They're supposed to be the one high and mighty, and everyone has to, those things are gone, right? Never dads are never perfect. Like moms and parents are perfect, so for the kids are helping there, no. And whenever you're with your kids, when you're connecting with your kids, they don't have to be perfect moments either,
Yeah, that's
right?
right. That's
They
right.
just, as long as you're connecting with your kids, it happens, di ba? And then at the same time, casual moments, yung mga ganun, they can be perfect or imperfect, but at the same time, if it's a learning experience for both the parties, the kids and you guys, it's always going to be there. Siguro, basically, what I'm saying now is that it's still trial and error, even
Yes.
though my kids are big and I know, but still, we still try to come up with ways or how they will react to certain situations. It's still a trial and error, and again, it goes to show that we are not perfect.
Yeah.
We It will be 10 years from now, the daddies will take over our possessions here in the Daddy Mundo area. We'll probably say, it's the trial and error because there will be something new that will come along, di ba? It
Yeah.
will never be perfect, nor sometimes we feel as if we're perfect, or our parents, or even our better halves feel we're perfect, but that's not gonna happen.
Yeah. And if you feel that you did something wrong, don't be too hard on ourselves. Dads, don't be too hard on yourselves, because again, we are only humans, and we can strive, like what Aaron said. No, we can strive to be the better version of ourselves. Like what Gary said, it's trial and error. And yes, when you make mistakes, don't be afraid to own it and say, I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Um, um, in the future, if it happens again, please call me out and tell me.
Yeah.
I won't, so I think it's very important that from the onset, from the beginning, we as dads don't act like we are superior to our kids, because or
Yeah.
we own them. We don't. We are just guides in this, in this journey of theirs. So showing them our imperfections will actually make us closer. For me, when I show that I don't know everything, and it allows my kids to come up and say, Papa, let me research on that, and then it becomes a later in a few days they come back to me, Papa, this is what I found. So it becomes like a
That's right.
connecting.
That's nice, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah, and it makes them feel like they're helpful and then they're significant. I like that, Iñaki. I like that what you mentioned.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
when you show you're
And
not perfect and your kids try to help you.
yeah, and the slide that was shown that said that bonding even in perfect moments. I think that's a perfect. But that's perfect. That's a good sign to show, no?
That's
Most of the time, if you're wrong, your kids will know about it, and if you don't acknowledge you're wrong, kahit papano, they will
Mhm.
know that, and it will haunt them in a way. It might
Yeah,
manifest in a different way. Baka akala
that's
nila pwede lang to, or that's normal, or whatever, right? So
that's right.
I guess it's again, as dads, we affect our kids in more ways than we can imagine. And simple gestures, simple words, just why we have to be very, very, I guess, careful. And again, if we do make mistakes, which is going to be often
Own it.
also, we're not perfect. There you go.
Yeah. All right. So again, so parents, dads, we're not perfect. So
Mhm.
let's accept it. Let's not anymore fight it.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah,
The second area that we saw would be actually the element of time.
there you
No,
go.
we can connect
Mm.
through time. What do you think about
Yeah,
that, boys? Dads, boys and dads.
boys. Now, let me start this one because I've always had see Erron he pretty much has his own free time. I think si Iñaki rin pretty much free time, no. But me, for the longest time before I went into being an entrepreneur, no, with the business, I would work a 9 to 5 job. In our case, hindi naman 9 to 5 talaga. Sometimes mag-overtime ka and everything, di ba?
Mm.
With traffic and everything, when you'd come home, literally the only time I would see my kids is when we're having dinner or they're about to sleep, or I'm really tired and I just say hi, goodbye to the hi, and eat. They would be getting, sa Tagalog, yung latak. of you sometimes. They would not be getting that, no. But what I would do then was, even though that I had that little time to be with them, I would try my best to make it quality time.
Yep.
I know I couldn't provide the quantity, but I tried to provide the quality.
It's
And
really
let's
the
face it,
quality.
yeah. And Janice has always said that my language of love had been gifts. And oh boy, whenever I would come home, I would be showering my kids with gifts. Kahit, kasi syempre some of my work with me, I would be in a mall, or I would be in something like that when I would do my field work.
Mm.
I would see something, I would bring them home something, and then that would be my thinking there is at least I'm kind of guilty. I can't be with them growing up. I mean, as much as I want to, but at the very least, when they're playing with something that maybe I brought them, they would remember me. It's growing up, no. I'm not saying again that's not the perfect solution. I'm just saying
That was yours.
Yeah,
that's
that's
my
That
way
was
of
what you did. Yes.
yes, my with regarding time. Nowadays, it's so different with the work at home and the COVID and gano'n. I'd like to hear that's Aaron. I'd like to hear your
yeah.
version of this.
Actually, pre-pandemic, I had a lot of time on my hands. Like,
Mm.
I get to spend a lot of time at home, because I work. I don't work 9 to 5 before. I'm a photographer. I'm a wedding photographer.
Mm-hmm.
So it's usually the weekends and a few days of the week. And of course, sometimes there would be out of town shoots, so that's gonna be some days at a time. But I had a lot of time to spend at home and with Moxie then. But now, so that time, parang I thought it was um, that easy to spend time with your kids. And then I was trying to relate then, um, like how do dads do it? Like those who have a regular job, like a 9 to 5 job, and then now during the pandemic, I've been so busy. So
Baliktad.
now I can relate. So I mean, I have a lot of time at home, but since I'm working from home, um, so yeah, I had less time to spend with the kids, with Aya. So it really showed me, it opened my eyes to how most parents actually um does it, like spend time in the morning or late at night, and then in the weekends, or since everyone, or well, a lot of us are working from home, we try to find those little moments where we can bond with our kids.
Yeah.
And actually, if I may share, no, lately I would be the one spending mornings with the kids, so I can, because she would be up late, breastfeeding Silo in the middle of the night. So in the morning, I spend time with both kids, Silo and Moxie, and then no, I think those are precious times that I spend trying to connect with the kids.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I mean, now I think when we're talking about time, sometimes it would be best if both parents are there. Diba? That's the
mhm.
perfect ideal situation. However, nowadays, especially with you, Aaron, you have younger kids, so you have to okay agree. This is my time with. I'll be up at night, and then you'll be sleep in the morning. Aaron, you'll be awake in the morning and then sleep at night, because that's how the process is. So
Mhm.
you really have to have agreements with your spouse or with your partner, depending on how you want to go about the with this time element to be able to connect with your kids. Although I'd like to add, no, for me, sometimes spending time can be what it is, just taken literally. It's just sitting together with the kids, with my girls, doing what they want to do. However, we're there together, no, like Martina might be doing some editing, and then Natalia will be reading a book. I would be typing up something for work. We're still together, although we're not really talking to each other. Some of you may disagree, but we're there. And when at least when Martina, Papa, look what I found, what I did. diba? And then she'll share it with me, and then I'll be so amazed with the things. I mean, galing talaga what kids can do, no? Or Natalia will say, Papa, what does this mean? So it's just being together. You don't have to do things together. You don't have to, plan everything. But it's like what Gary said, it's the quality of time. What I think I like what Erron said also. It's agreeing, okay, this is my time with the kids, no? So it really has to depend on the situation. No?
Yeah.
And then from there you can figure out, okay, how will time be able to help me connect with my kids?
Yeah. It's the finding the right balance between of course, who would want quantity time with their kids,
Exactly.
diba? It's finding the right balance also between that, of course, and the quality of time. You can just be in a room, like Iñaki mentioned, not saying anything, but you're just there with your kids in a way that's already connecting with them and bonding with them. Your kids knowing that, oh, daddy's in the room with me, even though we're quiet. I know I'm with kids. I'm just watching them sleep. I mean, that's already quality time, right? So,
just watching them sleep, no? It's iba rin. Parang, oh my
diba?
God.
They might be reacting, babaw naman, pinapanood mo ang anak mo. Oh my God. Then you're not that, you have not been a dad if you haven't done that. you just watch your kids sleep, diba? There.
Yeah. Okay, Martina, Natalia, don't get scared. No, I don't do that too much
Oh,
anymore.
it's not creepy.
No, it's not creepy.
Yeah,
No.
pag mga teenagers, wag mo nilang gawin yung medyo creepy.
No, hindi na. I'm just looking if they're still breathing, diba? Are they still breathing? Anyways,
I think you can do it like for a short time. No? You like to absorb and enjoy seeing them.
Oh, you want me to cry here, Erron? Anyway,
they're still with you in the house. I mean,
I know, but that's it, right? Because some of our kids, they don't understand it. But I'm here every day. It's still different, diba?
It's still different.
It's still different.
So, since we're talking about time, no, we're talking about the element of time, but now let's talk about how we adjust to the times.
There you go.
How we evolve.
Ang galing mong mag-connect, ha? Galing DJ ka ba dati? DJ Iñaki ka ba dati? Ang ganda ng segue mo eh.
Galing and suave.
Oh, suave.
DJ Suave. No, actually, really now it's really hard to find time. I mentioned not just being in stillness, being quiet with the kids is bonding, connecting time for me. But right now with how things are changing, and then if ever there are gaps, generation gaps between you and your child, how difficult is it to connect?
Okay. Sige, being the elder daddy again.
Yes,
I've had the changes probably sa akin mas prominent in terms of adjusting to the times. When we were growing up, when the kids were growing up, internet was literally startup. The startup, ka-ching, the ganon, right? The only modern thing that the kids would touch at the time was the PlayStation 1 at the time.
The one.
Right? The one, literally. So, it's you adjusting also to what the kids are starting to like. Alam na, at the time, right? Siguro to cite examples, when Kobe and Zach were growing up, they would be doing Barney and SpongeBob.
I like SpongeBob.
Yeah, actually, even as a cultural icon is SpongeBob, but you get my point, diba? It would be that kind of kid that way. And then when Reese came along, it was suddenly little Einstein. It would be iba na siyang
Backyardigans.
Backyardigans. Nako, it would be a different kind of adjustment to cartoons again. And as a parent, you can just go, sino ba yan, diba? You have to somehow makikiride ka sa mga what these kids are learning now, the trend, and you have to be in. And now that my kids are really grown up, nakikiin ka na ngayon sa mga terms nila. Oh, you have to adjust to them, right? Just to keep in touch with them. So I guess it's why you're not di ka out, di ba? Para they know what you're talking about and everything.
Yeah.
So that's
I'd like to add to that, Gary. It's now with all these different social media platforms that they're so ahead, no? They're so ahead of the times, no? So they're actually teaching me how to
same here.
Diba? So Marts, teach me naman how to use this. Oh, okay, Papa. Give me a few days, and I'll get back to you. So it becomes like a way to be able to bond with them, no? And with the tech, social media, and all these things that are happening, I take advantage of it because I know that since they're evolving so quickly, baka hindi na in. By the time I'm learning it, hindi na in. It's not anymore the in thing. So I have to, of course, I like it also because it's another reason to be able to connect again. Oh, Natalia, how do you do this? With the TikTok and whatever things are happening, no? So it really helped. It's a way for me to really connect with my two girls.
Actually, I'm learning a lot from you guys to being the more advanced dads. Kasi they're already teenagers and adults now. So like right now, the way I try to connect with Moxie, because she's turning 3 years old, is I try to learn also the things she watched, like the what's that baby Einstein. So we whatever we let her watch, we watch with her too, so we know what she's seeing on TV.
On TV.
um
That's right.
and then so when she tries to talk to us about whatever she saw in the TV, so we can talk to her about it and try to connect with her with that. So but you guys are lucky kasi as your kids are growing, you get to adapt to the technology, and I think you guys are we're the generation that's lucky because we saw how the technology evolved and developed.
Yeah.
So it's easier. I think probably it's easier for you guys to adjust to the technology compared to the previous generation. Like our parents,
That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
that's true.
they probably had a harder time adjusting to technology
No
and
judgment,
catching
no
up.
judgment, Dad, if you're
But
watching.
that's true.
Because we are the generation that really saw the technology move really fast and evolve
Yes.
really quickly, diba? So, yeah. So I'm looking forward to learning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to when as the kids grow up, and learn whatever new things will come our way. So
Pero, unahan na kita, Erron. As that
yeah.
happens, you will suddenly feel, ay, tumatanda na ako.
I know. Diba?
Yes,
Parang,
exactly. It'll just hit you
even
like you hit a
now.
wall.
Yeah, I can't keep
The
up with
moment,
TikTok right now.
the moment I knew I was really getting older na, in terms of, not naman relating, but with my kids, when they said,
Ah,
when I was playing PlayStation with them, if meron silang hindi nagagawa na level, Dad, ikaw na, ako maglalaro. The moment they started beating me, and ako na yung humihingi ng help, beating levels, that's when I knew,
that's it.
time to retire. To play these games anymore.
Kayo na.
Kayo
Oo.
na bahala, no? No, but let me ask lang, let me just add something also, no? Aside from the generation gap, no, I mean, the as changing times, there's also something I want to discuss with you. It's the gender gap naman. It's also
Yes,
related.
Mm.
I was gonna
You
say that.
guys have girls. Me, I have
Yeah.
2 boys and 1 girl, diba? So when I remember when Reese came out, literally when Reese pinanganak si Reese, I was so happy for Janice kasi she would finally have someone she can share makeup with. She can talk
Correct.
about girly stuff. Because for the
Mm.
longest time, she was the only queen, the only princess in her family, si Janice lang. No? So pero nakakatawa dyan, even when Reese was growing up, I would I would still share with her mga comic books. I'd
Mm.
still let her play basketball. Ganun pa rin. Sama pa nagpapasok ka pa rin ng little dad stuff inside, instead of, I know you try to adjust from playing with SpongeBob, suddenly you're playing with Barbie dolls. Diba? Yung
Yeah.
mga ganun.
Exactly.
Diba?
My Little Ponies, everything.
Yes.
Watching all those shows. Friendship is, friendship, I memorized all the songs.
But how about you? Pero Iñaki, ikaw, I know your two girls are growing up. Do you do that also? Do you try to, wala naman akong girl, wala akong mga boys, pero baka may maisingit akong pwedeng frustration
Guilty.
ko sa mga girls ko as a boy.
Yeah,
As a
guilty,
man,
guilty,
Okay.
super guilty. I think I shared this also before. When Martina was, I think, 6 or 7 years old, and she just out of the blue, Papa, I wanna play football. Excited si Papa.
Shit.
Of
Diba?
course.
Of course, I played football. Uy, baka she might be able to beat me, might level up, be a better soccer player, football player than her father. So I bought all the uniforms, all the different gear. It looks nice, diba? And then that was summer before, I think, what summer before she turned 7. And she played football. She was playing with my cousin's kids, so she was bonding with her cousins. That was for like 3 weeks, and after that, wala na. So
No more
again,
football.
no more football. And of course, I mean, I'm not blaming anyone. It's just that, of course, sayang, but at the same time, at least I had my time. I had my 3 weeks. I think it was a month. I think it was actually that summer. I overdid it, but I think it was one summer. So I enjoyed that. And at the end of the day, parang I realized that it was more important for me that they try things out based on when they wanted to, not
That's right.
because I wanted them to. Which
Yeah,
I
like
also, before we move on, I'd like to also touch on something now. With the times now, evolving with our kids, this gender biases, like Gary touched on, now we have to be more open as dads, with the language,
Right.
with how the kids now are talking
Yeah.
about, diba, about the LG, I forget all those.
LGBT,
Yes.
LGBT, yeah,
LGBTQ.
TQ, yeah.
You're welcome. So, did you say thank you?
Yes, you did. You said welcome.
Yeah,
No, just to and also what Iñaki said. Right now, if you go to the toy store, at least here in Canada, no, I don't know if it's the Philippines, no, makikita mo yung mga toys before na for me, wala kalagay may boys, whatever. It's gender. It's what do you say this?
Gender neutral.
It's gender neutral.
Mhm.
Before you would see specifically boys ages ganyan, girls ganyan.
Yeah.
Here you would see wala nang mga ganun as much. I'm like, that's surprising. I mean, not surprising, but it's, I guess, going with the times and
Yes.
everything.
Yeah,
And
and
if
it's
I
good.
could, no, sorry, but if you really want to connect with your kids now, especially with the older kids, with the teens, you cannot be biased with gender anymore. You can't.
Oh,
You can't. You can't.
and you have to be careful with how you talk
Yes.
about.
Yeah.
Exactly. Erron, you're not there yet. Maybe you're not
I
there
know,
yet.
Erron.
Yeah,
But
we've been talking about it, I and we want to be prepared when that time comes. When the topic comes up, or like when we are gonna bring up the topic. So we would like to be ready when that time comes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Before we go on, no, the reason why I brought that up, no, I see there's Daryl Overos. He's going to be a dad in 2 months. Congratulations.
congratulations.
I hope hindi ka
Yeah.
natatakot sa ginagawa namin.
No.
Baka lalo ka natatakot. And then,
Yeah,
of course, si Daddy Bryce still can't imagine what it would be like when my kids are teenagers na. Oh, Bryce, when I look
Yes,
at my kids,
malapit
I
na.
can't believe that they were that small.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, iba-iba talaga, and know that we're just sharing here what we think are ways to be able to connect.
Yeah.
We're not saying it's gonna work for everyone. No, it's like Gary said, it's a trial and error thing. No, so but yes, like what Perry said, no, being a father or even a mother, whatever, a
That's
parent
right. That's
is
true.
a lot of responsibility. Very,
Yeah.
it's
So-
not easy. It's not there are different books that will tell you how to be, what parenting is all about, but it will not tell you how to be the best or the greatest parent. So
There you
let's
go.
be more.
Yeah,
Be more.
let's learn from each other how to be better.
Yes, exactly. So,
All
So
right.
yeah, we want to
moving
say hi
on,
to
no?
everyone who's with us right now. Thank you for joining us this Sunday morning. And so we are talking about dad and child connections, and yeah, um, we are gonna talk about true connections and not pressuring the other party to do what they don't want to do.
Yes. So our next point is true connections.
Yeah.
Yes.
So true
So how
connection
how
is
is it with you guys? I mean, um, I see Gary and Janice post a lot of um on Instagram about this. Like they go on one-on-ones with you guys go on one-on-ones with your kids. Like
Yeah.
sometimes I saw you, Gary, with Reese, and then sometimes Janice with Kobe or
Kobe or
Zach.
Zach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, kasi my three kids are all so different in terms of personalities. I'd like to think every time I do a one, it's the elder one is always my serious side. He's the sports guy. He's the one who dresses up. I can discuss uh, serious stuff with him, and then we go to the gym together. Yung mga ganon. That's my second one. Is my very fun side. He's the person I enjoy with. Zach is always my. I was exactly like you when I was growing up. My fun side, the ridiculous side. Kobe was my Baporba side, the athlete side. Si Zach is my funny
Mhm.
side. No? Both yung personality hinahabol ng mga chicks dati. Talaga chicks hindi girls chicks dati. Now, the third one, Cerise is so different. Of course, because she's my princess, no? But what I'm saying lang is that almost every time I have a one-on-one with them, it's a different kind of bonding. It's your time to adjust to whatever they want to do. Like if we're in the gym with Kobe, if he does nice stuff, getting workout namin, for me, we just do a fist bump, acknowledging a good workout. I'm so happy. It's a bonding moment na he'll also go like that with Japan acknowledgement, dad. Yeah. Right? I remember pa kasi when we moved here to Canada, I would have, because of the pandemic, I would have little time going out. My bonding time with my second one is watching Netflix, watching K-dramas, watching old mystery movies. The second one got my love for movies. Eh. The third one, girl eh. She loves K-pop, she loves BTS, she
Mm.
loves mga
likes to
ganyan.
dance, diba? She
Yeah,
loves
but
to
sorry,
dance.
the dad has two left feet. I
Reese is
I'm,
very she's a
Gary's
really
feet has
talented
left feet.
yeah.
dancer.
But since she's growing up, she's still my princess. So kaya si Janice naman, bless her, she always finds a way na, oh, mag-date kayo, mag-date kayo, ama, kahit pa paano. And I still try to find ways. We go to the mall together and everything. Even though hinahatid ko lang siya to her dance, just in the car, and we would talk, it is so precious moments for me, those one-on-ones. No? So I guess for the dads, the mga soon-to-be dads, whatever, although malilit pa, like si Erron right now, maliit pa rin yan. But you
Mm.
know what? Simple taking them out one at a time. Yung dates, ako po, Erron, and Iñaki
Yeah.
would know that.
They'll
Your
remember
girls,
that. No?
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I
I
honestly, I
actually
don't
when I
remember the
see
last
your
time I held
post,
Risa's hand.
yeah, when I see your post about your one-on-ones with the kids, I'm actually looking forward to the time when I would be able to do that. Of course, we're in the pandemic right now and we can't go out. But yeah, when the time comes that when the kids probably are a bit older too. So yeah, of course, Moxie's a girl and Silo's a boy. So
Yeah.
Yes.
it's gonna be a bit different for the two of them. Are one-on-ones, but
Mm.
and it's a great time to know them better as
Yes.
an individual. No,
And
um,
I'd like to piggyback on what both of you said. You cannot treat your kids as a plug and play. If you do one to this, you'll do one to the other. It will not work. Connections will not happen. However, what I realized is, yes, you have to treat them differently, pero you also together to have better connection. You have to have agreements. Diba? You have to have agreements, you have to have rules that all of you follow, not just the kids. You're making, for me, to be able to connect with them, we have to also have boundaries. And these
mhm.
boundaries will help us, well, will help us connect better because when we make agreements, it doesn't mean that that's forever and ever and amen. As they grow up, these boundaries
Yes.
change,
Yeah.
these agreements change. So you have to make sure that all of you are in agreement. It can't be lang, the parents, kids,
You
you have
know,
to sleep at 10 p.m. And then the parents are up until 1 in the morning. Hindi naman pwede yun. I mean, yes, if it's depending on the situation, but generally, if there
yeah,
are agreements made within the family, everybody has to
yeah,
abide.
I agree with you, Iñaki. But maybe for someone like Erron, his kids right now are still small. It's still daddy's way or mommy's way or the highway.
Exactly. Yes, that's
Diba?
true.
I mean, for the dads to be the dads, I mean, right now, you're practically the president and vice president of the house. Whatever you say and do, your kids will do that. No questions asked, no? But when they start having their own, they can start thinking on their, I'm not saying they'll rebel against you, diba? What I'm just saying is that
Mm.
it's a matter of parang asking them and not forcing them to go to church with
Yes,
you, go to the
yes,
mall with you, and everything. As much as you know why you want them to go with you, is because you want them to go as a family.
Mhm.
It just it's not that way anymore. Eh. I
no
mean,
more.
I
When
grew
they're
up
older, like
before.
you said, when they're
Yeah,
older,
and
yes.
I grew up before. Sunday, of course, Sunday is sacred. We go to church and everything, no? Nah, it can't be touched. Sometimes growing up, I would kind of resent na parang Sunday na naman because felt I was being forced to go.
Yes.
Mhm.
Unlike, can we go to mass and go with ganun ganun? Because it might show down somewhere there might be resentment if you keep forcing your kids to go. That's why also I guess I'm saying is that you have to also let them kind of have their say, respect
Yes.
their decisions or opinions, and then talk about it. Maybe a compromise from here and there. Okay, can we go maybe 1 hour lang, or instead of 3 hours, maybe can we go just for a short while? Or
Yeah,
okay, maybe can we go this time, but next time it's your lakad naman, but can you do it this time? Diba?
exactly.
Simple, maybe a simple thing lang sa mga dads with sa car, music in the car.
Mm.
Iñaki and I would probably play 80s music all the day, all day. Janice would probably
Yeah.
play 90s music, a little lighter music. The kids, of course, will be, Daddy, ano yan pinakikinggan mo? Diba? But simple things like, Dad, can I play my music? Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Tatanggalin ko yung Bluetooth ko. They would play K-pop. They would play whoever these artists are and everything. And I love this. I would find myself liking
Yeah.
them.
Yeah,
But sometimes,
exactly.
like,
Yeah.
I would go, ano yan? Ganun talaga ako minsan. But those are things that you can, simple little things that your kids appreciate. They don't, or probably won't say it, but they appreciate can you imagine mo traveling, going on a road trip 2 hours listening to K-pop? I'm like, eh.
2
But they're
hours of
happy.
K-pop,
But
yeah.
they're
But they're
happy.
happy.
But
I'm
Yeah.
happy
it's a
for
way
them
of
that they're happy. But
knowing what
sorry,
they're
ladies and
into,
Jennies,
right?
2 hours of our driving K-pop, I
Mm.
can only take so much. But I still love you guys.
But the end of that road trip, you can sing along with to the ano na,
Oh,
K-pop
sumasayaw
song.
pa. Nakikasayaw pa ako ng mga butter nila ng mga yan.
Yeah. Actually, I heard Gary say, they might be rebelling, or
Mm.
especially with the older kids. I mean, listening to the different talks, especially with Kit. No, I'm not being biased to my wife, but when you talk about conscious parenting, sometimes you, as if you have older kids, dads, if you have older kids, whether girl or boy, and they start rebelling, you're wondering, what did I do wrong? What did I, what am I, why, bakit biglaan na lang, they're questioning every little thing. They don't want to be with me. They don't want to, from what I've been experiencing and learning, parents, dads, I guess when they reach a certain age, they also want to find their own identity. They want to, because, okay, when they were kids, 0 to 7 years old, you tell them to do something, chances are they will.
Yeah.
They'll hold your hand pad. You tell them, you make
No.
them do something. Diba? They will. Well, maybe not 0 to 7, maybe what, 7 to about 10, 11 years old.
Yeah.
They'll follow
They
you
still listen
around.
to you pa naman. Yeah.
Diba? You're
Yeah.
the hero. Diba? But then, after a certain age, they're questioning you already. Bakit? Why do I have to do it? You have feet, you can do it. Right? Diba?
Yeah.
And you're parang, where's this coming from? I guess they they also get tired. If you're being told to do things over and over and over again for a long span of time, you get tired. And you'll say, I don't want to do it. Right? So why can't your kids, do the same thing? Right? Why can't they also give 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 what's in their minds? Give them their ideas, share their ideas. And if you don't agree with them, what do you do as a parent? Right? So when
And
we're
just to
talking
add
about
to that,
rebellion,
just to add to that,
so when you're
say
talking about
Erron,
rebellion, sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Gary. If you're talking about rebellion, if they're rebelling, they're just trying to figure out things on their own. They're just
Yeah.
trying to,
I
they're
agree.
trying to connect with themselves. Okay, what do I
I
really want?
think I think yung rebelling is applicable like from the time they're toddlers to they're teenagers or what. But like sometimes when Moxie doesn't want to do what we ask her to do, maybe because she wants to do something else, or like she's
Yes.
in the middle of doing something, and then you tell her, okay, can you please do this? And then she was like, um, she will say no because she's doing something, or her train of thought, or like she's in the middle of a focused activity, or so she will say no, especially when they've learned the word no.
Yeah,
You'll
no.
hear it a lot.
Ay, nako. No, I agree with both of you guys. One thing lang na with kids, lalo na the smaller kids, when their way of quote unquote rebelling is throwing tantrums,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But throwing tantrums doesn't mean they just doesn't. It's not necessarily wrong. It's just their way of expressing that they disagree with what's happening or what you just did or with the
Yeah.
food. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
they're rebelling against you. Just say,
Yeah,
ayoko to,
exactly.
ayoko to, di ba? Or
Yeah.
mainit to, maanghang to. It could be that, right? But
Yeah.
That's
it's
right.
up to
And
us as parents to make sure that not to take it face value if they're just rebelling against you or throwing temper tantrums. We have to look a little deeper and understand where is all this coming from. Has something happened other than the obvious one, di ba?
Yes, that's
Tsaka,
right.
for rebellion, lalo na for the older kids, it's also their way of trying to know where they are in the world right now. Am I still daddy's little girl? Am I still daddy's boy? Or am I I'm already a teenager na ako, I'm too cool for this, diba? It's also their way of parang determining what they want to be doing, right?
Yeah.
So,
And to piggyback again, tantrums when they're kids, when they're acting out, that's what they're doing. They're just acting out. They
yes,
don't know how
yeah,
to express yet. They'll
yes.
cry, they'll
what
shout. They
they're
don't know how to
feeling.
express it
Yeah.
yet. So even with the older kids, sometimes when they close the door, they're just telling you, "I don't want to talk. I just want to be by myself." That's it. It's not that they
Talk to
want
the
to be with
hand.
you,
Mga ganun.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
When it's talk to the hand, it's maybe that's a different thing. But when they close their door and lock it, it doesn't mean that they're disrespecting you. They just they need time to process. They need time to
Yeah.
what's happening here. Why did I
Yeah,
freak out? Why did I get mad at dad? Diba?
Mm.
So it's
yeah,
just
And
being
maybe they
aware
don't
that
know yet how to express or like tell you
yeah.
what they
yeah,
feel, how they feel. So
yeah.
See,
Oh,
Daddy Bryce has a nice input. He said that I think the key is if our kids' choices don't really hurt us and other people, just let them.
that's
Yeah,
right.
that's it.
right.
Exactly.
And
Oh,
actually,
Right.
that's so
Bryce, if
true.
it does end up hurting you or hurting other people, it's a learning process.
Yep.
Diba? I mean, not naman sobrang hurting, whatever, but if our job also as dads and as parents, if something happens along the way, you gave them advice doesn't happen. Our job is not to get angry at them because they did not do what we
What we
wanted
told
to
you.
do, but
Yeah.
we are there to catch them if they do make that mistake and tell them na, okay, let's try again or do it again. I mean, be better. That's
Yeah.
that's
That's
be
right.
practically our job now. Unlike before, kasalanan mo kasi dapat kasi gano'n. No, us we can probably start with that, but the end of the deep inside, okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna catch you, I'm gonna love you, I'm gonna okay,
Yep.
diba yung
And
ganon?
it's
So
actually knowing when to say. It's knowing not to say "I told you so." It's sometimes you have
yes,
to
Mm.
make them realize it themselves.
and then
Because
sorry,
if you come in, yeah, go ahead,
the times
Pastor
that we
Gary.
do say that, it's because we're just being human. We are not perfect, diba?
Yes,
I
Yeah.
mean, honestly,
it's
if your kid
it's
comes up to you
Probably
and
don't mean
totals
it,
the
but
car, That's the car because he was drunk. I'm not that never happened. Pero syempre ko parang, syempre your unang impulse will be, what na?
Are you
And then,
okay?
but the next thing is, are you okay? Yeah, I'm gonna kill you. Di ba ganun yun usually? Yung mga lines sa mga parents, ganun na kagad yun, di ba?
I
But
mean, it's
can I just share, something before moving on to the next topic? It's just a frustration that us, I don't know if you dads feel this, or the other dads, and the ones here, you might feel this, in spite or despite all the dads' efforts to be really, really close to your kids. When a child gets a boo-boo or falls down, kay mami unang tatakbo yan. That is the sad part about us dads. I mean,
Well, mommy.
oh, mom,
yeah.
it's always.
I mean,
And
it
what
will
is the
work well
first
for you
word
if
they
you don't need
mention?
blood.
Mama.
Mama.
So, it's something na parang, oh, but ganun talaga.
Well, that's true. Well,
Anyway, sorry.
I have yet to experience that because
Oh, wala
Moxie's a
pa
bit,
naman.
yeah,
pero,
when she gets
pero
hurt,
when
she tends to herself.
pero when there is true connection, that's when the magic happens.
Yes. Oh,
No? And
Yeah.
when we talk about magic connection, no, this magic connecting moments, they can happen every day, in
yes.
every
right.
little moment. No, so what are we learning from this? No, I don't know. For me, I think when we talk about magic, sometimes, di ba, when you watch a magic show, you think na ang daming preparation to be able to do it, no, to may mga setup to be able to have that perfect show. But for parents, I think it's not really with the big gestures. It's really about the little, like I think Gary mentioned this earlier. It's those little moments that you didn't plan for. It just happens that becomes ingrained in their memories, diba?
That's right.
That's what they remember. That's I remember when Papa, you weren't there during my game, but when I came home, you were when I came home, you were the first one to greet me and say, Kaleng, Martina, you scored a goal, or even if you held the ball in football, which you're not supposed to, it's still okay. It's those little moments, those when you're eating, and then the conversation about when she did so great with her editing, that she was doing some editing, and then she told us that this super popular influencer in the editing world liked her, di ba? Yung mga ganyan, those little stories that
That's right.
everybody will remember.
And I can relate to that. No, sometimes when I'm doing something, because of course we're working from home right now, and then Moxie will come up to me, and then she wants me to see something she did, like with her building blocks in her room. Then she would be so proud, and then you just being there and acknowledging that, wow, that's so great, and um, you know, it's a big deal for them, especially they're still growing. Sometimes you just praising them, or like recognizing when they trying to show you something that's really important to them. I think it means a lot to them. It's well, of course, it's she's still a toddler, and then it's different when they're growing up, especially with your kids, and I think also another important thing for me with Silo, of course, he's still a baby. He's only he's just turned 8 months. Those little moments where he's looking at me, and then so intently, and then he will just smile.
Oh.
Then and then that small connection, I feel like if I nurture it as he grows, it can mean so much more. And then especially when we guys are busy, and then we take some time to spend with them and connect with them. So those can be those little magic moments at home.
It's just frustrating when my two boys were growing up. Literally, ang pictures were filmed. Hindi siya digital.
Mm-hmm.
Moments like
Yeah.
those, when Reese was growing up, we'd have cell phones on hand that would take pictures like that, just magic moments na mga whatever, di ba, yung mga ganon. The two boys, wala masyado nung growing up. But my point, siguro the point I'm going at is that every day is a special moment with your kids.
Yeah.
Little points of connection with them might be the things that they might remember. You buying them a pair of pink socks. 10 years from now, they might remember, Dad, remember you bought me socks? Pink? Ano ba yun?
Yeah. You won't even remember, no? But
yeah.
it's so
Those are the
significant
things
for
na
them.
parang, things like, if you have you seen the movie, Inside Out?
Yep.
Yeah, diba? There's this
Yeah.
part, I always like to tell this story about Inside Out. There's this part in the movie that Sadness and who's the one? Joy ba? Joy were walking.
Mhm.
And then they came along this hall of memories. And then there was a pair throwing away memories na kasi hindi na nila bibring up yun ulit. And then they would, kasi since napupuno na ng memories, they would only store certain memories. The others they would discard already.
Mhm.
Nakaka-ingrain sa utak ko yun. Kasi I would remember minuscule moments in my childhood, but some big moments, James would bring it up. Talaga?
Yeah, no.
Kaya
I can
whenever I
relate to
remember
that.
I remember that. Kapag sabi ko, they must have discarded it, like, that memory, but kept these core memories and everything. That's why for me, the reason why I mentioned this is that for your kids, let's bombard them with all these good memories. Para even the time that they discard the core memories that it's my iwan is puro happy and all of us. Kasi right now, even if may core memories ka na, may naiwan na sad memories tayo, di ba? But if we as parents keep bombarding our kids with hello, if our kids if we as parents keep bombarding our kids with special moments, not in grandiose or grandeur, but little simple moments, their memories would be so full of happiness. It would be all the better for them.
Yep. And it's also the other way. I think it's also allow them to create memories with you. Let them initiate it as well. Because I think connection, what I wanted to also to add was connection is both ways. So when they're trying to reach out to you,
I
also,
agree.
make sure that you're there. I mean, because work comes into we're working at home. It's hard to found that it's so hard to make that boundary between work and home, right? And
Yeah.
like me,
It's a
sometimes Kit
challenge.
and I are working through 7 p.m., 8 p.m. The kids
Yeah.
are working upstairs for that bonding time. So it's always when they're reaching out, also know on your own, okay, it's time for me to stop, right? And I need to connect with my kids.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they would, if they need it, they'll ask it. Eh. And when
Yes.
they ask for it, give it already because they're asking for it. Eh. Diba? And then if you don't give it, magre-rebel yan, magta-tantrum yan. Then you're gonna realize, bakit nagta-tantrum yan? They know naman I'm working, but they also need things from you. I mean,
Yeah.
and when they ask, especially with my girls, they don't ask all the time, but when they do, I know they need it right at that time.
Iñaki, I laughed. Ay, natawa lang ako sa sinabi mo because kakatawa si Reese earlier lang today. Last story ko na to before we wrap up. She comes down. I was reading kasi may Viber Janice message, but she comes down. Dad, would you like to go to chat time and would you like to visit your favorite bookstore? Tumingin ako ganun. Isn't it the other way around? Dad, would you like to go to your favorite bookstore? Oh, and by the way, can we go to chat time? Tapos she said, oops. And I was like, okay, sige, we can go to your chata and go to my favorite bookstore. Tawa ako ng tawa in the car. And
NLD, no?
was
In the
laughing.
NLD again, no?
Oo, eh. Pero energy niya, parang, Dad, can we go to your favorite bookstore and go to chata? Tatawa lang ako ng tawa. Anyway. Oh, there she is.
Hi,
Yes.
hi, Mox.
Say hi.
Anyways, so at the end of, I mean, I know our time is coming to an end. I think we went
Yes.
over a little bit.
Session lang.
Sorry.
The session is coming to an end, not our time.
Yeah.
A session lang.
The session.
Turuin mo.
Yeah.
Study session. No, and for me, what I learned, I mean, if there's one message that I could share with the other dads there, it's really allow for me with where my kids are now. It's for me to be able to connect with them. The number one thing for me is to allow them to be who they want to be and not take it against them. when I do that, I feel more connected with them when I'm listening to them, not just doing all. Here we're doing a lot of talking. Pero when I'm with my kids, most of the time it's the other. I'm hoping that they're the ones doing more of the talking, and with that I feel more connected with them. No, so and if they're busy or for whatever reason, and I want to connect but they don't want to, I don't get mad. I just, okay, it's not the right time. You know,
Yeah.
they're doing something more important right now. It's not, they're not saying I'm not important. They're just saying there's something I have to do right now, pa.
That's right.
Yeah,
And
my good.
yeah, I think for me, it's really finding those moments to connect with them. Yeah. So recognizing those moments, especially if we're busy at home, or like even if you're working, when they want to connect with you in some ways, like yeah, you try to be there for them.
Okay, ako naman, my last thought for everyone is what I think we were mentioned already. Please treat every moment you have with them as a connecting and a bonding moment. Be it whether you're getting angry, be it you do something bad, make it a learning moment. Little stuff like that, you'll never know. That might be the core memory. That might be the memory that they will remember down the road. Be it how ridiculous, how plain, how no. Again, if I may stress it, it's the quality that you give them, not the quantity of time that you will give your kids. And I guess that's the pinaka bonding and the connection you can with your kids. So making that connection. We want to read it again, Iñaki, for everyone.
Sure,
First
sure.
part.
So when for us three dads here, these are the different ways to make us dads connect with our children. So number one, it's remembering that parenting is not about being the perfect parent. There's no such thing as a perfect parent. So
It's trial and error.
it's trial and error, yes. Okay. So once you follow this or you realize this, the connection may be better. Number two is the element of time. Number three, knowing that time is there, it's that adjustment period, adjusting to the present times, how we evolve with our kids. The fourth is really about making true connections, not only one way, but two-way. No, it's between us, the dad or parent, with your child, and the other way around. And the last is the magic connecting moments can be in the everyday moments. So the magic can happen anytime of the day. It can happen right now if you're with your child and and you're listening to this. It can be when you're having lunch. It can be, it doesn't have to be a grand gesture.
Mhm.
All right.
So
Okay.
Thank
thank
you,
you
everyone.
guys for spending this hour with me, the dads out there. Thank you so much. Any last words before we go?
Yeah, I
Uh,
just want to say thank you to everyone who joined us and who are active in the comment section. Bryce, Daddy Bryce, hello. Kit, Aya, um,
Concy,
yes,
Pretty,
Pretty,
Luis,
Luis,
Pretty May
yes,
Conchi. Yeah.
and there's this
yeah,
girl who's always putting things in the chat box.
yeah,
Janice
Janice.
Crisostomo Villanueva.
Ay,
Mabait daw yun, manlilibre daw yun ng ano,
Mabait ba,
chat time
mabait
eh.
ba daw yan?
nga.
Manlilibre daw
Yeah.
ng chat time eh. I
Oh,
would like to thank, of course, Janice. Thanks for letting me share some of her stories with the kids. Of course, my brood,
Yes.
Reese, Zach, and Kobe. And I think my parents are what my parents, my family is watching also from all the way. Ako nga pala nasa Canada mali. Baliktad.
you're all the way there.
Oh, all the way here pala baliktad.
You're all the way
Okay.
here. You know?
If some of my friends are watching, hello. Daddy
Yes.
Yes.
Bryce, thanks also for your inputs. We appreciated it also. Next time, sama
Yes.
ka sa
Thank
amin.
you. Yeah.
Yes, next time sama ka, Daddy Bryce.
Yes.
So thank you again, Mommy Mundo, for giving us
Thanks,
dads
Mommy Mundo.
for giving us a chance, this platform to be able to reach out to other dads. And just like to let all moms there, thank you, moms, for being there with us through thick or thin, for being there through all the rough patches, and for making sure that when our kids run to you with their boo-boos, you take care of it.
Yes.
To
And of
Jess
course,
and Reg, thanks for helping
yeah.
us out.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much.
And to all those who are watching, it's Expo Mom weekend, so find all the great deals on Expo mommymundoshop.com. So yeah, there's a lot of good deals, and watch out for all the other speakers who will be on in a few and throughout the day. There will be a lot of learnings. Um, and hope you picked up something from the three of us today. And we learned from you guys too. Thank you for sharing your stories and insights.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. This is Daddy Mundo. See you next month.
See you next month, guys.
See you next
Be
month.
safe, be safe, be safe.
There you
Hello,
go.
everyone. So, first of all,
Hello.
we just want to say thank you, of course, to the our Daddy Mundo, who's always so fun and funny. I super enjoyed their segment also.
Yeah, they're super fun always. Daddy Iñaki talaga, you're always a joker, and of course, we always love hearing from Gary and from Erron and all their insights about growing up. And it's nice to have that perspective. That's why we here at Mommy Mundo,
Exactly.
we are really trying to get we, as they said, expect more and more from Daddy Mundo in the coming months, in the coming weeks, and the coming years, because we really want our Daddy Mundo daddies to be more participative in our activities, because we want to include you, diba, in the whole parenting thing. How
Yes,
are you, Inya? How was your morning
I'm good.
with
Um,
K2?
really great actually. I super enjoyed all the segments that we've already had. So maybe we can also just run through what our morning was like. So of course we started this day with Kit, and I
Mm-hmm.
think it's always so nice to have her start our events having so much insights. And you know a lot of the moms in the comment section always had, I mean, commented that they had takeaways and that they learned
Mm-hmm.
so much
Mm-hmm.
just at the beginning of the day. And of course we had our segment with Bianca and Kelly on why moms need girlfriends. I super
Yeah.
enjoyed their cuento session. Parang I
I
felt
miss
like I
I
was
miss
just
my mom friends. Suddenly, when
yeah,
I was
diba?
watching them, parang I was like, oh, I miss my mom friends, and I miss my friends in general. But ano, in the context of Expo Mom, I particularly miss my mom friends, because it's really important to have girlfriends to vent out to. I mean, yes, we Zoom all the time, but the human connection, where I think we're all missing it at this point, but we gotta just, do our part and hang in there. We'll get there soon. So,
Yes, hopefully very, very soon. So,
yes, very
yeah, I guess
soon.
we can say hi first to the moms also, or if anyone's watching, I'm sure some of you are already either preparing your Sunday lunch or maybe eating, but still tuning in. So, thank you so much. But I guess maybe you can again tell us more about the flash sale
Yes.
that's coming up in just a bit.
So this is this segment is really particularly to highlight all the shopping deals that we have on mommymundoshop.com. Guys, don't forget, Expo Mom is about the talks, and we have so many learnings, but there are some pretty great deals happening at our shop. For everything, we have like 100 plus participating vendors, and so many deals. I mean, this time that we have right now is not even enough to cover everything. So to see
Yes.
the whole like the whole everything, all the discounts and deals that you can avail with the shop during Expo Mom from now until August 20, please head over to our
Yes.
FB page right now here, where if you're in FB or YouTube, or to our IG, and you'll see all the deals that you have. So we'll go through a few of them right now, me and Inya. But just a reminder, why are we having flash deals? We mentioned this yesterday. Okay, so as you guys may know, one of Mommy Mundo's main goals is to make sure that we really support our mompreneurs in as many ways as possible. So many of the products you find on Mommy Mundo are from businesses that are owned by a mompreneur in your very own community. So every time you attend Expo Mom, every time you buy something from the shop, and every time you buy local, you are most likely supporting one of your own, a mompreneur, just like you. So this segment is our way of supporting the mompreneurs in this ECQ Season 3. Here we are. So, and in just a little while, we'll actually, I don't know if we're hearing from anyone today, but I think we're flashing some of their special flash deals on screen later on. I'm not sure if we have
Yes.
some mompreneurs. Yesterday
I
we
think
had
we
Charlene of Mustala. We
yes.
had someone from Poligo. So that was fun catching up with them. But whether or not, we'll be flashing some deals for you, so you guys can see what you guys can get, like really, really great discounts. Yeah.
Yes, and also just to mention, another one of Mommy Mundo's initiatives is Mom Share. And
Mhm.
what was once a support initiative, Mom Share has now officially become a non-profit corporation of Mommy Mundo. And through Mom Share, Mommy Mundo is able to provide various avenues for moms in our community, of course, to give time and resources. And many of Mom Share's initiatives are funded by proceeds generated from Mommy Mundo events, such as the entrance fees on our on-ground events when we used to have it back then, hopefully soon, and activities along with direct donations of cash and kind. And through the support and generosity of the Mommy Mundo community, Mom Share has been able to make a difference in the lives of many moms and families in need. And we provide hygiene kits, book and toy drives, building libraries, covering medical expenses, and so much more. Actually, recently, we just did one with some school teachers also, which was great. And each time you support Mommy Mundo, you also support a mom in need. So again, thank you so much for always supporting us, because we really try our best to help even more moms out there.
Yes,
So
thank you, Mommy Mundo community. Hearts to all of you. So every time you support one of our talks, or you are really part of the whole Mom Share movement. So we really are very, very grateful for staying with us through these years. So Inya, before we go into the deals, of course, this is Mommy Mundo, and we do not let our audience go without some sort of giveaway. So we have a
yes.
raffle going on, right? So throughout the day, we'll be giving away some raffle prizes. So there will be pinned links in the comment section for selected segments for the entire duration today. Okay, so you guys, when you're watching the talks, you better watch out for our Mommy Mundo account, and they will pin links there where you can enter the raffle. So all you have to do is fill out the form found in the link to be eligible for an entry. So take note that the links change per segment. So for example, for the next talk coming up, if our Mommy Mundo account posts a link there with a Google form, that form is just for that segment. And then for the next segment, there might be another raffle form coming up. So guys, watch out for that. Okay. So just stay with us all the way to the end for more chances of winning. Winners will be drawn in the week of August 16th. So that's this coming week. And we will be contacting you directly if you are one of our winners. So speaking of a giveaway, let's give away something super right now. Right
Yes.
now. Okay. So Mommy Mundo, guys, watch out for the pinned link. There you
There it
go.
is.
up right now. Check your comments. There is a form down there. Click on that. And right now, this very moment, and you might be a winner of 5 bottles each of Mostella's Maternity Body Firming Gel. Okay,
Yes,
it's
and we will
right
have
there.
10 winners.
Mhm,
There will be
mhm.
10 winners who will be winning 5 bottles each.
There you
So
go.
10 lucky moms will be winning this. And imagine 5 bottles each. So
Mhm.
that's so great. So get the chance to win this and fill up the form that's already pinned right now.
Right now. So it's there, right there. So please fill it up, and we will have 10 winners again of 5 bottles each of Mostella's Maternity Body Firming Gel. Okay, so time to go
Yes.
to our deals. Okay, so again,
Yes.
raffle
Deals
link right
first.
there. Let's go to the deals. Reg, our eye in the sky, can you show us what's going on at the mommymundoshop.com right now?
Yes, so we will be featuring the deals first, and then in
Mhm.
just a bit, I will be leaving Eliza. She will actually be joined by, I think there's one
Yes, we
mompreneur
have
who's with us right now, and we will go through the flash sale. But there you go. As you can see, it's very easy to go to our site, easy to search for the amazing deals just in our main page. You can already see some of the great deals that I know these are like most of our best selling products too from our favorite mompreneurs. So there you go. Maybe you can Reg, maybe we can show them the different tabs above so that they know how to
navigate.
search
Yeah.
for things and navigate. So as you can see here, it's categorized if you want to look for something for your kids, for yourself, or your family, and of course other um, things too. And it's also again there, as you can see, more categories in the drop downs. So it's really really easy to look for what you're looking for if there's already something. But if you just want to look around, it's very very easy as well.
Mm-hmm. There. Okay,
All
let's.
right,
These
and
are
also
you can watch out for the red tag. Those are the ones that are
yes.
available for the Expo Mom Super
May
Deals.
sold out na.
Oo nga
So
eh, itong
hurry up
Baby
because we
Mobi's
sell
cotton
out.
pads. They're amazing. They're like one of the best
Yes.
cotton pads ever. Tapos ito, their milk, there you got a whole range of products from mommy treats brownies to milking bombs to baby gear to ayan o, rice
Ayan,
big mouth. We have
nursery.
bodies, we have waterproof sheets for the nursery, and then for kids you have your clothes. And look, check out those discounts, di ba? Ang
Oh,
dami.
here pa.
So,
Sorry, can you scroll down a bit, Reg? As you saw there, we actually do have a baby registry on our Mommy Mundo shop. So if you're maybe planning a baby shower for yourself or for a friend, maybe if you want to be a super ninang and plan something for your inaanaks, you can definitely sign up in our baby registry so that it's just easier for you to pick out the things you want, and the ninangs, your friends, it's going to be so much easier for them to actually give you what you need
and
for
want.
your kids and want.
not, not just your needs, but also your wants, because we've got some pretty great stuff there for mommies, for self-care, for supplements, for health, everything. We've got a lot of stuff going on, not just for moms, actually, just for people
Yes.
in general. So
For people,
please,
yes,
yeah,
exactly.
check it out. Okay, so we have a mompreneur, one of our own, waiting in backstage to show us more
Yes.
about her brand and her flash deals for Expo Mom. Again, the flash sale is happening between 12 noon to 4 p.m. today.
Right
Today,
now,
so
it's
all the
already
flash stuff.
starting.
Yes, so go ahead, add
So
to cart,
grab those sale
mhm,
items.
and
And
check out.
before I leave you, yes, before I leave you, Eliza, to meet one of our mompreneurs, I just want to remind everyone that our Mommy Mundo shop actually has an Instagram account. It's at Mommy Mundo Shop. So you can check out the deals there. It's all listed there. And all of our mompreneurs, we try to support them all year round as well. So if they have new products, we post it there. And just make sure to follow us as well. So I will see you again later during our midday recap and another shopping segment. So everyone, I'll see you
See
later.
you
Ella, I'll see you
later.
later also.
See ya.
Bye.
Okay, guys, so it's time for us to meet one of our mompreneurs. We have Katz Cortez waiting backstage to tell us more about Hello Happy Nina. Katz, are you there?
Hello.
Hi. Oh, hi. Hi there.
Hello.
Hi. Welcome to
Sandra.
Mommy Mundo. Again?
I'm Sandra.
Sandra.
It's the
Hi,
name behind
Sandra.
Happy Nina.
Oh, that's nice. It's so nice to meet you today. Are you going to help mommy with her presentation? Yes? Yes? Can I get a thumbs up if it's a yes? Or maybe a tiny heart? Can you do a tiny heart? Do you know how to do a tiny heart like this? You put your fingers together. There you go. Great job. Okay, so what do we have today from Happy Nina? First, can you tell us more about your brand?
Okay, so we're actually Happy Dragon, but last year we rebranded to Happy Nina so that we can introduce more kits. So that we can introduce educational kits for kids 4 years old and up. So we thought of bringing in Big Bang Science.
Big Bang Science, yes.
So
Can you
it's
show
our
what the boxes? There you go. Oh,
so Big Bang.
wow.
Okay, so the Big Bang Science Team Experiment Kit, it's actually a theme kit containing multiple activities for kids 4 years old and up. So it comes in two sizes. The small kit has at least 5 activities, while the big kits, like
There
this
you
one,
go. That one.
this one has at least, this one at least has 10 activities.
There
Inside
you
the
go.
box.
That's so cute. This is so useful right now, cats, because everyone's stuck at home and we're all like clamoring for activities that is not in front of a screen. So this is amazing. So do you have any special deals for this flash sale that's happening between 12 noon to 4 p.m.? What do you have
Okay.
for our audience?
So initially, we set the big kits at 30% discount for the flash sale, but since we're feeling good right now, we're extending it to all kits. So that includes
All
the
kids.
smaller kits, yes. So all kits, just all kits, because we want
All kids.
we want to tama kasi dun sa sa team it's meaningful connections, and like what the dad said, it's creating memories. So even the parents like doing the kit, so it creates that bonding activity with within the family, and it promotes unplugged play.
Right. So, guys, it's a very, very special deal. This only here at Expo Mom, 12 noon to 4 p.m. All the Big Bang Science kits are on sale for 30% off. Wow. Hey, what's your favorite? Which one's your favorite?
What's your favorite?
Can you show us? Which one's your favorite one?
Bubbles is my favorite.
Bubbles, can you show us? Can you show us? Show it to us. Show it to us. Show it to us.
Maybe I like bubbles.
Oh, that's so cute. Is it that's what you do? You make big bubbles? It's a bubble making show.
I will pop and pop so I can make more bubbles.
So that's great. It's great for yes.
Yes, this one kasi can make different shapes ng bubbles. So that's why she likes it very much. So you can do the normal bubbles, and at the same time you can do cube bubbles, net bubbles, different
that's
shapes.
so amazing.
I like bubbles.
Oh yeah, of course. Every kid loves bubbles, not just kids, adults too. So it's a great family bonding activity, right? 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 Do you make bubbles for mommy? Yeah?
Okay.
Huge bubbles. Yeah. Great. Thank you. So again, Big Bang Science is on sale for 30% off. Initially, it was just the big kits, but we are feeling good today, right, cats? And all the kits are on sale today for 30% also here. This is a great discount. It's 174 discount. The Fun with Science, the Steve. Again. That one. It looks fun? Yes, it does. It does. So look at all the fun stuff you can do, right? That's dough, is it? Oh my goodness, there's a dinosaur, right? Looks like everything is your favorite. Yeah, so this one normally sells for 580 pesos. So today, for our flash sale, it's at 406. Can we look at the bubbles? That's a favorite of Sandra. Where's the bubble kit? We want to see it. Let's look at the bubble kit. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so then there, you see, we're going through the store real time, and no, you Big Bang Science, please. Thank you, Reg. There you go. So let's look for your favorite bubble kit. Where is it? Oh, what I like that space one. That space one looks nice.
And
Amazing universe. Bubbles. You also like bubbles, of course. But this one, you know, my son loves outer space, so I think he would like this very, very much. Right? Right? Oh, there's more. There you go. Oh, there's so many. There's like a magic water elf ocean toy, and then there's like there's a magic in kitchen toy. Wow, there's so many,
I think
right?
there are more than 15 kits uploaded. So
It's amazing. So for any interest,
just head on
no?
to Mommy Mundo Shop.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing with us your deals today. Thank you so much for joining Mommy and helping her present what's in store for all our the people watching us. So thank you so much for dropping by and joining us.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Tiny hearts again. There you go. Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
That's great. Thank you for joining us for this segment. But we do have a lot of other deals for you guys. So next up, thank you again. Hello, Happy Nina, for sharing with us the Big Bang Kids. But right now we have Brio Bear. So let's go feature Brio Bear. This is for those with newborn baby boys who feels like it's a nightmare. So here's a little problem for that sprinkling baby. So that's everyone's. That's my problem because I do have a boy, and when he was newborn, it was just kind of every newborn nappy change was kind of a nightmare for me. So Raj, can we bring up Brio Bear, please? Hi, Reg. There you go. So here we go. We are at Brio Bear, and it is a 10% off, but we are featuring the PPTP at the shop. It's a 10% off, but the product that we're featuring is called the PPTP, and it's for moms of newborn boys, and this is used during diaper change. So sometimes during diaper change, even something like a tiny breeze or a whiff of air, it triggers a fountain reaction. I'm sure any mom of a boy can relate with me when I say this, and it becomes just a whole mess. It's like pee all over on your bed or wherever you're doing your changing, and it's not fun, especially when you're like changing diapers in the middle of the night. So the PPTP is a little cone-shaped item, and it will save you a lot from extra laundry. So here it is. There you go. That's the washable PPTP. It's on sale. It used to be 250 pesos, but for our flash deal, it's at 175. So you put it over, and it will save you from those newborn baby changing nightmares. So, because you just place the PPTP over his little wee wee during diaper changes, and poof, the hazard is averted. So no more taking time bomb when changing your little boy's diaper. I would have loved this one because I didn't know of this but when my baby was newborn, so I wish I had it again. So it used to be 250 pesos, but today in our flash sale from 12 noon to 4 p.m. it is at, was it 170? Do not take the screen away so fast, Reg. You know how tita I am. There you go, 175. You will save 75 pesos by checking this out today between 12 noon to 4 p.m. All right. That's from Brio Bear. Again, that's called the washable PPTP. Again, on mommymundoshop.com. So next we have OXO. OxoTot, the multi-purpose mommy hook. So we touched a little bit on this product yesterday, but now we're going to go more into it. So OxoTot's award-winning products grow with your child's various stages of development. Every OxoTot product is designed with OXO's universal design philosophy, which means that the end product should be usable by as many people. So whether you're left or right-handed, adult, child, male, female, whatever, in many ways as possible for as long as possible. So the results are products that are thoughtfully designed, compact, modular, and multi-purpose. So if it's an OxoTot product, it is always better, guaranteed. So all of OxoTot products are on sale throughout at the Expo Mom event, which is today all the way to August 20. But we have a flash sale in particular for the OxoTot multi-purpose hook. So can we show that on screen, please? The hook. So this is super useful. It's called a mommy hook, but I would know a lot of non-parents who would love this. Okay, so if we can have the OxoTot mommy hook on screen, please. There you go. So this is it. So if you're struggling to find space to carry all of your bags when shopping, I can relate to this. Like when I'm out, because I usually am alone with just my child at that time. You can use this when you're shopping or you're out for a stroll. It's the OxoTot multi-purpose mommy hook, and it's a perfect solution. So it's a handy tool that offers the extra hand that we all need. So you can secure all your bags and your things in a safe and hygienic handle versus, carrying so many bags in one hand, tapos masakit na sa kamay mo, and it's cluttered, so many different spots. Like there's one hanging there in front of the stroller, there's one hanging on the handle. This can organize all your bags in one space. So it's very useful, especially in public places where you're trying to tend to your baby, you are trying to pay attention to where you're going, you're trying to pay attention to all your things. At least that's one thing off your mind. You know that everything is in one secured spot with the OxoTot multi-purpose mommy hook. So it has a soft silicone grip that will keep your shopping bags from ripping. Can we show it again on screen, please, so they can see what it looks like? The grip and everything, and you can use it to attach to any stroller, grocery cart, luggage, diaper bag, baby carrier, any other applicable surface. Okay, so it's a convenient shape, and please put it back, Reg. Ano ba? I'm showing them what it looks like. You can also thread the adjustable strap through your shopping bags to secure them together. So if we can look at the deal and how much it is today. If you can go back to the store, please. Thank you. So that we can show. So it's usually 695, but today you have a huge savings of 278 pesos. It is 417 for our flash sale that's going on between 12 noon to 4 p.m. today. So if you add to cart and check this out, then you can have this huge discount for our flash deal. Again, it's from 12 noon to 4 p.m. So we have more from OxoTot coming up. Reg is preparing a video in the background. But again, this is the deal that you're going to have for our flash sale here at MommyMundoShop.com. So let's segue to the video.
Handy stroller hook. For that extra hand, the OxoTot handy stroller hook is the perfect walking partner. A non-slip grip and adjustable strap work together to keep the handy stroller hook in place. A wide opening makes it easy to hold, and a silicone grip keeps bags from sliding around while moving. The hook is comfortable for big siblings to hold while crossing the street. OxoTot offers parents thoughtful products that help guide, nurture, and care for their little ones.
There you go. So again, the OxoTot multi-purpose mommy hook is on our flash sale today from 12 noon to 4 p.m. Huge discount. So add to cart and check out today here at Expo Mom. But again, all OxoTot products are on sale on MommyMundoShop.com. The Expo Mom deals are available for you guys until August 20. So you can check out until August 20. All right. So Thank you, Oxotot, for that. Next up, we're not done yet. We have a Raz Buddy with the raspberry teether. Here we go. There you go. How cute, no? Raz Baby is one of the most trusted names in the baby products industry. So it's normally 5% off. That is the normal Expo Mom deal. But for our flash sale, it's at 30% off. So Raz Baby is one of the most trusted names in the baby products industry, offering years of experience and great selection of cutting edge baby products. So everything they produce is designed with great consideration to what mothers and infants both needs, and that's why their products are so popular. Okay, so they are soothing experts, and Raz Baby goes the extra mile to create safer, more effective products loved by babies around the world. So this is Amazon's #1 best-selling teether, the raspberry teether, and it's a highly acclaimed Raz Baby Keep It Clean pacifier, which is the only pacifier in the market that instantly closes when dropped. So here it is. So today, oh, that's so cute, right? It has so many designs. It's usually 375 pesos, but the flash deal, oh, there's all these, and oh, they're so cute, right? Such cute teethers with such wonderful designs. And you have how many? We have Bobby Bear, who is sold out, but otherwise we have the airplane, clownfish, something for any baby, any family. So it's usually 375, but today you're going to save 1875 if you check out today, and it will be at 356 and 25 pesos. Of course, there's also is that the raspberry teether? It's on flash sale today, so 30% off again from 12 noon to 4 p.m. Let's show this. Where's the teether? That one. So this is super, super popular. Again, it's Amazon's best-selling teether. So there's Eden, Penguin, and Bobby Bear. Can we show Bobby Bear as well? There you go. So it's usually 1,150 pesos, but today in our flash sale, you're going to save 345, and it is on sale for 805 pesos. How cute is that? Okay, thank you. All right, so that's Raz Buddy. We have more videos, so you can have more information about Raz Buddy coming up next. We have a video, right? Reg? Cue it. Okay, so while we're waiting, again, reminders for everyone, the Expo Mom deals are available from now until August 20. And of course, the flash deals are available between 12 noon to 4 p.m. today. All right, 12 noon to 4 p.m. Yes, go ahead. There you go. So for more information, please follow at @myrazbaby on Instagram. So you can see more about what Raz Baby is all about and all the products they have to offer. Again, you can go to mommymundoshop.com to see all the Raz Baby products that we have. Again, it's a special flash deal of 30% off just for 12 noon to 4 p.m. today. So you can go ahead, add to cart, and check out to avail of these flash deals. So thank you, Raspberry. Thank you so much. Happy teething baby, so cute. Okay, so we're not done. Next up is something that's great for everyone who loves doing lunches. So we've got the box multi-purpose lunch boxes that are on a special flash deal at 30% off today for Expo Mom. It's an award-winning redefining lunchbox. It's the #1 brand of baby and kids products in Australia with a successful track record in 45 countries worldwide, and it's now available here in the Philippines. So it's 5% off. Normally, that is the normal Expo Mom deal that they have. But for the flash deal, they are giving us 30% off on the B-Box multi-purpose lunchbox. So it's a redefining the market with products that parents and kids love and industry leaders applaud. So let's go take a look at the B-Box lunchbox that's on sale right now on site. It's the B-Box multi-purpose lunchbox. Where is it? Okay. If we can show again, this is it's cool for kids. There you go. These are the feeding sets. While we're waiting for that, these are the feeding sets that are also on sale at our site. So all these ones that have tags on them are the ones that are on sale. So really great deals across the board from B-Box during Expo Mom. Yes, thank you. We've got Roger Eye in the Sky searching for us real time. But while we're doing that, let me tell you more about it. It's cool for again, it's the #1 brand of baby and kids products in Australia. It's again available in 45 countries worldwide, and it's available here in the Philippines through the Mommy Mundo shop. So it's 30% off on the multi-purpose lunchbox. I think we have a video that's coming up that will tell us more about the brand and their products. So Reg, if you can cue that video so that our audience can find out more about B-Box and familiarize themselves with what they have to offer. Again, 12 noon to 4 p.m. There you go. That's the B-Box lunchbox right there.
And I can definitely see why. This bento is not for everyone. This is for your bigger eaters and for kids that prefer to have their food not all cut up into little pieces. And you'll see why when I open it up. We've got the nice silicone carry handle on the outside here. It's made from lightweight plastic. This is the glass to open it here. Okay, and now you'll see what I mean. We've got some really generous compartments here. So removable divider. This would be great for a wrap here. But the best surprise would be, look at how that banana fits in there. It's so fantastic for kids that would prefer just a large piece of fruit. They can grab out of the lunchbox and go. They don't want to be sitting there eating little pieces of cut up fruit. That's perfect for those type of kids. And also you'll be super surprised about this apple. So we can pop the apple in there, but you'll think, oh, but it's sitting up over the top. That is where this silicone dome here comes into play, which will stretch over the apple. So you can use a peach, nectarine, anything like that will fit in there and be able to stretch out that silicone. So I think is such a great and innovative feature. So another thing about silicone is that is fantastic here is that it's completely removable. So you can take that out and give it all a really good wash and pop it back in, and it's so easy to pop back in. Really love that feature. Another thing is you can see these water droplets here. So those indicate that these are the 2 leak-proof sections. So the one thing you do need to keep in mind with this lunchbox is that these sections here aren't the leak-proof sections. It's only these 2 that you're able to put your juicier fruits and things like that in. Otherwise, liquids can leak between these 2. Definitely keep that in mind. Here we go with this section here, and I guess that you would probably be thinking they'd be perfect for a sandwich, and you would be right. Fit bread in there easily. It's also got this little section here that's removable. It comes with this ice pack here. You can just pop under, or you can choose to not use that. Take this part out, and you can use have a thicker roll, bigger sandwich, or two, like, Vegemite sandwiches would probably fit in there as well. It's a great feature as well. So it's a great lunchbox for your bigger eaters, for kids that don't want stuff all cut up into little pieces. They just want to grab and go. This would be the lunchbox for those kids. I know plenty of kids would really enjoy that. It'd be great for mum or dad lunches as well. If you just want to pack it all in one box and have it ready to go, this would be a great option. It comes in lots of different colors. Check it out on my website, www.coolforschool.com.au. If you have any questions at all, just send me a message or an email, and I'll be more than happy to answer any of your questions. Thanks a lot. Bye.
So again, great information in the B box lunchbox right there. So we have one mom here, Carla, who says that she uses B box for her twins and they really love it. So the big spaces, the huge compartments, the leak-proof section, it's everything you need in a lunchbox. And again, it is 30% off right now at mommymundoshop.com for our flash deals that are happening between 12 noon to 4 p.m. today. So we have one more brand coming in for the flash deals, and this is a really, really familiar brand for anyone who's had a baby. It is the Nose Frida Windy Gas Passer. Okay, so it is 30% off today on mommymundoshop.com. It is for boogers, butts, and beyonds. It is who do you call in the middle of the night because my baby won't stop screaming brand. Again, that's why Nose Frida is super, super familiar for all of us. Sure, babies are cute, parenting, not always. So for perfect moments, there's Instagram. For everything else, the hashtag Frida Ready with Nose Frida's crowd favorite nasal aspirator and the Windy. So with the Windy, you can relieve your baby's discomfort in an easy and natural manner. So the treatment takes a few minutes and the child will feel the results immediately. So this is for gas. So if anyone who's had a colicky baby has problems and it's the small children, they find it very, very difficult to get rid of the gas themselves. So the Windy is really an easy way for us to relieve their discomfort. So if we Rachel, there it is. This is a 5% off for Nose Frida across the board for EXPO Mom, but the Windy in particular is the one that is 30% off. Okay, so this is the gas passer. It's a way of being able to relieve our children so they can feel better. So that's it. So it's the Nose Frida Windy. So that's what it looks like. There you go. As usual with Nose Frida products, you will have the instructions, and it's a great, great discount from $875. You are going to save $262.50 with this flash deal, and it is only $612.50 from 12 noon to 4 p.m. So all you have to do again is add to cart and check out between 12 noon to 4 p.m. today to avail of this wonderful flash deal from Nose Frida. Again, across the board, Nose Frida products are 5% off for all EXPO Mom for the entire period of EXPO Mom, which is now until August 20. So we have a video from Frida Baby coming up before we wrap up.
Hello, I'm Amber from the Nesting Doula Co. in Kansas City, and today we are talking about gassy babies. Frida Baby has come up with this awesome product called the Windy. You can get it at any retailer. You get 10 Windies for about $16, and it's just this simple little tool that helps baby pass the gas, and it's quick, simple, and I'm going to show you how to use it. So what you want to do, grab baby, massage belly down, maybe in a circular motion, just to kind of get the gas bubbles moving downwards and towards their bum. And you're going to lubricate the Windy. Just put a little bit of coconut oil or any other kind of lubricant on the tip of it. I would recommend getting a diaper ready because obviously you're sticking something up their little booty. There might be a little bit of stuff that comes out when you pull it out. So have the diaper ready. Stick it in. It's got this stopper so that you know you can't stick it in their bottom too far so you don't hurt or injure baby. Stick it in. Within a few seconds, you should hear the wind passing through. You'll hear a little whistle come through. let's see. Yeah, there you go. So you can see how it's designed inside. But you'll hear the noise come through. If it doesn't work the first time, massage baby's tummy again and do it again. But it should work pretty quick. Baby should be relieved quickly. And once you're done, toss it in the trash. You don't want to use them over and over again because germs and it could cause an infection in baby if you're reusing the same one over and over again. But anyway, it's just a super quick, simple way to help baby relieve gas that they may be struggling with. Frida Baby recommends not using the Windy more than 3 times within a 24-hour period, just because you want baby's system to get used to passing the gas on their own. You don't want them to start relying on something like this. But it's much quicker than gas drops and other things that can help baby pass wind. But this is just super quick, simple, natural, and hopefully it helps your baby sleep a little better and be a little happier during the day. If you have tried the Windy, I would love to hear your thoughts. If you tried something else that you think works better, I would love to hear about that as well. And yeah, just let me know your thoughts. Leave your comments below, and thanks for watching.
Okay, there you go. So again, it's 30% off for the nose-free, the Windy on mommymundoshop.com for flash deals. Again, the flash deals, all the products that I mentioned earlier are available from 12 noon to 4 p.m. So add to cart and check out before 4 p.m. today. But all Expo Mom deals are available on our website until August 20. So we are getting ready for their next round of talks for the afternoon. Inya and I will be back at 3 p.m. for more shopping deals and for more wrap-ups. And we look forward to seeing you again. Please enjoy the rest of the afternoon with us here on Expo Mom, and we'll see you again later. Bye.
Those flash deals are really, really good. I say take advantage of it. And of course, you still have that other opportunity at 3 p.m. to take advantage and be with Eli and Inya also. I'm sure they're going to have a lot more killer deals to share with all of you. For your convenience, as you know, and I've mentioned before, Expo Mom is also streaming live on YouTube. So do check us out on all the streaming platforms that we've been using. And we are checking the comments on all these platforms. So make sure that you do share your thoughts, your questions, just greet people if you'd like. Let us know that you're here. In fact, I'd like to know who is ready for this afternoon sessions. Can you guys comment yes? If you guys are, I see Jody here, Carla, Kitty, all of them really enjoyed the discounts that were shared. And I appreciate it. Even Regina and Grace, we're all watching. And we think that they are all ready as well. I'm sure you moms are ready for what we're about to share this afternoon. Our next speakers and our next segment is actually absolutely amazing. Our next speakers are what we maybe label as a special breed of moms. Yes, very special. They're like different from many moms. They are moms who completely break that tita stereotype. Have you heard of that? Napaka-tita stereotype. I really wasn't sure what this tita stereotype was until this. Never in their lives will these ones fall under that connotation because, let's face it, a lot of you, maybe me at some point also, yes, I have to admit, a lot of us sometimes call on our older kids to find an app or attach a file or fix a phone bug or computer bug for us, right? It's so hard to keep up with technology and everything that's going on, but not for these moms. They don't fall under that stereotype. But before I introduce them, let's take time to say thanks and really give our appreciation to the segment's partner, another one of Mommy Mundo's longtime and very dear partners, PLDT Home. This year, their goal is to push moms and families by giving all of us the capacity to do things better, faster, and easier at home with the fastest broadband in the Philippines, PLDT Home Fiber. What do they mean by that, you say? Well, we have this video that should explain just that.
Work it, make it, do it, makes us harder, better, faster, stronger. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, make us more than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over.
I love that video. You know, PLDT Home Fiber actually has a sale. You can enjoy free installation and activation when you subscribe to the all-new Unli Home Fiber plans with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. And there's no cash out, okay? The promo runs from July 13 until the 15th of August. So today, you guys can still apply. Apply right now at home.com. So again, that's pldthome.com. So you guys can actually just go to that site and, you know, learn more about it and already apply. That's going to be amazing for you and your family. All right, now let's get into what we're really supposed to be doing at this segment by bringing in our special breed of moms. I'm excited. First off, we have a freelance designer and travel writer writing for publications such as ABS-CBN and Travel Now magazine. She's also an entrepreneur co-owning Bonjour Baby, one of the most well-loved and trusted baby brands in the country. But what she enjoys the most is being a homeschooling mom to two boys. So please welcome to the EXPO Mom stage, Sheena Sy-Gonzales.
Hi everyone.
Sheena, homeschooling and doing all that. Looking forward to learning from you.
Yes, homeschooling. It can be a challenge, but it's really fun.
It is actually. So I'm going to be asking you a lot of questions regarding that. But first, let me call on our next guest. Next up, we have a homemaker and now preggy with her second bub. Congratulations. With a background in fashion and design, she has created her own small business that is focused on sustainability and Filipino craftsmanship. She uses her Instagram platform to share her passion for family, fashion, and style, living a healthy and conscious lifestyle, DIY crafts, homeschooling her toddler, mom hacks, and home design. She is a visual storyteller who dedicates her time to sharing the beauty of living life as a creative mom. We're looking forward to meeting and getting to know Mabel Sunga.
Hi everyone. Nice to see you.
Hi there. Wow, you also do a lot of great things. You know, I think that homeschooling mom, whatever the season is, you really have to be ultra creative. So if you were creative to begin with, you must already have the tools with you and the confidence to be a great mom. This is gonna be a really nice talk, Mabel. Is it Mabel or Mabel?
Mabel. You can call me Mabel.
All right. Thanks so much, Mabel. Let me introduce to you, ladies, the third person who will join us. The third mom labels herself as a serial entrepreneur, founder and co-founder of startups in the fields of tech, education, and travel. Left her corporate job to focus more on working on startups that have the same passion of cultivating the culture of creativity, collaboration, and growth. Mom of two, she is Finina Castillo. Hi, Finina.
Hi.
Hello, ladies. It's so wonderful to have all of you. Finina, you left your corporate job. That's really great. A lot of moms sometimes have that fear, but you were able to do that. How's that been?
Really good. Well, it's kind of corporate as well as an entrepreneur venture, but it was more of like a 9 to 5 or 9 to 11, maybe you'd call it. Um, but yeah, everything changes when you become a mom. So, I wanted to still keep my businesses, but do it in more of like my time. It's been great.
So this is going to be a great conversation amongst you three. You all have your specialties. You all have your children and your creative spaces, both at home and with the ventures that you all have. So we're going to be talking about different things. We're going to be talking about how to make things better, or how things are better, how to work smarter, or even have a smarter environment, and how to make things easier. But I'll start with better, because that's something that I strive for as a mom. But let me first ask you, and I'll start with Sheila. How has your year or so of pandemic been in terms of using tech? Because we are talking about being better, right? So in terms of using tech and maintaining connections with your people, your family, your friends, your workmate, and all of that.
Yeah, I think everybody agrees that, of course, nothing beats meeting people in real life, right? But actually, there are a lot of things that really improved for us. Like, one of those things is having my son's classes. So, for example, before we would be limited by location or by the schedule because there will be travel time. But now, like, he takes taekwondo classes from a studio that's usually an hour and a half away from us, and he can just do it in our living room, right? And also his guitar teacher and his Mandarin teacher, they all live like around 2 to 3 hours away from our house. So that's really convenient. Like, now we're not limited by time and by space, right? We can have teachers from all over the world. So that's really one of the things that made life better for us. If not for the pandemic, we maybe would not have realized that.
I love how you're able to really maximize what technology has provided for us so far. Same question for Mabel. We lack personal contact, but what Sheena is mentioning, this is actually better and more convenient. How have you been able to maximize what technology has provided us so far with the pandemic happening and needing to make and maintain connections?
Well, actually, I've been like, since the pandemic started, there's so many things that I've learned during the pandemic. So, those kind of things that you wanted to learn before, that you always leaving the house. And ever since I wanted to learn how to cook, because I don't really know how to cook before. So now I learned how to cook. I've always searched for recipes online, and then I cook for my family. And then the same thing with Sheena, actually, with the activities for the kids. It's so convenient because you don't need to travel, and the traffic before was really worse. So right now it's very convenient to have them take classes online, and at the same time, spend time with their family. Even like before, we love watching movies together as a family in the mall. So right now it's very, very convenient because we can just watch it at home at night and every weekend. So yeah, it's really fun so far, and we wanted to take time and enjoy at the same time of the currently what's happening right now, the pandemic, and we want to show our son and future, and with our little boy coming up in October, we want really to make special memories together, or like spend time together as a family while staying at home. So yeah, it's very convenient now that we can do that online.
What I'm picking up here, Finina, is that both Mom Sheena and Mabel really feel that there is a positive side to all of this. Never mind the pandemic, we still stay connected. We actually are maximizing and making things even better. Is that something that's happening also with you?
Definitely. I think for entrepreneur moms, the pandemic is also a blessing. I mean, as awful as it is, and what's happening around the world, for us moms, it's kind of a blessing because we get to do both. And we're working, but at the same time, we know that our kids are just at arm's length. And I think that's the problem with working moms, is that before the pandemic, you had a guilt feeling if you were out of the house, working, because your kids are at home, and so we really are kind of divided. It's a challenge also to have no boundary between home and work. But at the same time, for moms, it's like we can freely work, and be okay that our kid is just next in the next room. So the focus on work actually has improved for me. I don't know if that same thing goes for Sheena and Mabel, because you know that they're just there, so you can really like do what you need to do. Whereas before, you really had to go to the office physically, and that was kind of like the divide between working. So technology played a big role during this pandemic. It almost forced everyone, I think, to hop on and do things online, to replace what they would do physically. And that goes with grocery shopping, working, having an office space that's virtual now. But at the same time, it's connected, I think, us in like a different way, even with our work, with our work peers. How to communicate with them online is different than physical, as well as, in the home. So it's been interesting.
I agree with you there, Finina, and I see that Sheena also is agreeing with that. And I want to ask Sheena how relationship dynamics are now, because obviously physical touch, they say, is so important. Having to read a person's body language, being in the same room as person, actually will help you understand and nurture a relationship even more. But what do you say about relationship dynamics now, since we can't be together physically?
Yeah, well, since we can't be together physically with our other relatives, like our families, but I think this really improved our immediate family, like what Finina said, since we can do everything at home. Like my husband and I, we really stay at home. Ever since the pandemic, we haven't gone to the office, but everything we've been doing online. So we can monitor everything from the stocks, the inventory, to anything, whatever is happening in the office, we can just do it all online. And it's been a blessing because we're much closer to the kids. Like after I homeschool them, immediately I can just walk to the next room and then work. And then after, okay, let's have lunch together and then continue. So it's been really easy. It's been a lot better for me.
Because we are locked down, we're at least locked down with the people that matter most, with the people that perhaps need us the most. So it actually enhances that dynamic that you have in your family. Mabel, are you excited having a second one? Because I didn't have a quarantine baby, but I gave birth about 2 months prior to the pandemic. But I am just immensely blessed because I didn't get to spend this much time with my 2 older boys, who are teenagers now, by the way. And then I have my 1-year-old baby who is just constantly with me. What about you? Are you excited for this new dynamic that you will have with this newborn baby you'll have by October?
Yes, super excited actually. We've been looking forward for this baby actually. We've been actually before the pandemic we've been started we've been trying to give our son a sibling, but it was really because it was so busy and it was so stressful before, like all the travels and all the things that we need to go or do outside the house. So right now it's a blessing actually in this pandemic that I became pregnant this pandemic. So yeah, we're very excited and very looking forward to having this baby. And what I feel now is actually better than before, because right now I feel like I don't need to be always outside. So I'm stuck at home breastfeeding and then just lie down and then sleep and then feed the naman. So I feel like it's more comfortable right now, like giving birth or having a newborn in the house. So you don't need to stress going out all the time and then change the baby or prepare things every time you go out.
I agree. For my daughter, I don't even know if she still has shoes that fit her because she's not going to use it anyway. So, but the dynamic has really changed. Even my husband has been more hands-on because he's also here at home. So like the dynamic has been richer. Actually, the relationship's richer, especially with the baby. So I'm so excited for you, Mabel. What about you, Finina? You started on that, Finina. Actually, this question was born out of what you were saying earlier about relationships and everything being enhanced. Of course, we can't be together physically. We're all focused on family, right? But what about relationships with I'll change it up for you a little bit. Relationships with other people, the teams, the startups that you put together. How's that? How has the dynamic changed?
So one of the startups that would be I think more applicable to this that we have is called Lark. Please follow us at Lark Experiences on Instagram and Facebook. I might as well squeeze that in. So we are a travel and tech company, and right when we were about to launch, pandemic happened. This was last March. So it was very difficult for us to figure out what we were going to do as a business, right? Because it was about being with people around the Philippines. So how can you possibly do a pandemic? We have pivoted to become a virtual experience hangout so that we can still be around the people and connect with people. So we do it for two kinds of people, two kinds of segments. We have our barcadas or their families that haven't been able to see each other, as well as teams. Like I know that there are also companies, some of our clients have employees that they even haven't met because they were new during the pandemic. So what we do is we build team bonding experiences for them. So we use third-party applications to be able for them to enjoy their team bonding. We send them packets so that they have some sort of like physical touch to the virtual experience that we provide in Lark. So that's kind of like one of the experiences that kind of have changed and evolved, and I think will keep on changing and evolving in the next years. For us, team building before, but when you think of team building, it's like go out of town, go overnight. Now it's like what we still need to team bond because especially now our businesses are in are in challenging times. So our teams need to be able to still communicate with each other and get to know each other. So how do we do that? We would have to build team building things online. So those are kind of like the changes in the relationships that we need to make to be able to still sustain and keep the whole work relationship going, and as well as the wellness and the mental wellness of everyone that's just at home. You know when you're working, the little like coffee break that you'll have in the office just to like release some stress or talk about your boss. You don't get to do that anymore, right? You're just at home, like you wanna make chismisan with your teammate about the stressful job or task that you have to do, but you don't get to do that. So with Lark, we get to have or experience that with the teams that actually take the Lark with us.
Right. So dynamics can be preserved, relationships can be preserved, or even enhanced because of technology. So we don't necessarily have to be physically together, but being together because of the situation. What I picked up from Sheena is actually also a strength that really bonds that family, her family particularly, closer, and it will help Mabel, particularly with the baby coming. So yes, relationship dynamics might have changed, but it seems to me that because of what's happening, it can be enhanced, and it is actually better for many of us. Let's move on to talking about smarter things. I want to know, what is your favorite gadget or smart appliance that you have at home? Sheena, your big smile there tells me you might have something. What's your favorite gadget or smart appliance that you have at home, and why?
My favorite is our Echo Dot, our Alexa. We use it for everything. For me, for my husband, for the kids. Like for me, I use Alexa to turn off the lights, to call the kids from upstairs for dinner. Like I don't even need to shout anymore. I can just ask Alexa to do it. And also my husband relies on Alexa for reminders throughout the day. And like my kids, my 6-year-old can do so many things independently because of Alexa. Everything from set the timer to 10 minutes for his guitar practice and things like, what's take a bath in Mandarin? And then he will ask Alexa. I don't even need to know that. He can just ask Alexa. And so it's very useful for homeschooling also. And I'm actually thinking of buying for every room so that we can use it everywhere. So yeah, that's really my favorite gadget to use.
Abbie also agrees with you, saying Alexa is super helpful. Thanks so much for all of those who are chiming in and are listening in to us and following this conversation. And I throw it now to Mabel. You are a creative person. you do a lot of things by hand, but what are your favorite gadgets or appliances that you have at home?
Actually, we have Google at home, and what makes it so convenient is that sometimes when I need to try to like learn how to cook, so I don't know the conversion of anything like the cup to milk like this. So all I do is like talk to Google, like, hey Google, what's the conversion of this? And then she'll just answer it to me. I don't need to like do it on the phone or like research things all the time on the phone or on my laptop. So that's the thing that I love about smart appliances. And then the same thing with my son, same with Sheena as well. Whenever he asks me questions like, Mommy, there are things that kids ask you that you don't know how to answer them. So like, Mommy, why is Pluto not a planet anymore? And then all I would say, if I don't know the answer, maybe Google knows how. Try to ask it. And then he'll go and ask Google and he'll know the answer right away. So like, thank goodness there's like those appliances or like smart appliances that's available now at the home. So yeah.
Right, because information is really at the fingertips of not just us as parents, right? But it should be accessible to our children. So having these smart gadgets are really awesome, especially if you're a homeschooling mom. So I feel you, Sheena and Mabel. I have to homeschool my teens. I have a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old, and sometimes the questions that they ask me, I ask myself, did I learn that in school? Did I study that? I don't remember. But Finina, yes, so Mark is also saying, Marketing Mom is also saying she also needs Alexa and Google in her life. I feel you, Mama. But Finina, what about for you? You are already in the tech business. I'm sure you've got a lot of these gadgets. What are your favorites?
Oh my gosh. I can't even begin. So we have a smart home and we've kind of put together things. We don't have a lot of smart buildings yet in the Philippines, right? So most of the things that have to be connected to kind of like different gadgets and different brands that we have to connect. But really, my favorite is the virtual assistants for sure. Alexa, Google, Siri. I mean, I wish they were my friends in real life, right? But I do love smart home applications. I use one called Orvivo. It manages all the appliances in our home. So there are appliances like especially stove appliances, and you can turn off through your phone or check if they're on or off. Electric fans, even our laundry. So you can set the timer through it on your mobile. Especially I have 2 toddlers, so really like it's very difficult to get on the computer or like check on things. You know, if someone's having a meltdown, you can't be like, hold on, let me check if like I've turned everything off, right? So I like that it's very handy and it's all on the mobile and you can just turn everything off when you want to. If you want to put them to sleep, lights off, everyone. And then you can manage your Wi-Fi too. Check who's logging on, what are they logging on to, and most importantly, making sure that I just stay on the kid-friendly YouTube things that are okay, or stay new to the kids at least. And if they're not, that you can log them off wherever you are in your house.
Right.
So
That's probably one of my favorites also, to be able to control and see what every single person is doing at home by just being in my little world, my little office. And I think that's what it is. I think technology is really given to us, or it's there to help us live smarter and just be more, not just creative, but be productive and be more present for our kids. Thanks for that reminder, Finina, because when someone's having a meltdown, you're not going to tell them, hold on, let me turn everything off. You need to be present and you need to have that connection, which is obviously an ongoing theme for EXPO Mom. But it's great that we do have all of these wonderful gadgets that allow us the freedom and convenience to have that. But I'm going to challenge you, Mommy Sheena. Sorry that I keep starting with you. I'm going to challenge you, Mommy Sheena. If there is a process that exists now that you think can be improved on, or maybe if you yourself, you have the capacity to create an app or a piece of equipment that can help you in your work or day-to-day tasks. Challenging, no? But what would that be?
I think we're all waiting for the robot in Jetsons, Rosie.
Yes.
I think we're all waiting for something like that, right?
Yeah.
For me, I just need a robot who can change diapers and wipe their booty. That's it. I'm good with everything else.
But that's true. I know. I wonder, right? Because when our moms were our age, they wouldn't have imagined that we would have all of these things.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. Maybe it will happen soon and make this lifestyle a little bit more smarter and a lot more advanced. But that is great. Is there a particular app that you love to use?
You mean for the household?
For
For
anything?
everything in general?
Yeah.
Well, because I design, I use Photoshop a lot, Lightroom, like all those softwares. So that's been really helpful. I've been using it for more than 10 years, like ever since I was in school doing all my design works. And I love that I can still use it even up to now in my life as a mom and as a homeschool mom. Like I can make their flashcards, posters, anything they need, or even like our schedules for the house. I can design something and print, and it's so easy. So I love those softwares very much.
In the future. All right, I'll go to Mabel. Thanks for coming back, Mabel. I am so curious about what kind of app or equipment that would help you in your daily work or your daily tasks that you would yourself create, or a process that exists now that you think can be improved on. What would that be?
I think for now, because mostly we do like online shopping. And one thing I noticed is that some of the people who buy online stuff is kind of hesitant whenever they see an item online, but they don't know how how physically it looks, or I mean like when you're holding it, how big is it, how is it worth it? It's like that. It's different because when you go to the mall, like you experience it, you hold it, you touch it. So now it's a struggle for some online business because some of the buyers or some of the customers were hesitant to buy things because they don't know how is it worth it. That's the size of this stuff, is it worth it for that price? So I think in that in this time, I think that one is like the struggle for most of the online businesses, like telling people like this is the size or this is how it looks like, so it feels like, because those are the things that we mostly do when we go outside or when we shop, right? When we experience it or touch the stuff that we buy.
Great. I love that insight. And I'm sure Finina, having worked with or working with a lot of startups, you already have an idea on what you could possibly create or what you could possibly improve on in terms of app or processes or equipment.
So yeah, there's so many again. But going with what Mabel was saying, because we are all online now, we do shopping online. We have been using our credit cards a lot and different financial remittances, right? I would love to have like a super app that kind of just consolidates everything in terms of like a virtual wallet, in terms of where my cards are going, because I'm sure that we're all racking up a lot of points, and what can we do with all these points, right? Like what really happens to these points, right? So like I would love to have like a super virtual wallet just to see all the transactions I've been doing online and what I can do with these points, or I don't know if there's like a discount going on with these cards that I'm using, or financial remittances tools that I'm using. That would be amazing.
Oh, tell me when that happens, okay? Let us know. It's something that I think all of us will be happy to have so that we can all live smarter. Let's now talk about making things easier. And I think this is probably one of my favorite questions. And maybe I'll start with Finina this time because Sheena might be pressured by my questions. No, but Sheena, you've been great. But I'll start with Finina because this is a tech-related also question. Why are you interested in tech? And what sprung this particular interest versus what women or our other peers usually get into? And what fascinates you the most about technology?
Oh my gosh, I have been interested in tech ever since, the beeper. I don't know if you guys have ever had a beeper, but I've always loved gadgets and little machines, and when it kind of sped up in the 2000, and I was finding it more convenient in my life to use, I think it really sparked my interest in it. The reason why I think tech is so important and so interesting is that, for me, at least when I talk about it, it makes everything easier and more convenient. So for me, tech is more about making processes or things that we have already been doing for years just a little bit faster and a little bit more effective, whether it's in your life or a machine. And I think that's super interesting. As far as the industry is concerned, why I moved from, actually, I was in the garments business, imagine like that kind of schedule, to the tech industry, because it's ever so changing so quickly. It kind of cultivates a whole collaboration. Instead of being competitive with each other in the industry, most of the startup companies actually tend to collaborate more so that they can grow the specific concept or creation that they have. And that's, I think, what really why I'm so passionate about it. I'm sure you can tell that I love talking about tech and also the industry. But yeah, I think those things are very, very important, and why it's so interesting always to be around it and be surrounded by it.
Thanks so much. But even for Mabel here, with your background in fashion design and the small business that you've created, focusing on Filipino craftsmanship, you also rely on tech. What sprung the particular interest in this? Because not a lot of women possibly use or follow the track that you did. So what actually got you into it, and what has fascinated you about this?
Well, I'm a very crafty person, so I love doing a lot of crafts at home, and then doing it with or sharing it with my son. And sometimes, there's my mommy brain. I don't know where to start. I don't know what stuff to use, or what crafts in particular should we go through. So in that, through tech, or like through searching online, or like trying to build up crafts with my son, I get to do that online, and I get to track or on what to do next with my son with our crafts and stuff that we need to do at home. So it's very convenient. It's very like it's so hard to explain, but it's very convenient because now I can do a lot of things at home with my son and with my family that I don't really need to like do it all outside. So yeah, tech is very important nowadays, especially for moms. We don't
Yeah, and it allows you to be the super mama that you are, you really are deep inside, right? You can continue to, help people with the work that you do and empower people with all of these creative aspects that you focus on, and also be very present with your kids. And I think that's really what tech is all about, and what fascinates all of us with tech. Is it the same with you, Sheena? Because you have been in that creative group, and you did share what you had been relying on in terms of apps or platforms that you use. What actually made this particular interest for you spring, and what has fascinated you most about using these technologies that you do?
Yeah, I think what's really amazing about tech is that everybody can use it. Like, you don't have to be super into tech, right, to use it.
Yeah.
Like, for me, it's always been about design and art, and so I use tech as a tool for me to achieve, to explore my creativity in a way. So, like, for example, like I was saying a while ago, when I was younger, I really started getting into illustration and design, and I don't know, it just naturally evolved into digital arts, and that's what really sparked my interest. And until now, so that's what I use. And there.
I love it. I love it. Technology really makes life easier, more wonderful, and there's a lot more magic because of tech. I'm gonna share something with you guys. I have a little ukulele there. It's my quarantine talent. I never play the ukulele, but I put it here in my office because sometimes I get so overwhelmed. So I taught myself watching online how to play the ukulele, and now it's my favorite go-to to relax and unwind. But I also utilize tech because I'm in a digital company, so you really can't escape it. But it does make things easier, more fun, better. As we wrap up, I wanted to ask Finina this time to tell me more about your company. I've shared a little bit more about it, but it was you who really gave us a lot of insights on, let's say, Lark and all these other startups that you've been helping. But tell us a lot more. I'm so curious because I feel that in that space, you are a guru.
I wouldn't say guru. It's just something that I really enjoy doing. And the pandemic kind of sparked it up a little bit more. So I'll talk a little bit more about something that's more applicable to this, which are my startups and investments that are into digital and the virtual experience. So we do have Lark. So that helps, really build and connect people together through virtual hangouts and experiences. But we also have a new one that's launching in September called Laro. So this came about because, I'm not a teacher and, I have kids at home and it's very difficult for me to teach them things. And I realized that I wanted them to know more about the Filipino culture in a plain manner. So Laro is play and Pinoy. We integrate the Filipino culture by teaching kids ages 3 to 6 and, giving them little kits and incorporate the play with our culture. So for example, like we do activities like we make halo-halo and they get, their own ingredients and they learn about what halo-halo really has and where these ingredients come from. I didn't even know some of the words like that I'm learning now too, which is great to do as mom and kid. So even like the history of Bilao and some of the names of these animals, just to teach my little toddlers, it's really like a fun way. So I want to share that also with all the moms here, and of course Sheena and Mel and Patricia. Please check us out. So that's Laro, and also for the moms, like we also have one that's an e-commerce platform. So for relaxing, it's called Bizarre Collective. So this is an e-commerce platform basically made for a multi-vendor platform for Southeast Asian designers and creators. So a lot of these creators are Philippine-based for now, and the founders are going to plan to go regional with this. So please check us out, bizarrecollective.com. And lastly, I'll talk about Heisenbug. So Heisenbug is our web and app development group, and it basically makes everything of like what I spoke about happen. So they also help entrepreneurs make simple processes in their day-to-day jobs, and we kind of put them in terms of a virtual process that you need. So it's as simple as just making your website more interactive in terms of figuring out your inventory system. So we can add that little feature for you. If you want an application feature that you want to store maybe your membership profile, we can also make that for you. So in a nutshell, that's that. I mean, we can go on because I love talking about these things. But thank you for letting me talk about them.
Oh, because you're passionate and we love that. We love just hearing about what you do, not just because of what it is, but because you're passionate for it. But I have to say, and I think that's what Mommy Roma Santos Avenidos also pointed out, I love the concept of Laro, and so does she. And Marketing Mom, who called you out, she said she also had a beeper, easy call. But she also said na sayang her daughter is 8, up to 6 lang yung sinasabi mong Laro. But yes, she does appreciate the platform called Laro, and I'm sure all of us moms will be able to check it out. Thanks so much for sharing. Yes, easy call. And the others forgot. Never mind. Let's go to Mabel. What about your online business? I saw your eyes get brighter when Finina talked something about a platform for business owners and everything. What about yours? Tell us a little bit more about yours.
Well, the business started when I was pregnant with my firstborn. I got inspired with it started with the diaper bag, so with just one item. It started with a diaper bag, and because every time we travel, my husband doesn't really wanna bring like a girly or printy bag. I decided to make our own, and then I've purchased some other designer bags, and then I tried on, or I've made my own specifics with the bag that would really fit in our lifestyle in our family. So we love to travel. We love to bring our son traveling around, and at the same time, we want a bag that would really, even if he grows up, we can still use it, like going to the office or going to anywhere or camping or traveling. So it's really like a bag for us that would grow with us as a family. So it started with that, and then eventually I added items. That's the same concept with like a diaper bag, but it's a mommy tote bag. So that was our second item, and then the pandemic happened, and then so I wanted to do something that would really what do you call this? What would really support the local artisans. So I started sourcing stuff that are made locally, and then I created stuff for all the moms or for everyone who basically just want to shop in our shop. And they're all locally made. Some of them I've sourced from other Asian countries. So I put it up in our website, and then some are like for kids, for play, that are all natural, made of natural items or products. So it's the core of our web shop is actually more for like a family. It's a lifestyle family store. So I really wanted to do that. I've been wanting to do that ever since. And then since the pandemic started, it's a blessing then for us, because that's when I actually launched the website. I've started designing the bag since 2016. And I couldn't finish it, or I couldn't really launch it, the entire website, because of all the travels, all the things, and we've been so busy before the pandemic happened. So this time, it's really now we're focused on supporting local artisans, and at the same time, giving jobs to people who have, like, for example, the sewers. So we currently are selling right now apparel. So I'm actually wearing right now. It's a set.
Ooh.
I'm plugging it right now. So we have a web shop. It's called www.mapleandsun.com, and you can shop this set in our web shop. I designed this especially for every woman, like before prenatal or breastfeeding or postpartum. You can still wear it, or even at the beach. So I really had an idea before of like making apparel for every woman in mind. So that's the purpose of like the apparel that we made in our shop. So yeah. And then now I'm very intrigued with Finina's apps, and I really want to talk to Finina later about it. That would really could help the business as well, the online business.
Just message me. I'm here.
See, making meaningful connections. That's exactly what I was going to talk about. That's why Mabel was like, ching, she had an aha moment.
Yeah, I'm so glad I said yes to this talk.
Great, thanks so much. That was mapleandsun, right? .com?
Yes.
And we flashed the website. Can we flash that one more time for all of our mommies who are looking? The website for Mabel, but there you go, mapleandsun.com. So check that out, and then maybe Finina can enhance that even further and support. And then you have Sheena here, who can enhance also your visuals.
Yes, of course.
So we have everyone that we need here. But Sheena, you talked about some of the softwares that you use, that you started using even when you were just beginning in this industry. But what programs or softwares would you recommend, and what tips would you have for moms who also want to get into what you're into now?
Mm-hmm. I think for moms, it's just that don't be afraid to try new apps and programs. I think sometimes when we don't know how things work, we're a little more hesitant, right? But we can use a lot of different apps and software to improve our lives. And yeah, so for example, for me, like what I mentioned, I use a lot of photo editing software like Photoshop and Lightroom, but not just for photos. Like I use it to make a lot of materials also for kids. And I also have like I also made a lot of printables and I sell them on my online shop as well. And I think that's very helpful for kids now who are stuck at home, and we can just have these worksheets for them to use. And yeah, so I guess for moms, like, don't be afraid to try all these programs.
And that's great. I love that. Sheena loves sunsets. That's what even Marketing Mom was saying. She said hi, by the way. Hi, Sheena loves sunsets. And we have a lot of different friends that have chimed in, like Pia Talino Lim saying, go beautiful, Mabel, proud of you. Lots of hearts coming from Mary Rose and Mark, Abbie, and the rest of them are really just chiming in and sharing how wonderful this conversation has been. And I absolutely agree. One thing that I've picked up from all of you moms is that having technology really just empowers us. It really does make things better. It allows us to work and live smarter, and for us to just have an easier time, not just coping, but thriving. And so I just want to thank all of you, because I really admire each and every one of you. I've gotten to know you here, and I will follow your businesses. And I'm looking forward to hearing more from other moms also who have been inspired and empowered by technology. Thanks so much, Finina, Sheena, and Mabel.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Ooh, I love having these wonderful moms. Thank you so much to them. And of course, to our segment sponsor, PLDT, thanks so much for allowing us to have that meaningful connection with one another. And you see, nagbunga kagad yung meaningful connection. It really is so much easier to make meaningful connections when you have a reliable and stable internet connection. Still on the topic of the internet, it has played a key role in learning this past year and a half, and that is connected to what our next discussion is all about. You know, as a mom, I am definitely concerned about my kids' access to technology and everything that they can access online, especially, you know, these teens, right? The online world is really like a world on its own, and I'm sure you agree with that, where kids can walk down so many different streets, and we can, in a sense, lose them in those streets or not know where they end up, right? Luckily, we have a lot of kids modes and online nanny features these days that help give all of us peace of mind, especially on the days that not, you know, we can't always be right beside our kids, and you can't always, you know, be a helicopter mom and see exactly what they're doing and what they are viewing. Well, here to talk a bit more about that is someone from a company that needs no introduction. When you think of the internet, you immediately think of them. So I am proud to welcome Google's product marketing manager, Genevieve Puyat.
Hi, Patricia. Thank you so much for that warm introduction. And good afternoon to all the parents, moms, and dads who are tuning in today. It's a great pleasure to be here. So I think Patricia makes great points about the importance of child online safety. And I wanted to pull up like a few slides on this. So why exactly is child online safety important to us? And what is the impact of keeping kids safe online? So I think if we go to the next slide, like just to stay on the topic, we'll see that the first and the most popular, I guess, impact of child online safety would be the impact to kids' mental health and long-term well-being. So I'm sure you guys have heard about things like kids' unhealthy attachment to technology. Managing screen time has always been difficult, more so now during the pandemic than ever before, I would assume. Of course, concerns about content exposure. The right content for the kids of the right age is definitely important for us to keep in mind so that we're able to sort of digest the more sensitive topics that kids encounter online. And of course, managing your children's online reputation by making sure that they share content that is authoritative, content that is not offensive, and that is well managed from within sort of your household affairs. But another key impact of child online safety would be managing long-term behaviors of kids as well. So making sure that kids are able to see responsible and safe behaviors as the norm, rather than seeing unsafe behaviors and assuming that that is normal in terms of how they should be behaving online. And on top of this, we want to make sure that kids are safe from things like abuse, right? So making sure that they're safe from things like scams, predators, and avoiding consequences that may affect them in the physical world as well. So I'm sure issues online concerning children spending through their parents' credit cards by purchasing game top-ups and whatnot have been sort of popular topics as well. And we want to make sure that those key risks are avoided. So in a nutshell, that's exactly why we're here to discuss this. So moving on, go ahead, sorry.
No, I love what you're pointing out. And I just wanted to point out here what Diana the Mama is saying, that this is her most awaited topic because this is something that really speaks to us strongly about. But I have to say, I've never really thought of managing our kids' online reputation. So wow, such an eye-opener. I'm learning so much. So please continue.
Yeah, of course. I mean, just to share as well, like when I was first applying for a first job, like I was looking back way back to what I was posting, like even in my grade school years, to make sure that there was nothing incriminating online. And we want to make sure that our kids don't have to do that as well, right? So making sure that they're guided so that it doesn't come back to sort of haunt them in the future. So if we move on to the next slide, we'll see that fortunately today, there are some tools that are readily available for parents to access in order to help manage how their children experience the internet. And I'll talk about them one by one. The first tool that is available to parents is called Google Family Link. And you can access that by visiting families.google.com/familylink. And if you download this app, what it basically helps you to do is to link your children's Google accounts to a single Family Link account so that you can view their activities, see what apps they are downloading, how much time they are spending on each individual app, and approve or disapprove purchases that they are making on these apps as well. So having that kind of visibility helps you see how kids are spending time online, if they're really using the internet to sort of study, manage school homework, or if they're spending more time doing other things such as playing games, watching videos, and other things. It also gives you an update on screen time for your kids overall. And you can set limits on how long you want them to be online. So if, for example, as a family, you guys decide that everyone should be offline by 9 p.m., you can set that as a default. And automatically, your kids' phones will sort of disconnect at 9 p.m. And these apps will not be accessible to them until the next day. You can also automatically lock your kids' devices. If, for example, there is a violation of the household rules and you feel the need to sort of enforce the rules right away, that's something that you can do through Family Link as well. And of course, as kids turn to the internet to sort of research more, you'll see them going on places like Search or Chrome and search for sensitive topics online that may pertain to homework as well. So one thing you can also do with Family Link is hook it up with Safe Search, which is essentially a setting that you can apply to Google search to make sure that sensitive content is filtered out of the search results that your kids are served, so that, you know, we can minimize the exposure to any potentially high risk results coming out. So that's Family Link, and that's definitely something that you can download right now. It takes 15 minutes to sort of link up to your kid's account, so not that long. And you can discuss sort of household rules prior to implementing this, but definitely something that's currently available.
I like that, Vaya, because I have to use so many different tools to be able to do exactly what you've been describing. And now I can go to Google Family Link. It's all in one. Thank you. I love that.
Sure. And there are more resources on the topic if you visit the link that I had mentioned. So if you have questions about how to use it, you can feel free to sort of visit that and your answer should be there. Cool. So the second resource that I wanted to talk about is called YouTube Supervised Experiences. So I'm sure you guys are familiar with YouTube as a main app. And of course, there is a plethora of content available on YouTube, and not all of it is appropriate for young children, right? So previous to YouTube Supervised Experiences, you had the option of allowing your kids to surf on YouTube or YouTube Kids, which is an app that basically houses content specifically designed for children. Now what we've done is we've sort of provided a middle ground between the two, where you can determine how much of YouTube you want your kid to be able to access by setting that up through youtube.com/family. And basically determining the extent of the YouTube content space that you want your kid to be able to access. So that sort of helps give your children the freedom to explore more content outside of YouTube Kids, but also gives you visibility or the ability to limit how much of the YouTube sphere you want them to sort of access.
That's good, because I have like teens, and sometimes they feel so limited with a certain kind of, maybe the YouTube Kids would be too limiting for them. So this might be a better option. And even our listeners or people who are watching us really are giving us thumbs up and hearts all over, because it really does resound to them. Via, thanks so much. This is great.
Super cool. Thanks, guys. And yeah, feel free to visit these links for more information. Hopefully the answers to your questions are all there. Yeah, but given all of these tools that are currently available, I guess one question that we've sort of encountered quite a bit, if you go to the next slide, is how should parents use these tools, right? Mm-hmm. Because there is a fine line between, for example, being too hovering, I would say, or like giving them the space to sort of explore, but also making sure that they are staying safe. And that's a question that unfortunately has no clear-cut answer. It's ultimately up to the parents to decide how they want to manage their kids and their families when it comes to sort of determining the right mix. And that's why we've come to design a program called, if you go to the next slide, Internet Awesome Parents, which is basically a video series that helps provide parents with a little help when it comes to trying to determine what is the right mix for their families, what is the right mix for their children. And it references all of the information or the resources that I had mentioned earlier as well. We're working with Mommy Mundo on this partnership, and it's basically going to be a 3-part event series where we'll have resource speakers talk about how to determine the right parameters given their parenting techniques or their parenting approaches, which is unique, I would say, to every parent, right? And if we go to the next slide, I just wanted to show folks what the content of the series will cover. So first is, of course, understanding the sensitivities of what it means to raise digital natives, because kids today are growing up and seeing a tablet at the age of X months, right? So which is something we have not experienced as children. And what that means in terms of raising these kids is something that we want to talk about. How much and how to control is definitely a key piece that we want to speak to here. And the next would be teaching kids about online safety, digital citizenship, and of course the last piece is managing well-being for the family by determining what rules are correct for them with tools and tips that are available through the series. Sorry, I know that we're over time, so I'll go a little bit faster. Sure. Next slide, please. So if we go through the videos that are available, so these are the topics that we want to cover if we'll keep clicking through. So online behavior, the wonders of online learning, talking through some of the virtual reality pieces that are available, immersive experiences that are engaging, especially in the context of today. online safety, protection from cyberbullies and how to approach them, setting ground rules to the family, and of course, making sure that kids consume healthy content online. Okay, we can go to the next slide as well. Sure. Just to close, like an accompanying resource to Internet Awesome parents is a piece called Be Internet Awesome, which is currently accessible in the English language at g.co/be internet awesome if you guys want to see that and check that out. There you'll find a family guide that parents can sort of go through, talking through each of the 5 pillars of Be Internet Awesome. So making sure that kids are smart about what they post, protecting their online reputation, that they are protected from scams and make sure that they don't fall for fake with Be Internet Alert. They're able to provide strong passwords and not use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for example, by keeping their secrets safe. That they are, of course, kind online and are brave enough to raise sensitive topics to their parents if they encounter these types of content as well. So you can definitely access these resources. There is even a family pledge that you can ask your kids to sign. You guys can sign as a family to make sure that you all promise to abide by these sort of pillars and behaviors that keep your family safe. So with that, like, I just want to invite everyone to the event series that we are running with Mommy Mundo this September. We will be releasing the save the date soon, but we'll be talking more about these topics in depth by then. And if you found this helpful and interesting, we hope to see you there.
Thank you so much, Via. That was amazing. And you will see us there. And we all want to be internet awesome. Thanks so much for all the insights, what you've shared, and all those who are already downloading the Google Family link and checking out youtube.com/myfamily and everything else. Appreciate it, Genevieve and Google, for giving us these unique insights about our world and online.
Thank you. Bye.
Wow, see, I was already trying to download all those things that Google shared with us earlier, but I love it. But we're moving on to another wonderful topic, and it's all about teaching children healthy social skills in these times. Our next speaker completed her MA in developmental psychology in Ateneo de Manila University. She has also a graduate diploma in psychology from Murdoch University, Western Australia. She provides mental health services to children, adolescents, and families through individual psychotherapy, family therapy, and group therapy. She is also an executive functioning coach focused on developing strategies and strengthening cognitive skills. And in addition, she is also an early childhood interventionist trained in the Early Start Denver Model Framework. Please welcome Jill Tan.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon.
Hi, Jill. This is going to be a topic that people are looking forward to. Mommy Trisha, Jackie, Regina, and all of them, I'm sure, will want to learn more about how we can teach our children healthy social skills during this time. So the screen is yours.
All right. Thank you, Patricia. So I'm going to share some of my slides. There you go. Okay, so we're going to be talking about how we can teach our kids healthy social skills, especially since we've been locked up for a long time. To start off, here are our objectives. We want to understand first social thinking, learn about our role in children's emotion regulation, learn skills like empathy, kindness, and resilience. And I'm going to give you some helpful tools that I use myself in my clinic practice and are easily accessible online or you can find locally. And then if we do have more time, we're going to have a question and answer portion maybe. Okay, so I wanted to start off with social thinking because this is it's where we all start. Okay, so what this really means is that what we think internally or what we do on our own affects others. So we want our children to learn that their thoughts, their feelings, and their behaviors influence how other people think, feel, and behave in response to them. And then in return, they also feel a certain way. Okay, so an example for this in a regular, normal world without the pandemic would be if, let's say, a child is playing with another kid, right? They have a play date, they're playing, and then your child lost. Okay, so your child might think, this is so unfair. I've been playing this and I always win, but why did I lose with you? Okay, so their feelings are maybe, frustration. They might feel upset. They might feel even embarrassed, right? And their behavior might come off differently. They might storm out. They might throw a tantrum. They might scream, or they might, I don't want to play anymore. Okay, so what do you think the other kid would feel? So the other kid might think, "Oh, okay, that's scary. This my playmate is getting angry at me." Okay, their feelings might be scared, a little bit confused, maybe also sad because they won but they can't celebrate. And then their behavior might be like, oh, okay, I guess I don't want to play with you anymore. So maybe they'll turn their back around against your child. And then in return, maybe next time you know that your child won't be invited to play anymore because it wasn't a good experience. So your child might feel bad, might think, oh, nobody wants to play with me. And it might just turn into a cycle. So that of course is example that we hope we won't see. But right now, because we're stuck at home, um, what can we do to practice, especially if your kid doesn't have any siblings, doesn't have any cousins to play with or neighbors to play with, right? So we can think of it also with who are the people at home aside from you, maybe your partner, the parents, lolo, lola, maybe ates, yayas at home. Okay, so another example would be to just, use whatever you have. So for example, your child is finished playing already. You guys are gonna have dinner. Okay, but the room is so messy because she brought out all her toys, she brought out all her books, and they're all over the room. Okay, so your child's thinking, oh, I have to eat, but Yaya is here and she's fixing my things. So she might feel, I want to help Yaya and I'm feeling a little bit okay. I still have energy, so I'm going to help her. And then the behavior is really to help Yaya pack away. Okay, so the Yaya might think, oh, sweet naman, this kid is so mabait, right? They're so respectful and they're so helpful. And so they're gonna also have good thoughts and feelings towards your child. And then your child will of course feel that back, right? We feel how other people feel towards us and they'll feel happy, they'll feel proud that, oh, I just helped my Yaya, I'm happy now. Okay, so the important thing with social thinking, it's the first step because you want them to know that they live in a social world and whatever they do, whatever they say, and whatever they let out their thoughts and feelings, it affects others. Okay. So, because of that, we're going to start with emotion regulation. Before we can understand how other people feel, we have to first understand how we ourselves feel. Okay, so we should be able to regulate or manage our emotions and match the appropriate behavior to the emotions that we're feeling. So in the clinic, I use this a lot. Zones of regulation is a tool that is available through the social thinking framework. Social thinking framework was created by Michelle Garcia Wiener. She is a occupational therapist, if I'm not mistaken, in the United States. So this is what they use. This is it itself. You can actually just Google this and it's free. So the zones of regulation is a chart with 4 different colors, and each of the colors correspond to certain emotions. Okay, so not limited to whatever is written here, but each of them. So I'll go through each of them. The blue zone is the zone where the child is a little bit slow, okay, quite bored, maybe feeling sick, or maybe just a little bit groggy, sleepy. So this zone is someone with low energy. The next one is the green zone. And the green zone is the zone that is optimal. This is where we want to be, where you're calm, you're okay, and you're ready to learn. Okay, so in a school setting, this is the best zone because you can pay attention and you can interact well with your teacher and your classmates. The yellow zone is when you're kind of losing some control already. So you might be a little bit frustrated, you might be quite annoyed at something, or you can also be worried. And it can also go to the more pleasant emotions like being a little bit silly, being a little bit excited, you can't sit still. And then the red zone is kind of like tantrum mode already. This is out of control mode. The child is already yelling, hitting, jumping all over the place. Okay, so it can also be very, very happy. It doesn't always have to be like either pleasant or unpleasant emotions. Whichever, any emotion, if it's too much, it can be out of control. So another visual we can use is this emotion thermometer, which is pretty much the same. It has colors and then it asks, how are you feeling? So let me just go back to my previous slide. So with that, I actually asked some of my parents to also print that out and put it on their wall because it's a very, very easy way to access it. It's easy to go back to it when you need to. So it's a good tool to help your children to name their emotion. Kasi some kids that I learned, some of them are not so comfortable talking about their emotions. Some of them are not comfortable saying that they're angry. It sounds like it sounds like a bad word. It sounds like it's something bad to feel, or that they're sad. They're a bit shy to say that they're sad. So the so it's easier for them to just say the color, right? Like, oh, I'm just in the blue zone. Oh, I'm in the yellow zone. Or I'm in the red zone. Because also, when you're very, very, very upset, like when you are already tantrum phase, children won't find the words. It's not as easy to find the words to say how you're feeling. Diba? Pati us adults, it's difficult to explain how we're feeling when we're upset. So it's better to just point to where you are. I'm in the red zone. Okay. So some guide questions we can do or we can use for kids are, what zone are you in right now? What makes you feel like you are, let's say, in the red zone? So I asked this to a 5-year-old the other day, and he said, oh, I'm in the red zone when my sister gets my toys without asking me. Or I'm in the red zone when my sister is screaming. Okay, so it's easy. You can ask them and they'll be able to answer it. How does your body feel when you're in the blue zone? So they can say, my heart is beating slowly, or in the yellow zone, oh, my heart's starting to go a little bit faster. I'm starting to sweat a little bit. Okay, and then this is a very helpful tool. It's easy for them to identify where they are already. We can just ask them, so what can we do to go back to the green zone? Right? Do you want to sit with mama first? Do you want to watch TV? Sorry, not watch TV. Do you want to read a book first? Okay, so something like that. We provide them with choices. And it's a good habit to set. So you can include this in routine. I think earlier in some of the earlier talks, someone mentioned routines. So you can include it in the morning. It can be part of your lambing time in the morning. You can ask, hey, what zone are you in? Right now, I'm in this zone. And it's also good that you're part of it, so that they know it's normal for everyone to go to the yellow zone, to go to the blue zone, even the red zone. Okay. So next, I want to share this quote from Collaborative Problem Solving. This is another framework we follow for helping parents, like parent coaching, family therapy. So if a child can behave well, they will. And if they cannot, it's our job to help them learn to grow. So I really like this kasi in our culture, I hear a lot of parents, they come to me and they say, yung anak ko kasi matigas talaga yung ulo. Or, nananadya yan eh. Parang they're taking it against the child as if the child is intentionally being misbehaving. As if the child is intentionally doing the challenging behavior, to upset the parents or whatever. But actually, if a child can behave, they will. Because a child wouldn't want to be reprimanded, right? No child wants to be scolded at. No child wants to go to timeout. So if they're doing something that you think is nananadya, maybe it's because they don't know how to control it yet, or maybe it's because they don't have the tools to handle or manage it yet. So we have, because of that, So because some kids are yet not yet able to manage their own emotions, one very important thing is to practice co-regulation. So as adults in the house, in the household, so parents, titas, lolas, it's our role to co-regulate and provide a warm and supportive interaction to support our children's development. Okay, so if hindi pa nila kaya, we will be the ones to help them manage it. Okay, so how do we do that? We model regulation through of various emotions. So modeling means we act it out ourselves. Okay, so sometimes not even acting out. This is also good practice for us. Sometimes when we are noticing that we're not regulating well, when we're stressed out and we're more irritable, or let's say you're more stressed out and you find yourself screaming more, maybe this is a good motivation for you to practice your regulation as well, because your child will also be learning through you. So some strategies we can use are to take deep breaths. Okay, so you can even tell your child this. You can say, I'm so stressed today. There's a lot going on at work. Do you want to take deep breaths with me? And you guys can, practice meditation together. You can do mindfulness together. You can count to 10. Or you can also, just maybe I'll have a snack. I'll take a break first because I can't think anymore because I'm so stressed out at work. So I'm going to have a snack. I'll have merienda. Okay? Or if you're a little bit, worried about something, if you see your child's worried about something, let's say, for example, now during the pandemic, sometimes it's very common for relatives, friends, to get sick, to be in the hospital. So you can help them manage their worries, and share it with them. So you can say, oh, I'm also worried. I'm feeling worried about tita like this or about Lola. How about let's sing together? Okay, so you can hum a tune together. This has real science-backed evidence that humming a tune, singing songs, these really do help lower your stress levels. Because it helps manage your breathing, it helps manage your heartbeat, and so on. He also, of course, physical touch. If your child is comfortable, if your child is a type who's comfortable with hugging, who's comfortable with holding your hand, or maybe, having him sit in your lap. Or for the older ones, maybe mga school-age kids, just sitting with them in the room. You don't have to talk. Just, helping them find their own strategy. So the important thing here is to go through various strategies to find out which ones work for them, because not all strategies work for everyone. Okay, so that's very important to remember. Okay, so we're gonna go to some of my favorite skills to teach for social thinking or for social skills, and these are empathy and kindness. So empathy is having concern for others, right? It's understanding. It's understanding how other people feel, understanding how they are, and kind of like putting ourselves in other people's shoes and really understanding what they're going through. So this is an important skill to teach, especially now since we're so limited to who they're seeing. So how do we do it while we're at home? First is to encourage perspective taking. Let them practice, because that's a skill. Perspective taking is a skill. Let them practice seeing how other people might feel, because they might feel happy about one thing, but another person might not feel happy about it. Right? So for example, it's raining and it's cozy at home and it's you're under the covers and it's warm and you're with your family. If they're old enough, you can also tell them, oh, what do you think other people are experiencing right now? So they can just have different perspectives. And it's also good to use this when you're reading books. So when you're reading books and in the middle of it, you can stop. For example, the classic book Goldilocks, right? The classic story Goldilocks, where Goldilocks goes through um, different porridges, different beds, and so on. And in the end, the bears come back and they're all distraught that so they had an intruder in the house. It wasn't like that, but that's how it is, right? That's not how the story goes, but you can take a look at it in that way. And then you can ask your child, what do you think the bears felt? What do you think they were thinking? Okay, so that's just one example. You can also do that with videos if you watch videos with your kids, or even with movies. And then if your child is also able to, you can do it with yourselves at home. Like, how do you think I feel when um when, let's say, we're all eating and you're on your phone. Okay, so not in a judgmental way, but really just exploring how other people might be feeling, because sometimes they're doing a behavior, but it's not intentional to upset others, right? They're just not aware. Like there's a lack of awareness of others. So we just want to increase that awareness. So what else can we do to increase their empathy, increase their concern, not just for themselves but for others? So one way is to take care of pets. Because when you take care of pets, you can really practice, caring for someone else. So you can have them be part of feeding your dog if you have a dog, or fish if you have pet fish. They can also help in grooming the dog, like brushing the dog's hair. Okay, so simple activities like that. Or of course, also now I know there's a lot of plantitas and plantitos everywhere. You can ask your children to help water them, right? And then see like, oh look, what's growing because because you watered it, because we're taking care of it, because we let it have some light. Okay, another fun activity is also to cook for the family. Okay, so when we're cooking for the family, we're thinking about our family members. For example, in our household, not everyone is okay with spicy food. So while cooking, we're thinking of the person like, oh, they think she'll be okay with this, baka it's too spicy. Or, someone else like something a little too salty. So you're thinking of the other person already. So simple examples like that already increases awareness. Like it already puts the habit of thinking about others and not just yourself. So the only way to teach our kids of kindness is being kind to each other ourselves. So again, I'll repeat, modeling is the first thing and the most important thing we can do. If we're kind to each other, to the other people in our home, and if we're kind to ourselves as well, they'll see that. Okay? Okay, next. Yan. So that's why kindness is also the skill that I included here. So, what can we do to encourage kindness at home? So, same with the one earlier, no, yung sa encouraging empathy. This one naman, let's provide more opportunities to be kind, right? So, let's help out with the chores. What can your kid do? What's appropriate for their age? Maybe they can bring their plate to the kitchen after eating. Or our example earlier, helping Yaya pack away their toys. Or for the older kids, maybe, take out the trash, or, I don't know, clean the house. Whatever they're able to do would be a big help already. And of course, telling them, so we don't want it to be just chores, but talking to them about it. Now, you know what? Nakita ko, pagod na si ate kanina kakalinis, but you helped her. So, that was actually very kind of you. Right? So let's label it. Let's not make it too much of a big deal, but let's let them know that it's seen. Next is to reach out to family members. I think this is very crucial now, especially in our culture where we're used to, being close to our extended family and we don't get to see everyone as often. Reaching out to family members like Lolo and Lola, or maybe even our titas and titos, ninongs and ninangs, we can also reach out to them. And that makes them, when they hear that, oh, I made them happy because I asked them how they were, I made kwento about my day, and I asked them how they were. Those are acts of kindness that also encourages socializing, diba, with our family members. Another thing is sharing. I know sharing is a topic that for some parents it's like, oh, it's okay for me to not teach my children to share because of ownership. But here's my small take on it. Okay, I'm always pro sharing, because sharing, again, we live in a social world and we want our kids to know that, this world is shared. So let's share our toys as well. It's always more fun to play with someone else anyway. But if our children are still too young, um, sharing kasi it's not a personality. Some people think, hindi talaga kasi siya mahilig mag-share. So it's not really like that. It's also, we can look at it also as a skill. So if your child is still very young, hindi pa siya sanay, like they're not used to sharing toys yet, what you do is you just do it very, very slowly. Okay, so we can start with modeling, right? So you're OA acting with your partner or like another child, show yourself sharing the toys, or if kaya na, you just really say, oh, can I borrow please? And then if they give it to you give the toy back. Of course, you say thank you, but you give the toy back right away. Okay? Kasi why are they not sharing ba? We always have to ask that. Why are they where is the challenging behavior coming from? So they might not be sharing kasi they're afraid that if they give it to you, they won't get it back. Or if they give it to you, they won't get to play with it anymore. Right? It makes sense. So when they're still learning to share, you borrow, you just take it for a few seconds and then you give it back right away. So they learn that, so I'll share it, but I'll get it back pala after. Okay, so slowly you can increase it. Okay, increase the time that you have the toy, and then you can also interact with the toy with them, so they know that, oh, just because I'm sharing it with this person doesn't mean I don't get to play with it. It just means that it's the other person holding it at this time. Okay, so that's just a quick tip on how to teach children to share. We also want to highlight acts of kindness during this time. So one common thing I'm hearing from moms, work from home moms now, is that they're having a hard time with managing the balance, right? Am I working right now or am I taking care of my child right now? And so if it's difficult enough for the children, for the parents, it might be even more blurry for the children, right? They might not understand that, oh, mom's busy. Because they wouldn't know. She's just sitting down there on her laptop, like on her table in front of the laptop. It looks like she's not doing anything, but she's actually in a meeting or she's writing up a document or whatever. So the child might come in and keep, knocking on the door, asking for something, asking to play, asking for attention. So if they're able to give you space, if they're able to let you work, that's already an act of kindness in their part, right? And you want to highlight that. You can tell them, oh, thank you so much for letting mama finish her work first before letting her play, before asking for her to play. Okay, so we can look for those small things that they do and we highlight it and we tell them na, oh, that was so kind of you, so that we don't have to force it too much, because I'm so sure your children are doing acts of kindness that are just not highlighted. And then of course we want to provide real world examples because there's a world outside of our home. So a really really good example of kindness is of course the community pantries that started to pop up throughout the pandemic, so we can tell them about it. And you can even ask, what do you think we can add to the community pantry? Ask them what's their favorite food, and then say, do you think the other people will like this also? Sige, let's donate that. Okay, so para we can apply it to real world. And again, with modeling, I wanted to share my mom. So I'm not a child anymore, as you can tell. But my mom, until now, for when we have riders come in, right? So we have orders from Lazada, Shopee, whatever. She always has bottles of water ready to give to the riders. And that's like a very clear act of kindness. And even until now, when I see that, it reminds me to, okay, this is a reminder to be kind. Let's carry it forward, right? Okay. There, so that's kindness. The next one, the last skill that I'm going to be talking about is resilience. So resilience is very important because your children will inevitably face conflict. They will inevitably face challenges, right? Sorry, I'm just catching my breath. So it's very important that we teach them to be resilient. The thing is, I noticed with a lot of the parents right now, or even the ates that are at home, we tend to accommodate for our children. Any sign of distress that we see, we try to cover it up right away, right? We don't want them to be stressed out. We don't want them to be sad. We don't want them to be upset. Or some yayas might be thinking na, oh hala, pag umiyak yung alaga ko, magagalit yung amo ko, right? So when we do that, we take away the chance for the children to practice tolerating the discomfort of conflict. Okay, so we don't want them to not experience conflict. We want them to learn how to manage it and to bounce back from it. Okay, so we want to talk openly about our child's challenges and difficulties. Let's not brush it aside. Let's not put it under the rug, right? Let's bring it up and talk about it so that they learn not to be afraid of them. They just have to learn to, what can I do? What skills do I have to overcome this? Okay, so I wanted to share because another challenge that's coming up is I'm seeing a lot of school age children who are playing online a lot, right? So they're playing online Minecraft, Roblox, all of these things. I don't know if you parents are familiar with these yet, but ako, I'm still getting familiar with them. I don't really understand them so well either. But I have this child who came up to me and he said he's around middle school. He came up to me and then he said, I don't understand. I'm so annoyed. My friends banned me from the game. So I said, what do you mean? What do you mean they banned you from the game? And he said they won't let me play. Like they didn't talk to me for a few days and they wouldn't let me in the game. So I said, "Oh yeah, that sounds awful. You must be so upset." And then I asked, "What happened? What happened before then? Like what do you think what's your understanding of why this happened?" And then he said, "Oh, cuz I lost or someone, I don't know, like someone went past him or something and he started cursing, he started shouting, and in the middle of the game, he left." Okay? When you leave in the middle of the game, the whole game dies pala, parang ganyan. So they all got upset because they were actually winning. It's just that he didn't like what the other kid did. Okay? So there makikita mo, okay, that's a very very nice social situation where we can teach social skills. Okay, at first he was thinking, he was upset. He was saying that he wasn't treated fairly, but he wasn't aware why. Okay, when we put it all together, remember the circles we had in the beginning of the talk? When we put it all together, that's when he was like, oh, right. Yeah. And then he realized that, oh, yeah, I have another friend who also shouts and that also upsets me. So you see, once there's awareness, there's also a chance for them to be motivated to change. Okay, just because you're aware doesn't mean you'll change right away. But then that's when we can start practicing, right? That's when we can start practicing na, oo nga, I have to change this behavior because it seems like my playmates don't want to play with me anymore because I did that. Okay, so that's one. Another thing is to ask your kids to practice asking for help. I realize that some children are now kasi 'di ba with with distance learning, um some children, especially those who are quite shy, they don't ask their teachers when they don't understand something. They find it too much to unmute and talk or to write in the chat box or to even email the teacher. This is any age. I have some clients who are middle school, high school, and this is a common thing. And they don't ask for help. So I ask, so how do you know? What if you don't understand the lesson? What do you do? And they say, oh, I asked my classmate. So, well, that's a good thing, right? It's good to ask your classmate, but sometimes um, the classmate also doesn't know what to do. So, asking for help is a skill actually that we can use. And we can practice that. So, you can ask them to, just check in on them on their school. And if they don't understand something, you be with them and go through the steps with them in asking for help. Lastly, I wanted to talk about fostering a growth mindset. A growth mindset is the mentality that when we're not so good at something yet, we can work hard on it and become better in the future. So this is applied to not just academic skills, but also social skills. So in our life, when I was growing up, I always heard that, magaling kasi sa math yan eh. Or si ganito, she's really magaling sa sports. Okay, so I had the idea that okay, I guess you're born with it, right? I guess some people are just naturally athletic and the others are not. Okay, so maybe in a way it's true, but it also stops you from thinking na, oh, what if I try kaya? What if I try to be a little bit more active? Can I reach that level kaya of athleticism? Okay, so fostering a growth mindset helps with resilience as well because when you hit a roadblock, you don't think of it as, oh, I guess that's it for me. You think of it as, oh, how can I get past this roadblock? What can I do to maybe jump across it, or is there other roads I can take to go to where I'm supposed to go? Okay, so it lets you think of things in another way. So this is the example of a growth mindset. This green one is for growth mindset and yellow is for fixed mindset, which is the opposite of growth mindset. So growth mindset is someone who has growth mindset perseveres in the face of failures, knows that effort is required to build new skills. They find inspiration in others' success. They accept criticism and they have a desire to learn. So you see how it's related to social skills. If you have a fixed mindset, it already limits, you're threatened by other people's success. You might feel jealous. You might behave in a different way. Remember earlier we talked about, the way we think and feel, and it affects our behavior as well and how we behave towards others. So it all starts with the way we think and the way we see the world. Okay, so when we give up easily, right? It's difficult to want someone on your team if they give up easily. So you want someone who actually is willing to learn, willing to grow, even if it's quite painful, even if it's quite challenging. So this is a skill that would be very, very good to teach our children now while working from home. And I think, work from home is challenging enough. So we can definitely apply growth mindset to distance learning. Okay, that's it pala. So here are some helpful tools before we end. These tools I actually use in the clinic. So I hope you can find a way to use this with your children as well. Oops, sorry. Okay, so these are books. Of course, books are my number one choice because books help with perspective taking. They teach so many values and it's quite entertaining, right? Without hurting our eyes or without hurting it doesn't stimulate us too much like um digital settings. So this one, My Friend Wins. It's about empathy and good sportsmanship. So that's so cute, diba? Look at them. This one I think is the one who's second place. And then this one is When My Friend Cries, which is a story on empathy and friendship. And then this one, Kindness is My Superpower. I think this one, I'm not sure if this is local because these two I think are local. But this one, I think I found a copy of it on YouTube. So you can look that up as well. It's free naman. Okay. So videos also. These are short videos. This one's just 16 minutes. I think this one is less than 5 minutes if I'm not mistaken. My Life has a lot of videos. This is the channel. You just look for My Life. It has a lot of mindfulness games. So this is helpful for regulation. Okay, if you're having a hard time finding strategies that might help your kid, this is where you can go. And it's also a good parang bonding experience kasi this is interactive. This video in particular, it just teaches you how to do it. So it always asks the kid to look for an adult to play with and to do the activities with them. Okay, and then for Sesame Street, you can check out their channel. They have a lot on emotion regulation. They have a lot on social skills, and more. Okay, so it depends on the age of your child. But there's a lot of very, very nice channels that are helpful for emotion regulation and socials. And of course, games. Okay, I don't know. I feel like this is the perfect time to buy board games or bring out your old board games and play with your children because it teaches them, it helps everyone loses and everyone has a chance to win, right? In games. Also, it can also help them with patience. There are some games that are so long, they take so long. It also helps them with problem solving, right? So there's so many benefits to playing board games. Also, of course, you get to bond with your family. There. Okay, so that's it. I also just wanted to add that if you wanted to get in touch with us, we are Circle of Hope. These are our social media handles, and this is our website, circleofhopecommunity.com. We provide low-fee therapy for Filipinos. There. Thank you.
Hi. Hi,
Hello.
Jill. Hi, my name is Eliza. I'm taking over from Patricia for the Q&A. Thank you so much for
Sure.
sharing that. It was amazing. I know I haven't met you. Hello. I was watching the whole time backstage. I think our moms really appreciated all the tips and all the guidance that you gave us. I was really like, okay, I love the part about empathy and resilience and all the tips that you put at the end of the talk. Super, super useful. There's my son right, right, right there. See, we're sharing this space. But I think we have a few questions from our moms and a lot of
All right.
comments actually. This is
Oh,
yeah, so everyone's like there. So I think Reg is gonna help me out with some questions from our audience. So here from Kitty, she is asking, so how do you develop the skills of a child in early childhood?
okay. That's quite broad, no?
But I mean, in this context, like we social
Yeah.
skills.
So for early childhood, it's I think you heard me say several times, you have to check the if it's developmentally
Mhm.
appropriate, which means, you have to check what's the baseline. What is your child
Right.
able to do? So you want to go through it slowly.
Oh, that's very
Um
important. Baseline. Like
yeah, so you
let's
check what are they
emphasize that.
able
Yeah.
to do.
Mm-hmm.
So for
Mm-hmm.
example, my what I shared earlier about sharing,
Mm-hmm.
right? So mahirap talaga mag-share, especially
Of
for example,
course.
I know a lot of only children now, and
I
it's
know a lot
very
of adults who
difficult.
can't share.
Yes, that's a good example kasi you want to show na slowly. Okay? Sometimes in the clinic, it's as simple as we observe if the child even considers sharing. You
Mm-hmm.
know how
I
there are
like what you
some
said.
very
Yeah, I like what you said about sharing not being a personality. Because I hear
yes.
that a lot na, ay, yung anak ko hindi siya sharer or hindi
Oo.
talaga siya ganyan. So, you look at it more of as a skill, if
It's
I'm
a
correct.
skill.
Yeah, right? And a life skill to learn. So
Yeah,
that's a good,
right.
I find that perspective quite eye-opening for me.
Mm.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because it helps you also become a little bit more patient with your children.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
'Di ba?
And,
Instead of
and,
thinking na that's their trait, that's how
and
they are.
myself. And myself
Yes.
also. Na parang sometimes when I feel like ayoko mag-share, then I can think back about why. Why don't I want to share? So it's something for
Yes.
introspection also. So if you understand it
Oo.
yourself, then you can pass it on to your kids. So
Correct.
that's really great. That's amazing. So baseline super important, Kitty. I hope
Mm-mm.
yeah, it's very broad your question, but I think yeah, what Jill said about baseline, that's super
Yeah.
important. So find out first where you're coming from and then go from there. And then
Yeah.
there May says, how do we teach the child to respect slash accept other people's decisions that they don't like?
Yeah. Hi, Ate May. um yeah, this is difficult, especially for younger children. So I talked about perspective taking. There is a certain age when they're not yet really able to do that. Okay, so it comes a little bit later. It comes siguro around 3 or 4. So
Mm-hmm.
when they're a bit younger, it's really me, me, me. So part of it is really being a little bit exaggerated.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when this is the decision of someone else, first of all, if it's a rule that you want to be stern with, ano yon, you have to really say, this is it. Okay, and then they can, if they're the type that's marason, magaling, diba? Quite the talker. So you let them say it, and then you say, okay, sure, I see that you don't, this rule upsets you. Okay, nasasad ka because you have to take a nap. But, this is it. This is our rule. We have to follow it. So meron mga ganon. Okay, but if
Funny,
it's a
no?
little bit, yeah,
Yeah, conversations with toddlers. When you
yeah,
think about it, you're so serious. Oh, okay, that's how you feel about
yeah.
taking a nap. Parang
Oo.
take a look back at it. What am I doing? But it's so
Syempre it's
important.
you
Diba?
talk about it in a more
Yeah.
child level. So,
No, but
kapag kunyari, you can also role play with stuffed toys. 'Di ba?
oh,
Na
that's
parang,
cute. Yeah.
sleep na yung let's say Peppa Pig. Peppa Pig has to sleep na. Sabi ni Mama Pig ganito eh. Okay? And Mama Pig is serious about this. Oh, look, Peppa Pig is crying. But what do you think we should do? Kasi Mama Pig said sleep na. Okay, so
Right,
you want
right.
to
To
see
make
it
it
in,
relatable.
use
Mm-hmm.
stories that is more applicable to them. And then, it's more of na, tolerating the annoyance. Kasi syempre, they're not gonna want, they're not gonna be happy with all the rules we make. So it's allowing them to, okay, sige, you're mad at me because of this, but this is important and you have to
Mm-hmm.
do it. So it's okay if they're mad at you, right? They're still your
Right.
child. They're not gonna leave you.
That's true.
So it's also managing your child's discomfort and your own.
That's so
right?
important. Like that line you said, they can be mad at you. Because some parents are afraid for their children to feel bad towards them. They don't want their children
Mm-mm.
upset towards them. And guys, parents, mommies, daddies, it's okay if they're mad at you. As Jill said,
Yeah.
saan sila pupunta? Where are they gonna go?
Yeah.
Ay, nako, the
Tsaka
things
normal
we have.
naman, 'di ba tayo rin naman, we get mad at our partners, we get mad at
Yeah.
our siblings, and so
Mhm.
on.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's part of the whole human interaction and part of social
Mm-mm.
skills, also
Yes.
managing the emotions between loved ones because not everything is picture perfect all the time. That's true. And ako, the things we have to do, I mean, think about when we're parents now. We have so many comments here that are nice. This was such a well received topic, Jill. Thank you for coming to Mommy Mundo and sharing with us. Like Maya is saying, wow, nice idea. Take deep breaths together. Nice. And what else do we have here? Fran says, I will start singing more from now on. Post mo yan, Fran, will and tag us. We want to see. And then Jackie says, indeed, very true yan. Kahit wala na sa tono, relaxing yan. True. I mean, as Jill said, saan sila pupunta kung kumakanta ka? Wala. And Fran
Yeah.
says again, I love this topic.
Thanks,
Ang dami
friend.
actually. Fran says again, great segment, Jill. Learned a lot
Fran's
from
my friend.
you. Well, kahit na, di ba, may pala ka, that's good. And Jody said, learning lots, Miss Jill.
Thank
Ang dami,
you.
actually, super, super dami. Jackie says, thanks, Jill. Ang ganda
Yay.
ng topic na
Thank
to.
you so much.
And what else? Do we have more down there? Marami pa actually, ang dami. Pero, if we go through, baka mag-overtime na naman tayo. But thank you again. Super, super. We really, really appreciated you coming to Mommy Mundo. We hope to see you again in many,
Yes,
many other
please.
topics. We'd love to have you
Sure.
over again for our talks and upcoming Mommy Mundo and our year-round talks, of course, not just Expo Mom. Again, thank you. We really, really enjoyed it. Thank you again, Jill, for joining us. And again,
Thank
if you want
you.
to get in touch with Circle of Hope, can we have a last
Yes.
shot of their contact information on screen? Do you have that slide, Reg?
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, so here we go. So again, if you want to get in touch with Circle of Hope, they have a Facebook page and they have also Instagram. They have LinkedIn, and of course, you can hop on over to their website to find out more about the Circle of Hope community. Again, so thank you, Jill, for joining us. This was such a
Thank you
wonderful
so much.
segment. Have a great afternoon.
You too.
The
Take
rest of
care.
you. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone.
It's me
Hi
again.
again.
Hi, Iya. Kamusta?
Hello again. Okay naman.
Here we go.
I know. Well, I guess like we said a while ago, this is going to be another shopping segment, but of course, we're going to start it off just recapping what has happened in the past 3 hours. And just to remind everyone, for those who are just tuning in right now, you can of course rewatch this whole Expo Mom just in case you missed something, or maybe you want to watch Jill's segment again. Maybe you missed some of the things in her
Ang daming
presentation.
tips. Ang dami niyong sinabi.
Exactly.
Super, super helpful. Thanks again,
Parang I
Jill.
feel like some moms need to pause muna tapos take notes.
Right.
And then, yeah. And then write. But yes, again, let's go through the past few segments. Of course, after our lunch break, we started off the afternoon with our partners from PLDT Home with making connections smarter, better, and easier at home. And I super enjoyed all the insights and personal stories of the 3 mom panelists that we had a while ago, Sheena, Mabel, and Finina.
Mhm. Inggit ako. I want an Alexa. I only have a
Oo
Basti.
nga.
Basti, turn off the light. Basti, get me water. Pero Alexa cannot get me water. Basti
Ayun.
can get me water. So,
I think kukunan ka na ng water ni Basti.
I think he heard me. He was gonna stand up and he realized hindi ako nag-uutos. Sorry, my son. Okay, but yeah, that was very enjoyable. And then next was
Next was Google. So we had we learned how to help families keep their kids safe online. And I'm so excited. I know Via already mentioned a while ago about our upcoming series with them in the next couple of weeks coming up this September. So please stay tuned because I know some of the moms were already commenting a lot of things a while ago. So by September, by the time we start our series, I'm sure they're also gonna enjoy that.
Yes, we love having Google as a new partner here in our Mommy Mundo community, and we're very excited to bring you guys all more knowledge, more learnings as we partnered up with them for the upcoming talk. So yay! Thanks,
Yes.
Google. Awesome
Thanks,
to be
Google.
partners
And
with you.
if you haven't already, for those watching, Via mentioned Google Family Link. I think it's so cool, and it won't just keep the children more responsible being online, but I think the parents also and everyone in the family. So go
Very
download it.
crucial. Diba? From the
Yes.
pandemic, everyone is online. And I think moving forward, even if sabihin natin COVID is over, like next month, that's me wishful thinking next month. I think being online, Zoom, conference calls, hybrid learning, hybrid working is going to be a part of our lives from now on because we see how effective it can be, how time saving it can be, how efficient it can be. So I think these are very important skills for us to learn and to develop in the coming years. I
Yes,
think it's part of our life
exactly.
forever. There, diba?
Yes,
Ayun
and of
na.
course, our last segment that just ended, teaching children healthy social skills in these times. And I like how I know you just did a quick recap with Jill before starting this segment, but I like how she said that asking for help is a tool. I think that was like my best takeaway because I know that there are some parents or kids who are scared to ask for help or even just ask questions in general. So I think that was a great reminder for everyone that it's okay to ask for help and it is a tool that we can use to our advantage.
Ako, I reiterate the one that I like talaga is that sharing is a skill. It's not a
Yeah.
personality. So it's something that we can learn as human beings and as people who relate to each other in having our meaningful connections. Hashtag meaningful connections. The whole point of our Expo Mom and our month this month for Mind Your Mind. So thank you again, Jill, for sharing with us so much and for being so generous with all the knowledge. Our moms are furiously taking notes and having comments. It was one of our most attended topics, I think. So it's really a
Yes.
point of concern for a lot of moms, social skills, and especially during this time. So thank you. Yay. So, ang
Yes.
daming laman sa day 2. Parang dapat may
I
day
know.
3 and day 4. Team Mommy
Oo nga
Mundo.
eh.
Ready na
And
ba
we
kayo for a 4-day Expo Mom? Papatayin na tayo ng mga team members natin. No!
And we still have two really great segments coming up, of course, about breastfeeding. And it's gonna close, or our day 2 will close on a topic regarding preserving family memories in the digital age, which I think
Yes.
everyone is into
Of
right
course.
now. So let's stay tuned for
Yeah.
that.
So
So
breastfeeding for sure is going to be well attended. Our
yes.
breastfeeding talks are always so well attended. It's going to be with one of our favorite mommies, si Abbie.
Yes,
And
one of
then
the experts that we always
experts,
call
and
for
we
these.
just had the breast friends
Yes.
concluded with her last weekend. It was so well attended. And then for preserving family memories, we have Mommy Omni and Daddy Bryce who did the talk. So please stand by for that. So in the meantime, let's do our shopping deals. Shop break.
Yes.
Okay, so
Shop break first. Oh, but wait lang, hold on. Maybe before we get to that, just so we can go through all the flash deals again, which again, we are reminding you it's only until 4 p.m. today. So make sure you
so
grab the
50
opportunity to
minutes na
add to
lang.
your cart. Yes,
Last
50 minutes
50
na lang.
minutes, guys.
But right now, we are actually going to be giving away another
Mhm.
raffle. So you know the drill already. I know those of you who always attend our events know our mechanics for our raffle giveaways. So there will be
And
a
there's
pinned
it.
link.
Ayan na, I
There
see
it
it. The
is.
pinned link is right there, mommy. So that is the raffle form for this raffle. Inya, tell them what they're going to win. Two winners of
Yes, two moms will get the chance to win recovery shapewear from Shapewear Solutions.
Gusto ko yan
So,
eh.
oo nga, parang
I
feeling ko
mean,
even if you're not a mom.
11 years na ako nanganak, pero parang kailangan ko pa rin yan. Nasa postpartum recovery pa rin ako. Di na ako naka-recover, in other words. So this is so awesome, moms. Come on, fill up that form and
Yeah,
have a
si
chance
Jackie
to
said, wow,
win.
ganda. So
Ganda
fill up
talaga
the
yan.
form now. Fill up the
Yes.
form now because two moms, okay, two lucky moms will get the chance to win that. So
Mhm.
that being said, let us go through the flash deals
Flash
that we have
deals.
because you have 49
Ayan na,
minutes left.
49 minutes left to add to cart and check out. So what do we have?
Yes, let's see them. Let's just flash. Ayan,
Flash
flash
sale. Here
sale.
we go. Here we go.
Okay, let's just
Okay.
go through the different brands.
Okay, again, this was mentioned earlier. B-Box. The B-Box multi-purpose lunch box is amazing with big spaces, perfect for bentos. And then it has the silicone covers and then 2 leak-proof containers. It's at 30% off.
Woo, come on, grab the opportunity. Okay, next up, we have these unwashable PPTPs. Ang cute. Oh my gosh, 30% off as well.
I wish I had these when Basti was newborn. I swear, I had so many pee showers in my time. Next, we have from SN Fit, 30% off on their supplements. Right there, the mommy
Essentials for
again.
daily living.
Our website is mommymundoshop.com in case you missed it. Next up,
More for essentials for daily living. So this one's the mangosteen
mangosteen one.
variant.
The Morinji, okay, every breastfeeding mom knows this. Oh, here we go from Big Bang Science. Hello, Happy Nina. 30% off on all their Big Bang Science kits. All, not just the big ones, even the small ones.
Yes.
I'm
All
really
kits na, not just the big ones.
Yes, I'm really interested in that bubble kit that they mentioned. Oh, ito sa'yo. This is for you.
Yes, I really want this one. From Health Fusion, the Beauty Bunny gummies are also 30% off.
It's got biotin, vitamin C, collagen, everything. And from Mastella, 30% off on their, oh my gosh, my eyes. Okay, from their Nursing Comfort Balm, which is organic,
there
and
you go.
also their organic Stretch Marks Oil, 30% off.
Yes,
Okay,
come
next.
on, get the
Yan,
chance
ito.
to grab these. Nose Frida, I like the video a while ago. At least the moms are also more informed about these products. That's also the reason why we had that segment earlier today. But here we have it for 30% off for the next. Okay, nawala na ako sa math. 47 minutes. 47 minutes.
Okay, 30% off on the Frida Baby Windy. Help relieve your child of colic and gas problems.
Oops.
Okay, and another one that we mentioned earlier, 40% off on the multi-purpose mommy hook, which will help you organize your bags, keep them in one place and in a very comfortable position, whether it be your diaper bag, your stroller, or your baby carrier.
Wow, 40% off. I mean, where else can you get that deal right now? I
I
mean,
want that. Just walk the walk.
oh, here
Folio.
another one of the great sales. Buy one, get one.
Yes. Okay, this is
For our
Foligo. Again, this is a
probiotics.
prebiotic. It's a prebiotic. So this is not a probiotic, but it's a prebiotic. It is the food for the natural probiotics that exist in your body, helping your body maintain a natural and healthy gut for overall health. It's tasteless, it has no color, and then perfect for the whole family.
And I like
Okay?
how they mentioned that you could use it also on food, like for baking and not just
Sprinkle
putting
it
it
lang.
in your drinks.
Yeah, because it's
Yes.
not alive, so it will not die. So you can
Yes.
put it in hot chocolate or whatever. You can cook with it, and it will still remain effective as a prebiotic. So
Yes,
awesome.
correct.
Okay, what else? Oh, here this is what we mentioned, kanina. The
Yes.
Raspberry with Raspberry with raspberry teether. So cute. I like the bunny. 30% off on that.
Ako, mine's the penguin.
Penguin ka. Okay, tingisa tayo
Oo,
para
penguin
payapa.
ako. Okay, next up we have some. I know we have a couple of items from Senti, and it's 10% off. So this is the one that you mentioned. I know they have two variants for this, right? 2 cents for
Floral
this
and
one.
lavender, if I'm not, if I
Yes,
remember right.
70%
Mhm.
isopropyl solutions.
So elevate your disinfection game with Santi's Crystal Clear and also their Santi Foot Soak. Perfect for a long day of, after a long day of standing around. Awesome. Give yourself some self-care. 30% off. Also, their Santi linen and room sprays. Also have
Yes.
30% off. Maison Fresh. Oh, can you pronounce? Maison
No,
Fresh.
I won't even try.
Fresh House. Garden of
Yung
Eden.
Garden of Eden na lang ako.
And orgasm, whatever. Okay, next. Oh,
Next, we
from
have Pixels
Pixel
88
88.
Studio.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, so you can get it for 40% off, print with frame already. So I think this is perfect for Omni and Bryce's segment later. So stay
sure.
tuned for that. You might want to consider getting this, but you only have 44 minutes left. So get the chance to grab this deal.
At 40% off only here. Next. Wala na?
Okay. Oh, they
Meron
also
pa?
have one for the
Ayan.
12x8 size, print
Yes.
with frame as well for 40%
40%
off.
off. Oh, yun na yun. Okay. Ang dami.
That's it.
Actually, such great products. I'm wanting a B-box multi-purpose lunchbox.
Me also for
One to
myself.
one. I have until 4 o'clock, diba? So, sige, fine. Let me check it out. Okay, guys, so we have more coming for you. As we said, we have 2 more talks, breastfeeding and then making family memories. So stay tuned for that. And this is the last for me and Inya. So the 2 of us are going to say bye to you guys.
Yes.
I will see you again wherever, online, in between, and the next Expo Mom on November. Oh, Inya, one more shot of our merch before we go.
Yes. Don't forget that you can still get our merch. The Mommy Mundo hoodies, the Mind Your Mind t-shirts are still available in our shops. So be matching with us and get yourself a hoodie because it's getting a little bit rainy now and a little bit
So
gloomy.
cozy.
So,
If you guys
yes.
must know, it's so cozy and soft and fluffy. So we are gonna sign off. Me and Jimin are gonna sign off. What about you?
Me and myself are gonna
Me, Jimin, and Park Seo-jun over there are gonna sign off, and we'll see you again online here at
Yes.
Mommy Mundo. See you guys.
Thank you so much, everyone.
EXPO MOM Online 2021 Meaningful Connections is co-presented by Baby Dove, PLDT Home, and Sanofi Pasteur. Sponsored by Google and Photobook Philippines. With media partners Ink Pop, Inquire.net, Manila Bulletin, Our Awesome Planet, When in Manila, and The Asian Parent. And community partners Camp Explore and Kinder Music Philippines.
If you can stay calm when everyone has lost patience and blaming it on you. If you can dream and not make dreams your master. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting. If you can smile when what is yours breaks. If you can give everything from your heart, even when you're exhausted. If you know to give second by second the value of every minute, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And, which is more, you will be a mom, my girl. There are no perfect moms, just real ones. New Baby Dove.
Newborn baby skin is delicate. Protect and nourish with Baby Dove. With 1/4 moisturizing cream and 100% skin natural nutrients, it washes away germs while gently caring right from day one. Discover the Baby Dove difference.
Work it, make it, do it, makes us harder, better, faster, stronger. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, make us more than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over.
Uy, ayos yan ah.
Yes, Dad. May gusto ka bang sabihin?
Sabi ng mommy mo, may girlfriend ka daw.
Okay, tapos na yung conversation. Thank you.
Gets ko, anak. I was young once. You want to see her.
Please, Dad. Stop talking.
I just want you both to be safe.
And there it is. You made it awkward, Dad.
You have to be responsible, anak. I know you don't want to be told what to do.
Please, Dad.
That's why I want you to get
Teka lang.
vaccinated.
Wait, what?
Vaccination, anak. Bakit? What did you think I was talking about?
No, nothing. Never mind. Of course I want to be vaccinated.
Kaya kita, anak eh. Mana ka sa daddy mo. Tara!
No matter how much we prepare our kids, diseases can potentially disrupt their future. Help protect their dreams. Ask your doctor to know more about disease prevention today.
Okay ka na. Thank you.
So, kailan nakasal?
Oh, Dad!
OMG, tinawag na ako. Di pa ako ready.
What? Ngayon ka pa mag-back out? Stress kung stress ito, friend. Ano, be? Carry yan. Para sa ekonomiya. Makasama mo loob mo. Paano? You remember what happened the last time? I am not as strong as you, friend. This is it. Commit kung commit. For the future. Wow. All important decisions in life, kailangan ng commitment. What are you waiting for? True. Okay, ready na ako. Tara, I'll support you all the way. Fighting.
Oh, you ready?
Ready na.
No matter how much we prepare, diseases can potentially disrupt our future plans. Protect your dreams. Ask your doctor to know more about disease prevention today.
Mama.
Oh, yes, anak.
I'm scared.
Di ba you wanted to be an astronaut?
Yes, Ma.
Don't you know? Astronauts get scared too. It's okay to be scared.
Do I really have to?
You wanted to reach the stars, di ba?
Yes, Ma.
Yan! Oh, ready for liftoff?
Ready!
3, 2, 1!
Certain diseases may potentially disrupt your child's plans for the future. Vaccination can help them reach their full potential in life. Help protect their dreams. Ask your doctor to know more about disease prevention today.
Yes, my star!
Ako si Inay.
Si Mommy.
Si Mama.
Ang ilaw ng tahanan, tagapangalaga ng pamilya.
Habang buhay na tagapagtanggol ng kanilang kinabukasan.
Habang buhay na tagaturo ng nutrisyon at kalinisan.
Habang buhay na gabay para sa bawat pagbakuna.
Upang habang buhay, ang kanilang disiplina. Lalaban habang buhay at naman ang sakuna.
Upang ang angkanay maging malakas at masigla.
Dahil ako si Inay. Si Mommy.
Si Mama. At habang buhay ang aking pagsinta.
Para sa aking pamilya.
Mama, ang panata mo. Panata rin po namin sa Sanofi. Kaya habang buhay din ang aming pagsisikap. Napabutihin ang aming mga bakuna, health program at treatment para sa mga chronic diseases. Habang buhay na paghanap ng mga solusyon.
Habang buhay na pagsulong para sa pamilyang Pilipino.
Sanofi.
Us have our reasons why we need to brave the health threats these days. Supercharge your immune system with Essen Immuniboost. Essen Immuniboost. It contains the premium blend of vitamins A, D, E, C, B complex, selenium, zinc, ginger, and turmeric to prime and strengthen your immune system against harmful viruses and bacteria. Essen Immuniboost, your essential supplement for immune defense.
Hey moms, welcome back. I'm sure you enjoyed that short break. You probably got your drink and are plumped back in your seats and are ready to go for the next sessions here at EXPO Mom Online. We appreciate it, and we appreciate you taking part in the flash sales that we had earlier. It was really good. I'm sure your carts and hearts are full, and we appreciate you guys just helping and supporting different mompreneurs through that. Right now, we're moving on to our next topic, and it just so happens that this topic has everything to do with breastfeeding. August being Breastfeeding Month. I love this month. We're in the middle of it already, and we continue to just provide information and support and love to all of those moms who are going through this beautiful phase of breastfeeding. You know, this next segment really does celebrate the beauty, the intimacy, and the amazing long-lasting connections we moms make when we breastfeed our children. And of course, that connection being with our children is all about love. And so we have two people who are absolutely about that love, not just because of their love for what they do, but love for their children. Actually, three of them, and you're going to enjoy this segment. Joining us today are multi-platinum selling recording artist, songwriter, theater actress, blogger, and just recently small business owner, best known for her unique sound of Pinoy-flavored bossa nova. And with that, I know you already know who it is. Sitti rose to fame via her double platinum awarded album, Cafe Bossa, in 2006. Sitti was a mainstay of the ABS-CBN Sunday noontime show ASAP for 7 years as one of the sessionistas. She still occasionally guests in local TV shows and performs in bars and lounges, as well as in weddings, corporate events, and still continues to be the amazing artist that we know her to be. Sitti is also a regular performer in local jazz festivals, and internationally, she has represented the Philippines at the Tokyo Manila Jazz and Arts Festival, which happened back in 2004 in Shibuya, or 2014 rather, in Shibuya, and the Kuching Waterfront Jazz Festival also. She also dabbled in theater, appearing in Atlantis Productions' local staging of Spring Awakening, 9, and Full Monty. Oh, my son loves everything about Atlantis and everything about theater. She currently runs a personal blog, www.bossagirl.com. You'll want to follow that, in which she chronicles life and learnings as they happen and come to her. Happily married now for 5 years to entrepreneur Joey Ramirez. They have been blessed with a very rambunctious toddler they fondly call Lily Bubs. It's so cute nowadays, taking care of her toddler, running the Klim's chorizo business, and performing on online shows while trying to write songs are what keep her busy. Also on our panel is a mom who is a comedian, a host, entrepreneur, writer, and a mom of 3 beautiful boys. She exclusively breastfed her firstborn, Apollo, who's 7 years old now, for more than 3 years, overlapped with her second-born, Ali, who's 5 years old now. And she now is exclusively breastfeeding her third-born, who's 10 months old, Andreas. She was recognized by MCNAP for My Advocacy on Breastfeeding in the year 2016. And I can't wait to know more about Chariz. And finally, let me introduce our third panelist. We have the breastfeeding expert. She is a breastfeeding advocate, certified lactation counselor, and founder of the Breastfeeding Club. She has been helping moms breastfeed for over 10 years. And once you hear her personal take on breastfeeding and her personal experiences, you will know why she is the expert. So let us all welcome Sitti Navarro, Chariz Solomon, and the expert that I was just referring to is Abbie Yabot. Hello, mamas.
Hi. Good afternoon. It's so nice to see you.
Hello. I'm going to start with Abbie. It's so good to see you. I was just chatting with you, Abbie. You know,
yeah, I know. It's always fun to work with you, Patricia.
Yeah, you know, I love listening to Abbie. She talks to a lot of moms, and especially when she does it through Mommy Mundo. You really get a lot of people, a good turnout all the time because of what you share. So I'm looking forward to another afternoon of learning with you, Abbie.
Thank you.
And Chariz, hi, how are you? Look at you. You look so relaxed. Your surroundings seem so relaxing. You're obviously a plantita.
Yes! Actually, photo finish, kakatapos ko lang maghugas ng dishes. Nagulat ako 3 o'clock na, sabi ko, oh my God, headband is the way.
Pero ang ganda mo and fair, di ba? But that's really, you have to tell us what the secret is to look fresh despite all of that. Kasi, but of course, this is all about your breastfeeding journey also, right?
Yes.
Ang galing, nag-overlap ka pa. So you're just like Abbie, talagang I really admire women who breastfeed for that long. So right now, my daughter is 1 year, 7 months, and we're still exclusively breastfeeding. There are struggles. Sa'yo, Chariz, I'd love to know about your struggles.
Super dami. Yung sa case ko naman, I think, Abbie, I think you know Joyce Zaragoza Martinez.
Yes, of course.
Very good friend of mine. Naging kumare ko na. She's been helping me since Apollo pa. So, si Joyce ang nag-seminar sa akin before. And I was 4 months pregnant with my firstborn. Tapos, meron akong condition called overabundance, milk overabundance, tsaka yung overactive letdown. So, yun yung naging struggle ko kasi hindi ko alam paano i-manage. But Joyce helped me a lot, and also Nanay Estela, who masahista siya talaga sa lactation talaga. Lactation expert din siya. So anyways, yun yung naging problem ko. Hindi ko alam paano i-manage when you have also too much milk. So parang every week or every month, I get sick, I get clogged ducts and mastitis. Tapos nung first ko, nabugbog ako sa antibiotics. Pero yung antibiotics naman na safe naman for breastfeeding. Pero kahit na, kasi I didn't know how to handle it. Until, ayun nga, nag-tandem feed na ako sa second ko. Mas less na kasi nga, 2 tao. So, lagi akong na-empty. Kahit hindi ko na rin kailangan i-pump para lumambot lang siya. Das eto sa third ko, since walang masyadong pumping, puro direct feeding talaga. Hindi talaga kami nagpa-pump kasi nasa bahay lang tayo lahat eh. Yes. So mas na-manage ko, mas madali ngayon. Talagang hindi ako halos nagkaroon ng clogged ducts. And ngayon kasi iba na yung panahon, 'di ba? Ang dami na nating resources. Meron na tayong lactation massager, yung nagba-vibrate na na thing na mo sa clogged ducts. Tapos yung meron na tayong lactation consultants na nandiyan lang sila and within reach lang because of social media. Yeah. So, ngayon mas madali na talaga and mas na-educate na yung mga nanay. Kaya mas marami na ding nagbe-breastfeed. And I noticed I didn't have to donate so much milk like before. Kasi lahat ng nanay ngayon, ang galing na nila, educated na sila sa breastfeeding talaga. Because they had proper tools and mas marami ng experts yung nag-shift sa, nag-extend sila ng kanilang expertise sa lactation. So, nakakatuwa.
Nakakatuwa nga actually. And of course, that's why Mommy Mundo is here and we have experts like Abbie. Yeah. Just that. Abbie, I'm going to ask you about what Chariz has brought up in just a while. I wanted to say hi to Sitti. Hi there, Sitti.
Hi! Good afternoon! Ayan, nag-okay na yung internet ko, nakakaloka. Ngayon pa talaga siya These are our problems now, no? But I'm just really happy to be here and it's my first time to be invited by Mommy Mundo. Although napupunta ako sa mga events before, nakakamiss yung mga EXPO MOM.
True.
Anyway.
Yung mga live events, but I'm happy that we get to share this time with you here, Sitti. I know you're very busy and you're both of you are such creative people, but I'm so glad that we get to see a different side of both of you here, and we have Abbie to help us understand this journey that we're all in, which is breastfeeding. First, I wanted to start, maybe I'll start with Sitti since I have a bit of a background on Chariz and how her breastfeeding journey has been. What about you? I think it's a good place to start. And after you share your experience, I'll go to Abbie about her expert opinion on it. How did you first feel when you started breastfeeding Lily Bobs?
Sobrang sakit. I mean, when I was pregnant with Lily Bobs in 2018, ang dami nagsasabi na okay lang, parang compared to breastfeeding, madali lang manganak. Parang ganon. Tapos hindi ako, parang, syempre, wala ko alam kasi first time mom. So, nakikinig lang ako, pero totoo. Well, in my case, kasi I was emergency CS. So, naalala ko yung the first time she was roomed in, I think that was the day after. Kasi preemie siya ng by 4 days preemie si Lily Bugs. So, pagka-room in sa kanya, alam mo yung sakit na sakit ka sa hiwa mo. Tapos ito yung bata. Wow. Nung una pa nga, parang wala pa ako naramdaman masyadong connection. So, totoo lang. Kasi, parang na-overwhelm ako ng sakit ng CS. Pero, as we got to know each other and bonded through breastfeeding, and as I spent more time with her, and of course, vice versa, mas naging stronger yung bond namin together. But it was really, really hard. Kasi, syempre, wala namang, I mean, our breasts, magiging komportable na ako sabihin yung term na yan kasi we're talking about breastfeeding naman, diba? Our breasts were not, it doesn't really get that much contact. I mean, my breasts do not. So, nung time na dede yung anak ko, syempre, only latch kami sa hospital. Sobrang sakit talaga niya. As in, yung parang gumaganon yung paa mo sa sakit. And then, sige, pero only latch lang. Sige, okay, both sides of the breast. Sige lang, basta, feed on demand, blah, blah, blah. Ang dami, syempre, may lactation consultant tayo sa hospital. And then when I got home, also, I sought the help of a lactation consultant. Naalala ko pa may friend ako nagsabi na your nipples will get used to it. Parang siguro after 3 weeks, magiging sanay na sila, they will adapt. And yun yung amazing thing about the human body is it not only produces the amount of milk that your baby needs, it also adapts to the pain. Akala mo hindi mo kayang mapuyat na 3 hours ka lang natutulog pero kaya mo pala na may makaka-function ka talaga for your child. As in, whatever resources your body needs and mapaprovide talaga siya ng your baby needs rather, mapaprovide talaga siya ng katawan. But I also remember, I actually breastfed Lily Bubs for 13 months before she self-weaned. And yung journey na yun was similar to what Chariz was sharing earlier kasi nagkaroon din ako ng oversupply. I also had mastitis, na hospital pa ako, umabot ng 40 yata yung fever ko noon. And then I also had overactive letdown. So these were things that my husband and I had to navigate by ourselves. And parang you will just really learn on the go. Yes, sobrang laking tulong talaga ng lactation consultant kasi yun pa, may lactation consultant, si Miss Tin Cervantes, na point out niya na may lip and tongue type as si Lily Bob. So that was the reason why I was having so many issues. And we had that nipped, and then breastfeeding became a lot easier after that. But it was really a journey na mahirap, pero sulit, pero makakaya kasi with the support of your husband, with the support of the community, and with other resources that you can watch on YouTube, ganyan. So yun, that's how it all happened for me.
Wow, I love the discussion that we're having already, and it looks like we're gonna keep Abbie busy. There's so many things that they shared already. Normally, moms would say, "Yeah, oh my gosh, breastfeeding, beautiful. It's so magical." And then you hear, "Grabe, nagkalagnat ako. Ang sakit." Abbie, can you help us navigate that because it is the reality, right? But it doesn't.
Yes, it is.
The bond and the relationship. Let's focus on those first, the issues that they faced. Tell us a little bit more about over-lactation. Not everyone knows about that.
Yes.
Yeah, because I think in the beginning there really are a lot of challenges because the breasts don't know yet how much to produce and how often. So the mere fact that we have 2 breasts, right? It means that we can actually produce for 2. I always say that we're built for twins, and that's why we have 2. And so in the beginning, the chance to oversupply and also undersupply is extremely possible. So oversupply usually happens when the moms are very much stimulated. They're very, they're like Chariz said, no, nag-hyperlactation siya. So yung hyperlactation and overactive letdown, that means yung baby nabubulunan na siya sa dami ng nakukuha niya. And that's usually just fixed with just positioning. Positioning lang talaga yung key dyan. Mas common yung problem na yan with Westerners. So, more and more though, we hear now na nangyayari na siya even sa Filipinos. I guess because you can contribute that to better lifestyle, diba? Or we are able to really prepare for breastfeeding. We attend classes, and then sometimes we overdo it also. Like sabi nila, can I start taking these supplements na 2 months pa lang yung baby? And we say, supplements lang naman yan, sige lang. But some really just overdo it. And we don't have to, technically, the mere fact that they're supplements, in the past, wala namang ganyan. So they can still breastfeed. Or kasi kailangan mag-massage, kailangan ganito. And so sometimes there's just too much going on. And all we have to do is actually just let the baby do everything by themselves. Even yung mga possible problems on the nipples like plugs and mastitis, diba? And I'm nothing against massage. I love massages. I'm sure you love it too, Pat, right? Diba? Pero just in case the moms who are listening here don't have access to one or they cannot kasi it's also pricey, diba? Pwede rin yung baby na lang. You just direct the chin of the baby where the lump is, diba? Or you just really gently massage it by yourself, no? So yung hyperlactation, we usually have the moms breastfeed in an anti-gravity position. So the best is to really just do it via your semi-recline or you're lying down. Medyo challenging in the start, pero that would help a lot kasi it won't go straight to the baby's throat, diba? Mas madali siyang i-handle. And then if you kasi, it's a struggle between wanting to take the milk out kasi you're scared of possible plugs and mastitis if it's over full. Kasi that's normal in the first parang 3 to 5 days. You feel so full, you feel feverish na, like you said, no? And a lot of moms feel that it's actually just really the coming of the transitional milk and the fever will go away naturally unless, of course, there's an infection. Iba naman din yun. But on the first week, that's usually just that. All you have to do is let the baby suckle. And yung keyword natin dito, Pat, I'm sure you remember this because you've listened to me so many times. It's really just to relax. Kasi the more stressed we are, the more that the milk doesn't come out, so the more that it gets stuck. And syempre, pag matagal yan dyan, there's a chance na naniniga siya and that's where the plugs begin. So what you want is a steady flow towards the baby. And then really number one is to relax. Find the position that's comfortable to both of you. Kasi kunwari, masakit din likod mo. Diba? Because your position is so awkward. Naka-bend ka forward or basta alanganin lang. Make sure that all the parts of your body are parang supported with like pillows and wrapped rounded towels and shirts, whatever you can insert kasi gusto mo lahat talaga cushion ka. And then after that, all you have to do is think waterfalls of milk, think abundant milk supply. Tapos lalabas na lang siya naturally and it will naturally adjust also to what the baby needs. So hindi ka mag-oversupply. Basta in the first few weeks, huwag ka na rin muna mag-express. Kasi pag nag-express ka, it actually tells your body to produce so much more, di ba? Yeah, so instead of, parang you want your body to get the signals from the child. Kasi all children, kasi si Chariz, you already have 3, diba? I'm sure you noticed na iba-iba yung behavior nila. Merong every 2 hours, meron, grabe, mayat-maya, parang ayaw na niyan tumigil forever. Usually mga boys, ganun eh. Yung mga girls, kalmado, pero wow, 1 oras, ganun katagal yung feeding nila or 1 kalahati, no? Pero you'll realize that it's really different per child. So what you want is for your body to get accustomed or to get the demand signals from the baby. And then your body will naturally adjust. It will take about somewhere between 4 to 6 weeks. Pero at least hanggang dun lang yon. After that, it will be smooth sailing na.
Yeah, us breastfeeding moms, we really go through so many challenges. But at the end of the day, I'm sure everyone here will agree. Worth it.
Worth it.
Super.
Yes.
Worth it. Mapapalitan yan, Chariz. how do you think, how did you feel about your relationship with your child or your children because you breastfed them?
Ano sila talaga, nung mga first years talaga nila, they were also clingy. As in, pabuhat talaga, pabuhat forever. Hence, my TikTok post na yung kargahing bata. Yun. So, ano ko naman yon, tanggap ko naman na talaga namang kargahin silang lahat. Siguro yung pinaka hindi nakargahin is yung second ko lang, na kapag tulog siya, nalalapag ko siya. Sa kanya yung pinakamadali, siguro, if I may say, no? Pero lahat sila clingy, sobrang sweet. Sobrang, you're so beautiful, mom. Your eyes, they're so pretty, mom. Tapos lahat sila, boys kasi lahat yung sa akin eh. So, iba yung lambing talaga nila sa akin and yung emotional, nila, yung EQ ba nila, iba din. Napaka-affectionate nila and they understand me. Parang iba talaga yung connection eh, na parang kahit halimbawa minsan nakita nila ako umiyak. Alam nilang hindi talaga yun allergies. Kahit sinasabi ko, I'm just having allergies. Alam nilang hindi. Tapos they check on me. After 2 days, ganyan. Katulad kanina, nung nagla-lunch kami, sasabihin sa akin nung isa, Ma'am, the other day, you are having allergies again. How are you now? Yung ganon. Tapos meron sila, nagpe-pray sila sa gabi, yung parang, sana daw. Kasi nung nag-vaccine ako recently, sabi ko, di ako makalakad. So, papag-pray ka, I pray you can walk well. Ganyan. Basta napaka-compassionate, napaka-affectionate ba nilang mga bata. Hindi ko alam kung yun talagang personality nila o talagang malaking factor yung breastfeeding, but whatever it is, I'm so happy. And kung ano man yung ginawa ko towards breastfeeding na talagang pinilit ko and hindi kami sumuko talaga, hindi wala akong regrets talaga. I'm happy. Actually, natakot ako sa time na to eh. Kasi nasa pandemic tayo. Natakot ako na baka ma-stress yung katawan ko. Kasi psychologically, we're also stressed. And also, wala kasi kaming helper sa bahay. Wala kaming yaya, wala kaming talagang tagalinis. Kami lang talaga. Ngayon, binilang ko lang sila ng clay. Para manahimik sila. Lahat sila may bagong laruan ngayon. Kaya tahimik. So, natakot ako. Akala ko, mawawalan ako ng maaga ng milk. Kahit oversupply ka, basta na-stress ka kasi.
Yeah.
Talaga, stress, malaking factor talaga yan eh. Pati pag nagkaka-clog ducts ka talaga, napapansin ko nagkaka-clog ducts ako pag sobrang stressed ako talaga. So,
that's actually a nice sharing. Abbie, it really is that bond, right? Breastfeeding isn't just feeding, isn't just providing them what they need in terms of food. Tell us a little bit more about that bond.
Yeah, whenever we talk about this bond, I always remember your story about that thunder and light. Basta I remember that. I don't have something as magnificent as that, but because I have 5 children, si Chariz and Sitti yata don't know yet. I have 5 children, and my eldest is 27. So imagine, ka-age nyo na yun. 27 and 25. And yun sila, I breastfed them, pero dahil walang nagturo sa akin, I was mixed feeding so early. And then I was still in school, so bata pa rin naman ako. I was still in college then. And na-notice ko lang when I was already going back to school, mga 2-3 months pa lang yung eldest ko. Parang after a few weeks, parang mas gusto na niya kay Yaya kaysa sa akin. Kasi hindi na siya direct breastfeeding. So, parang that's a little bit hurtful. And I remember parang merong mga kwento rin from my classes na sometimes the moms, they say, the lola, they think it's fun na, tignan mo, try mong kunin sa akin yung baby mo. Diba? Tapos hindi nasasama. Pero you know what? The thing with breastfeeding is, because when I had my third and my fourth, I call them my second batch, which is Patricia's first batch naman, diba? They're 17 and 15. And that's where I started with breastfeeding. So I've been doing counseling for 17 years now. And sa kanila, what I notice is, even if I was full-time working, I was gone 2 weeks in a month, talagang literal, out of the country, out of Manila, ganyan. Every time I come back, talagang they'll drop everything. Ako lang ang importante. And even now that they're teenagers, kahit na, alam mo naman pag teenagers, those hormones, kahit anong galit mo sa kanila, parang they don't really, sila nagtatanim, parang they understand. So I think that's the bond that I like to really, parang it's a forever bond, pero parang connected yung mga bituka nyo in a way na when they're hurt, you can sense it. When you're hurt, ako, in many times in this pandemic, like you said, Chariz, it's really a challenge for us mentally kasi parang overbonded naman tayo, parang konting kilos, andyan na naman, andyan si husband, andyan sila forever, hindi ka na makawala, di ba? So parang, yun, my daughter, she feels that. She gives me a hug. Or sometimes, sabi ko nga sa kanya, just be beside me. Parang it's good na she's just there and her energy, she's sharing it with me. And you feel the love kahit na wala kayong sinasabi, di ba?
And Abbie, thanks so much. I'm gonna go to Sitti because Lily Bobs is just a toddler. How old is she now?
She's around 2 and 10 months.
Oh, see. How has, as you progress with your breastfeeding with her, do you feel that it really has strengthened your relationship with her?
Oo, hindi mo siya, those 13 months of direct latching, hindi ko talaga siya may pagpapalit for anything else, kahit may mga sacrifices nga. I think for the first year, she was a bit clingy also. Pero hindi naman siya yung kailangan the whole time karga mo. Ang pinaka na-notice ko sa aming dalawa is, I don't know kung paano ko siya nasisense. I don't know if it's because of direct latching the whole time. Nararamdaman ko kapag nakakatulog na talaga siya. Kasi kahit ako mismo inaantok, hindi ko siya ma-explain. Parang, alam niya yung pag pinapatulog, papatulog, naantok, papatulog. Tapos minsan, may times before kasi na hindi ka makagalaw kasi baka mamaya magising, matatakot ka, di ba? May mga ganong circumstances. But I remember na when we're both lying down and she slashed on me, whether she slashed on me or not, basta antokin ako, ibig sabihin nung tulog na tulog na siya. Hindi ko siya ma-explain kung bakit gano'n. Ano pa ba masasabi ko? Because I've read a lot of books prior to giving birth na breastfeeding is really important. And there are some books, forgive me, but I forgot na yung book na nabasa ko. But yung ano talaga niya, yung advice niya to form a strong bond with your child as well as to nourish her or him is to breastfeed for at least a year. So, yun talaga yung target ko na kailangan 1 year talaga tayo. Tapos, around 12 to 13 months of breastfeeding, that was the time that my mom got sick. So, I was taking care of her and then I had gigs, blah, blah, blah. Doon na pumasok siguro yung stress. So, when we would have her be checked by her pedia, the pedia suggested na nung kaka 1-year-old niya na, you can try mixed feeding na, sabi. So, pinatry namin ng mixed feeding. Tapos yun na nakatikim ng ibang gatas, gusto na ibang gatas. So, ako parang, bakit? I still have so much more to get. Pero wala. Kumaga, I don't know, din sa process naman ng weaning, parang okay, talagang motherhood, parenthood, it's an everyday process of letting go and letting your child find her own way in the world, and that could be expressed by preferring other kinds of milk. So, nakakatawa din yung journey yun kasi when we were talking about stresses about sa clogged ducts, how it caused that. I remember one gig share ko na to kasi sobrang classic to eh. Sobrang napapanik ako kasi ayaw na niya dumeda sa akin. So, ang nasa isip ko noon, I'll pump it out. Hindi ako magaling mag-hand express eh, that is one of my learnings from my first breastfeeding experience na kailangan marunong ka talaga mag-hand express, and it's the best kind. Rather than pumping. Pumping is parang second option, ganyan. Pero number one talaga na kailangan marunong is hand expression. So, hindi ako magaling mag-hand express. So, talaga, kahit anong gawin ko, hindi ko malabas yung gatas. Tapos magigig ako. Tapos sobrang tigas ng buso. So, gagawin ko. Tapos ang bigat-bigat na yung feeling ko. Tapos, amazingly, one of our friends, who is also a breastfeeding advocate, sabi niya, Sitti, kamusta ka na? Alam mo nangyari sa aming dalawa, she was hand expressing me sa CR, sa toilet ng gig place. And that was the only time I felt, relief that finally, nalabas ko na hindi na siya ganun, hindi na siya coconuts in my chest. Pero, it was such a funny experience, but again, with all the sacrifices, wala, talagang breastfeeding is something amazing na sometimes I can't wrap my mind around it, how this body, our bodies can really produce whatever our children need, be it in hydration or nutrition, and then syempre nga yung kasama dun na the bond that you guys get to share.
Beautiful. Thanks for sharing such an intimate information on that. But that's really how we bond as moms too, right? That's how we all support and connect one another. Abbie, coming from what Sitti just shared, of course, we all go through difficulties and challenges. But at the end of the day, there are also ways. Like if you really want to keep going, like Sitti was saying, she really just wanted to keep going despite the challenges that she had faced. It's something that we just parang, tiisin mo na lang, basta magawa. I mean, what should be the mindset when there are challenges in breastfeeding?
I think the mindset would always be to keep your eyes on your goal and on the prize, and what parang center you back to why you are doing what you're doing now, because then you will really understand that all of these will eventually be worth it. Of course, I always tell the moms that I see that huwag niyo masyadong tiisin yung sakit, kasi breastfeeding should not be, of course, we always say this, should not be extremely painful, although of course pain is a really subjective thing. So what is super painful for me may be just like a tickle for Patricia, or it could be something that talagang iniiyak na ni Sitti or kay Chariz, parang wala lang, parang just a walk in the park. It really is different for each mom. That's why I try to avoid using the word pain, but it's definitely uncomfortable. And I think what I like about what Chariz and Sitti has shared was that they have people who can help them, diba? There are professionals who can help them. They also have friends who can help. And that's number one, kasi more than, I think most of us, because we have access to Google, we have access to like information. But the thing is with researching it, sometimes it gets so confusing because there's so much conflicting information over the web. So I really recommend that if you really are like that yung sa web, just stick to one or two sites, or just one or two, and make sure that they're professional sites. Kasi like I said, my experience could be different from yours, diba? So all these challenges, if you just remember how it would keep your child free from illnesses, lalo na during this pandemic, for me, that's so much, parang that's already enough to keep me going. And si Pat knows that I have a 6-year-old child who is still breastfeeding, and honestly, diba, parang, so this is my 5th child, and grabe, yung journey ko with Zoe was really parang monumental, because she's the only child that I had postpartum, and then parang it progressed na into cyclic depression for a while, pero high functioning ka kasi alam mo na you're on the go. Like Chariz, I also don't have a yaya, so imagine mo pagkagising mo parang nagbo-bullet points sa lahat na kailangan mo gawin sa bahay.
Oh my God.
Homeschooling, and then everything talaga. So but on the other side also, once you start breastfeeding, and I guess si Sitti mentioned this kanina, di ba, for some reason parang nare-relax ka kasi nga there's this prolactin that makes you feel like it's so ironic na masakit siya. Ang hirap pag-latch na iiyak ka, pero once it's there, parang suddenly your body goes, ay, di ba? Parang ganon, parang there's this sense of relief. So, if you, parang just to keep your, it all different stages lang. There will be ups and downs, and, but at the end, like, and I've always shared this, my gosh, my 17 and my 15, they've really never gotten sick ever. Like, no paracetamol even, no over-the-counter drug. So, diba, how clean can their livers be? So, alam ko na safe sila talaga yung ganun. So, I think that's my biggest message to the moms, to keep your eyes there. Now, you are actually giving the gift of health more than anything to your children.
I love that you pointed that out, Abbie, and I want to go to Chariz on that. The ones who are no longer breastfeeding, and of course your child that still is, tell us a little bit more about their health. Obviously, we're connecting this the impact of breastfeeding on your children's health, both physical and also emotional health. Do you think that breastfeeding played a role in how they're doing, how well they're doing?
Now, yung first ko at Apollo, siya yung talagang medyo madalas na nagkasakit. Pero kahit nung nagkakasakit siya, I remembered, sobrang frustrated ako, and then I told our pedia, Dr. Jen, sabi ko, Dok, di ba pag breastfeed, dapat hindi sakitin? Kasi kami, exclusive din kami naman noon. Tapos sabi niya, ano ka ba? Sabi niya, look at the bright side. If he weren't exclusively breastfed, baka mas malala yung condition niya. Sabi niya kasi, mas natotolerate daw ng body ni Apollo, yung mas nalalabanan niya yung pain, yung sakit. Like, kasi pag nagkakasakit siya, ang lakas niya pa rin eh. Tsaka parang wala siyang sakit. Hindi mo talaga mapapansin. Kaya medyo nakakatakot din kasi parang hindi mo alam, baka na-overdo niya yung katawan niya kasi nga may sakit siya, di ba? Parang feeling niya hindi siya weak. So, gano'n. Second ko naman, si Ali, hindi talaga siya nagkakasakit. Na-hospital lang siya yung nababagok, mga gano'n. Yung mga tinahi yung ulo niya, sobrang bot, gano'n. Tapos, si Andrea, hindi rin, never pa nagkasakit sa 10 months. Pero iniisip ko nga, dahil ba mas na-expose na sila sa mga kapatid nila, na nagkaroon siya ng immunity, kahit di siya lumalabas. So, wala, kahit si Pon Ubo, wala pa din. Si Andreas, yung pangatlo ko. Sa naman, sa emotional naman, tingin ko talaga mas sensitive sila na mga bata. Hindi ko alam bakit gano'n, pero feeling ko mas kailangan, sabi nga nung pedya namin, mas iingatan mo yung feelings nila kasi mas extra sensitive yung mga batang ganyan, na yung mga masyadong na-breastfeed ng matagal. Like, sila kasi talaga, ang goal ko talaga, 2 years lang nung una. Naging 3 years. Humaba na lang ang hirap kaya mag-win. Tsaka parang Ma'am Abbie, hindi ko po natandaan yung last time na nag-daddy sila sa akin. Kanina nung na-mention ni Sitti yung sa winning, naiiyak ako kasi hindi ko pala matandaan. Pero yung kay Apollo, natandaan ko kasi parang tumigil na siya, tapos meron akong plug duct. Kasi hindi makuha ni Ali. Tapos sabi ko, Apollo, can you come here? Can you dede tumampas? I have a bukol here. It won't come out. Ali cannot suck it out. Can you help me? Tapos alam mo, inupo niya ako. Tapos dumedi siya ulit. Kahit ang tagal-tagal nun, parang yun lang yung natatandaan ko. Pero kay Ali, hindi ko matandaan yung last time. Kakalungkot. Hindi mo talaga matandaan. Pwede, no?
Okay lang yan. Marami ka namang memories sa kanila. It's okay. Don't feel bad about it. Alice! Baka meron pa raw kasunod. Yun, i-document. Dina-document ko na ngayon yung kay Zoe kasi I know that she's really the last. So parang Oh my goodness, di ba? Her sister also did 6 years, pero at 6 years stop. Ito mukhang hindi pa. And yeah, and you know, hindi siya parang we're together 24/7. Merong mga months in pre-pandemic na I would go away. Meron akong sanity trips So I go to the States, ako lang mag-isa 2 weeks, o kaya sa Australia. Basta nagpapahinga rin ako. Pero pagdating ko, balik pa rin sila. So, I don't know, trinay ko i-recall kung naalala ko ba yung mga last days. Parang hindi, pero parang nare-remember ko kung bakit sila nag-win. Yun. Tapos, let's forgive ourselves na kung kasalanan man natin yun or na-busy tayo. Sometimes like that, di ba? You just get busy or sila na yung umaayaw and that means that they're ready. So, we always tell the moms, so 6 months exclusive. After that, 2 years kung kaya. Tapos pag nag-self-win, it's their time. It's their time to really be independent. And that's okay. Si Sitti parang, ayoko pa.
Talaga. Ako din ako talaga yung sa winning kanina nung kinuwento mo. But hindi mo when it's the last time talaga, kaya parang enjoy every moment. Kahit minsan talaga hirap ka na, breastfeeding, parang feeling mo wala ka ng ganda, hindi na sa'yo yung katawan mo, wala ka ng buhay. Diba? Bakit ng boobs mo, pang lola na yung bagsak. Balat na lang may tubig. So parang wala nang fats, nawala yung fats ng boobs. Talagang hindi mo talaga alam mo yung last. Pero at least, diba, ngayon malalaki na sila. Ano pa rin sila, parang wala namang nagbago, no? Parang feeling mo, yun pa din yung baby na binreastfeed mo talaga na ganun pa din kaklingi sa'yo, kanidi.
I love that, Chariz. You know, I also have that bond with my boys who are teenagers now. Even Paul, Abbie, remember I would tell you that they still had belly time, even though they were like 10, 11, they would still come to mama up until Patrice came just about a year and 7 months ago. But I want to go to Sitti now. So, how's her health? How's Lily Bobs?
Malakas siyang bata. I'm proud to say. Matibay yung buto niya, maliksi, very active, and I'm very sure it's because of breastfeeding. Nakaka-proud talaga na makita siya na ganun siyang klaseng bata na very confident siya. Ako, I mean, yung dad din niya kasi, very, kumbaga walang takot na, well, I think most fathers are like that, na ida-dangle na lang siya. May parang gano'n. Tapos parang ikaw nakamabalian ang buto, ganyan. Pero wala talaga, awa ng Diyos. Matigas yung pangangatawan niya. Parang, alam niyo yun, hindi siya big bone, hindi. Pero matigas, malakas. So I'm very, very happy na yan ang asawa ko. I'm very, very happy na she's, her body formed the way that did, and I really believe that it was because of breastfeeding. Ayun, ano ba yung second question?
Emotional, yeah.
So
you did say that she's confident. You did say that she's also a confident child, no?
Yeah, she is.
That's super. Abbie, that confidence in social settings, does breastfeeding lend anything to that?
Breastfeeding kasi is half for nutrition and half for comfort. Usually breastfed children, because their needs are attended to so much faster. Kasi imagine talagang pop open the breasts lang yan and latch, di ba? Walang timpla-timpla. And yung husband ko nga, he always is so amazed when he sees dads in the malls. Dati na nagtitimpla pa, natataranta, di ba? Tapos hindi pa masara ng maayos yung bottle because he's never handled a bottle ever. So, of course, it's breastfeeding is a social event. You can have eye-to-eye contact. You can massage your baby while you're breastfeeding. So there's really a lot of emotional bonding and emotional comfort for the child. So of course, their personalities will all be different. Meron talagang mas clingy than the others, and meron talagang mas iyakin than the others. Pero in general, and yun din same, even with yung mga illnesses, tama yung sinabi ng doctor na it could have been so much worse if they weren't breastfed. Kasi hindi naman porket nag-breastfeeding tayo, ano na sila, incredibles na, yung hindi na magkakasakit forever. Kasi it will still depend on di ba, what their systems are, and for example, what they also will grow up with. Kasi kunwari, kahit mag-breastfeed tayo ng 10 years, kung kumain naman ng tsokolate yan forever, magda-diabetes din yan, di ba? So, ganon. There's also some factors into play. But in terms of yan, we notice that children who are breastfed, because their needs are attended to so much faster, they cry less. So when they cry less, they're able to process things better. Kasi diba, it takes less energy to be happy than to be sad, diba? So they're able to absorb more in their surroundings, more learnings, ganyan. And we notice also na the children who are breastfed, at least for 6 months, they are also more precocious. So they can dive, of course, your children, di ba? They're kids, so they will dive into their kakulitan and kalikutan, kaya nga nagkakaroon sila ng cuts and bruises. Pero compared to others who are not. And sorry for the term, tawag ng lola ko talaga asal hayop daw. Pag kasi galing daw sa hayop yung gatas, di ba? Pero of course, that's their slang for it. But parang I believe na because na it's such a calming experience for both of you, then the child becomes more calm. I mean, calmer than his usual self, ganyan, compared to a general population of not breastfed kids.
I love
Grabe,
it.
Paano pala kung hindi pa nag-breastfeed yung mga anak ko? Ngayon pa lang parang ano na. Parang zuna dito. Ay, talaga. Kahapon talaga nag-give up talaga ako. Naiyak-iyak talaga ako sa pagod. Yung ingay, yung energy, yung tatlo sila. Tapos,
nararamdaman nila, di ba? Feel nila kung anong pinagdadaanan mo. So, lalapit lang sila sa'yo, Mom, do you have allergies? Oo.
At saka white pa yung wall mo, wala pa siyang sulat. Hindi ba maayos pa tignan?
Pangalawang bahay na to Pangalawang bahay. Pero, may sulat-sulat.
Yeah, sabi nila there's a solution to that. To let them also be their rowdy self. Kasi that's how they learn. So kung nagsusulat sila sa walls, di punuin mo yung wall mo ng Manila paper. O kaya bigyan mo na lang sila ng washable markers. Parang there's always a way to adapt to it. Kasi yung mga bata rin na pinabawalan, biglang ganun, off topic, biglang parang lahat na lang bawal. Lalo nilang mas gustong gawin. So at least, di ba, relate natin sa breastfeeding. Usually naman, when you talk with them, tapos breastfed children sila, they listen to you, di ba? Kasi nga, parang there's this strong bond between you and them. So, yeah, mag-iisip sila, mangungulit sila, tapos makikinig kahit sandali lang, siguro 5 minutes, kusapin mo na lang uli after 5 minutes. Kasi talagang, of course, your kids will be kids, di ba? Children, in the same way that teenagers will be teenagers. So, kahit na breastfed mo yan ng 4 years dati, kung talagang mag-a-act up yung hormones yan, ayun, kahit anong bond nyo, mag-a-act up yung hormones pa din yan.
Basahin ko
Miss
lang
Abbie,
may
yes. Sitti, yes.
I'm sorry. Naalala ko lang sa kwento ni Miss Abbie. I remember when Lily Bob celebrated her first birthday. Siyempre, hindi siya sanay na sobrang daming tao. So, she was observing, and then nag-peak yung energy niya, and then she was getting cranky na because the program was, there were so many people, the program was long, blah, blah, blah. So what we did was, I breastfed her, even if it wasn't her feeding time yet. Mm-hmm. And na-notice ko na talagang na-relax siya, nabigyan siya ng comfort. And did she nap that time? I forgot if she napped that time. But after that quick breastfeeding session, parang she was refreshed na. And we were able to go back to her birthday party na okay na siya. Hindi naman siya smiley na baby, pero hindi siya yung umiiyak. So, yung naalala ko na.
Yun. So, more
Abbie, the calming effect of breastfeeding on the child, but also the mom.
Yes, absolutely. Imagine, well, ngayon kasi pandemic, so it's hard. But sa akin, yung lagi kong kwento is, imagine on the plane, di ba, even if you have a newborn, they're so quiet talaga. I mean, and when somebody's crying in the plane, you're so judgmental, people. Oh, we don't say it out loud. Even my children will say, kasi sometimes it's taking so long na, yung crying talaga ang tagal na, parang isang oras na non-stop, naubos na ata yung boses ng bata. And parang my my daughter will just say she's probably not breastfed, mom. And then you look around and they're really trying. Kasi yung bottle feeding and formula feeding, of course, it only addresses hunger. It doesn't address yung social or calming or emotional comfort. So talagang very comforting talaga. And of course, that will develop into their social skills, di ba? Yun.
I love that we have so many moms chiming in, like Maya here saying that na-observe nga din niya yung confidence, understanding ng baby niya, hindi rin sakitin. She's breastfeeding him for 4 years and 10 months. And currently, yung exclusively breastfeeding also their second baby for 4 months. You go, Mama Maya, and also Angel kanina, going 3 years yung pag-breastfeed ng son niya. So it's really good that we have all of these moms chiming in. But I'm gonna go to my last question. I'll start with Chariz. Ano sa'yo yung pinaka-beautiful moment na remember mo? Sometimes, lahat talaga madami tayong pinagdadaanan na kahirapan throughout our breastfeeding journey. But sometimes we just go to this particular memory na talagang really helps us imagine the waterfalls and just imagine how beautiful it is. Sa'yo, give us one beautiful breastfeeding memory that you will continue to cherish in your heart forever.
Ako wala talagang specific, pero parang akin kasi talaga, lalo ngayon sa panahon ngayon, na nandito lang tayo sa bahay, wala talaga tayong masyadong magawa. Lalo na kami, siguro sa industry namin, sanay kami talagang fast-paced, sanay kami na wala kaming idle mood. So napakahirap talaga nitong panahon na to para sa ating lahat. When I look at my baby and nakikita ko na parang, sabi ko talaga, yung pangatlo ko kasing baby, talagang siya surprise, si Andreas. Ang sabi ko talaga, sign talaga siya ni Lord para sa akin na, para lumakas, yung bang, sorry, nasabog na ako. Parang ang binigay talaga siya sa akin kasi para lalo akong maging malakas emotionally. Siguro, kasi nakita niya talagang nagkaka-problems na ako psychologically and emotionally. Tapos, binigyan niya ako ng isa pang baby para ipakita niya sa akin na kailangan kong maging malakas and primary reason is nga si baby T, si Andreas. So, kaya kapag minsan talaga na naguguluhan na ako sa maingay yung utak natin, ayaw tumahimik, and pangit yung mga naririnig natin sa paligid, na balita, malungkot, lahat malungkot. It reminds me that you just focus on this baby. You just focus on your child. Kasi kailangan ka nila. So, hindi ka dapat magpa-affect dun sa mga nasa labas. And also, siguro, yung isa pa is, bukod sa pag-breastfeed sa mga anak ko na talagang lahat everyday is a beautiful memory talaga. Kahit yung pinakamalulungkot na parts, yung mga struggles, still beautiful. Kasi talagang, it made who I am now. So, it made me who I am now. Tapos, yung isa siguro, yung madalas kasi akong nag-donate ng milk, lalo na nung kay Apollo, kasi talagang ang dami kong nakakatch na milk. Yung isang mom na dinonatan ko ng milk, yung twins niya, na na-NICU, nakita namin sila sa mall, malaki na sila. Medyo matagal ko silang nadodonatan. Meron silang mga letters sa akin, lalo na yung daddy na nag-pass away yung wife niya, giving birth. Meron silang mga letters sa akin, na mga thank you letters na talagang tinabi ko, nandun sa room ng mga anak ko. Tapos, yung isa nga, yung nakita namin sa mall na mami, sasabihin niya, oh, she's your mom too. Parang ako, para sa isang nanay, nasabihan ka na nanay ka din ng anak niya. Napakalaking bagay nun, di ba? Kasi para ako, pag tinawag ko, tawag mo sa kanya mama. Di ba parang, never gonna happen. So parang ako, siguro isa sa mga beautiful memories ko yun. And talagang gift talaga siya sa akin ni Lord. Na I didn't have a beautiful childhood kasi, pero talagang my dream was to become a mom. And to have my own family. And binigay niya talaga sa akin ng 100 folds. Na talagang sobra-sobra. Because maybe I promised him, if you give me lots of milk, I will help those in need. And this is my covenant to you. Kaya ngayon dito yung ngayon, hindi talaga ako makakatanggi. Kasi it's God calling me. for my purpose talaga.
Yes.
So, kaya, this milk is for everybody. So, yun, yun yung pinakamagandang memory talaga. Hindi, bukod dun sa anak mo. Siguro bukod dun, pag di kasali yun talaga. Talagang ang sarap sa puso.
Yeah. Oh, I love that, Chariz. Thanks so much for sharing. What a beautiful experience you had, and thanks for sharing your milk with others who may, of course, with others in need. That's wonderful. Yeah, God gives you what you need and what in abundance, so that you can share with others. Sitti, I'm sure with Lily Bubs. What a beautiful name, by the way. I'm sure you have so many precious memories breastfeeding.
Hi, my love! Dito na pumasok.
Ayan, sasama
You
siya.
wanna say hi? Come here.
Hi.
Okay, say hi. Nakakulit ako. Lapit na ako, anak. Oo. You just wait for me, okay? Yes. Okay, sa akin, yes, my yes, I put on makeup. Yeah, I put on, yes, I put on mascara.
Okay.
Hanggang muna dito. Okay, hindi, mamaya na mag-take off. Hindi pa tapos si Mimi. Just a few more minutes. She wants to take off my makeup.
Hello.
Hindi pa tapos.
Your lashes.
Oh, yes, ikaw to yung mag-take off. Okay. Yeah. Reflecting on what everyone has shared this afternoon. Naalala ko. Yung breastfeeding, para siyang para kayo may sarili kang parang may sarili kaming solar system. Yung parang kami lang, there is a zen-like feel to it pag natapos na yung, when you get the hang of it. Yes, my love. Nag-work ko. Sige, can you go down please first for a while?
Give me that.
I'll join you in a bit. Ayun. Yun, may parang feeling ka na this is something na kaming dalawa lang yung nakaka-share. And it's hard to put into words how that really made me feel that time. But every time that she would latch and I would feel the milk coming out, and then maririnig ko, mama, mararamdaman ko na lubusog na siya. And I would burp her. Iba yung, hindi ko talaga, I can't put it into words how special that every session is. Kasi parang talagang, it's just me and her and in our own little universe. It's so beautiful. Ano ba? Dati, parang meron akong, ayoko na masyadong needy. Pero, nagkaanak ako, parang, grabe yan. Iba pala yung, meron palang kind of neediness that I actually like. Yeah, rash guard. Where your rash guard? Sabi ko nga, I wrote on my blog before about breastfeeding. Sabi ko, I never knew how much I needed to be needed by someone until I had a child and until I breastfed. Ayun. Wala na ako. Meron pa ako isang isa-share, nakalimutan ko na kasi may batang magano. She wants to show her watermelon bikini top. Oh, sige, show.
Wow! That's so cute! Look at that!
Oh
Can we
my.
borrow?
That's you.
Lily Bubs. Thank you, Lily Bubs, for showing us. She's so pretty. She's so cute. But thanks so much, Sitti. You really put it beautifully that it is really so special, right? And both you and Chariz, all of us moms, right, really give so much of ourselves as we breastfeed our children. So finally, I'll go to Abbie. Abbie, put it all together for us. How beautiful breastfeeding is. This being Breastfeeding Month, of course, this is to encourage and to give support to moms. And as they breastfeed, they don't just nourish, but they make meaningful connections.
Yeah, so many things that I could say, and I mean, in a nutshell, it's probably now is the best time to just really keep on breastfeeding with all of the things that are happening. Of course, we are all paranoid and scared, diba, with this Delta, but it just keeps on coming. And so all we have to do is just continue to breastfeed because it's our best way to keep them protected. Of course, we don't bring them out even if they're breastfed. But apart from that, you also see that the mom is healthy. Your chances of getting ill in the future, like all those cancers, all these diabetes, parang you get it. You probably won't get it na if you've been breastfeeding for a long time because your body's working in perfect condition. It forces you to be fit, diba? When you're breastfeeding, kasi pinaprocess niya yung nutrients sa body mo, and then it saves a lot of money. Eventually, it will save you a lot of sleep. Alam mo yun, parang sabi kanina ng isang mom, cheers to us, walang tulog, mommies. But that's actually really, really temporary. After a while, pag sanay na kayo, kahit na all throughout, while you're sleeping, the baby can just keep latching. And in fact, we are more rested, no? And I think for me, yung best memory talaga yung I posted it last night because I wanted to, parang just immortalize it, Yeah, so she Zoe would always put her hand here and she's just gonna do like that while she's breastfeeding. So parang, okay, mommy. So parang for me, that's such a really nice gesture of her. And she doesn't do it all the time. Pero parang ang saya na she does it when I need it the most. And like Sitti says, parang you don't know how good it is to be needed. Kasi sometimes yung neediness nakakasakit sa ulo. Pero yung neediness nila, parang it's something that you will definitely miss when they are older. And it stripes on your shoulder that you were able to do this, and it gives you more confidence as a mom too.
Thank you so much, mommies, for sharing your breastfeeding stories, encouragement, memories, and adventures to all of us. We really appreciate it. And I just want to say happy breastfeeding month, Abbie. Yes,
happy breastfeeding month.
Breastfeeding month, everyone.
Thank you so much, Abbie. Thank you so much. All right, breastfeeding is truly such a gift, and we've heard the stories of these wonderful moms. And my advice to all moms out there is to breastfeed as much as you can, as long as you can. That perhaps is another blessing that the pandemic has brought: our ability to stay with our little ones and breastfeed them as we work from home. So wonderful, wonderful sharing by all our moms, and a special appearance by Lilybug. So
yes.
Cute. May costume change pa siya. I love it.
Oo, grabe yan.
Confident breastfed baby.
Yeah. There you go.
Thanks so much.
10 outfit changes in a day.
Thank you.
We could have gone another hour talking about breastfeeding. Honestly, I love that topic. I love talking to Abbie and getting to know Chariz and Sitti. And I love, one of the things that stood out to me was when Abbie was saying, we ought to start documenting. So Abbie, I know you're gone, but I'm working on documenting my breastfeeding journey because I didn't really get to do that with the two boys. And then now with Patrice, I want to document it. So my birthday is coming up, and I told my husband, I want to have a photo shoot. Can you be my photographer? Because I want to document my breastfeeding journey with Patrice. And I think that's going to be kind of related to what we're talking about now, how we can preserve family memories in the digital age. And this is already the last talk of our expo. I can't believe we're already on the last talk. Kind of sad. I've been having some meaningful connections with all of you moms, right? So this is our last day. So let's sit. Remember what sit is, what was shared with us yesterday. Well, these 2 days have just flown by. And as always, we've learned so much. But we do have one thing to learn, and it's important one too. It's all about preserving memories. Our next speakers are known for creating family content on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Together with their kids, they from the Clingy fam share all their meaningful content covering marriage, parenting, homeschooling, and anything else related to or relevant to families. They began their journey in 2017 with the mission of providing an example to young parents or would-be parents on how one can pursue having a happy family regardless of his past or present circumstances. And I love that about them. People started giving special notice of their family when they started sharing their no yaya life, highlighting daddy's life as a full-time daddy vlogger who still manages to handle household deliverables. Ang galing. Their story got featured several times on TV, digital publishing, podcasts, and other forms of media. And people who saw it called them one of the most inspiring content creators of today. So we're looking forward to hearing from Omni and Bryce La Rosa.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Patricia. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Hi, everyone.
Well, looking forward to your discussion because I want to learn more from you. And since you guys are amazing and inspiring content creators for today, we're all ears. Go ahead, Omni and Bryce.
Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you. Hello, EXPO Mom 2021. Grabe. Parang, when was our last, our first ever EXPO Mom? Parang,
Nako, I don't remember. No? Parang kailan lang. I remember it like yesterday, although I don't remember exactly when it was already. Pero I can remember my first EXPO Mom, and it really feels good to have a community of your own.
Right.
Although it's called Mommy Mundo pa lang noon, wala pang Daddy Mundo noon, both of us felt really welcome in this community.
That's true.
Yeah, so...
Yeah. And we're so happy that you invited us guys to share kung paano namin ito ginagawa.
Yes.
And tama si Patricia, kaya and si Abbie, no? Even yung mga breastfeeding moment, nako, ang sayang i-document yan. In fact, that's one of the things that we were able to do in the past 4 years of being content creators.
Yeah, so today we were invited to share with you how we do preserving family memories in this digital age. Okay.
Paano nga ba, Mami?
Yeah, we will talk about that later. So once again, we are Omni and Bryce. Together with our 3 beautiful kids, we are #TheClingyFam. Our kids are beautiful kasi mana sila sa daddy nila.
Sa Mommy, of course. Sa Mommy, of course.
So our panganay is already 8 years old. Our second one is 6. And our bunso is 3 years old. We have 2 girls and 1 boy who is our bunso. So that's a little bit about ourselves. We started vlogging 4 years ago, 2017.
Yeah.
And at that time, we already had Zella, our second child. And we're really blessed to have discovered this beautiful platform where we can document our family memories. So at first, our goal was just to, alam niyo yung i-preserve lang yung memories sa family, yung tipong may babalikan ka. So while our slides are being flashed, ayan, next slide please.
Speaking of babalikan, dati paano ba natin binabalikan yung mga memories?
Oo nga, ito I'm sure everyone is familiar with this, 'di ba? Yung photo album. Yeah, 'di ba ng mga bata tayo, gusto niyo 'yon, yung binabalik-balikan niyo itsura niyo nung bata kayo.
Tapos kapag may family gathering, just like what's in the picture right now,
nga.
'di ba? Papakita yan,
nilalabas photo
yan.
album. Ito si ganito nung maliit pa, 'di ba? Yan, may bangs siyang ganyan. Sino dito yung hindi na biktima ng bangs, 'di ba? Ako noon naalala ko full bangs talaga kasi yun yung usong hairstyle noon. So lahat ng mga pictures ko nung bata, ang bangs ko talaga.
Makikita mo lahat talaga, no?
Oo, lahat.
May bangs lahat. Lahat na nangyari na kailangan naka-photo album. Otherwise, hindi yun nangyari.
Yung class picture namin, siguro parang magkakamukha kami halos lahat noon kasi lahat naka-bangs. Pati lalaki naka-bangs. Di ba? Kasi usong-uso noon. So, those are just a few things that we remember when we think about family albums or photo albums. Right now, sobrang blessed nitong generation natin na meron na tayong internet, meron ng technology. Kasi, di ba, ngayon, kumbaga, we are all free to document our memories in just a snap of a finger, di ba?
Right.
Whether you want it to be a photo or gusto nyo yung videos, ang dali na. And in fact, that was our main motivation when we started vlogging 4 years ago. Gusto lang namin gawing family album yung YouTube channel namin.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah, so si Daddy Bryce was very interested. Actually, hindi man pala was until now. Sobrang ginawa niyang outlet yung paggawa ng videos nung time na nag-work pa siya sa corporate kasi talagang mahilig siyang gumawa ng videos. And so yun yung naging namin, yun yung naging outlet namin during that time na sobrang napapagod na
Kumbaga,
kami.
I found a place for my passion.
Yes.
Diba? And it's just so timely na parang daddy na ako. Ngayon, I have these little kids, cute kids na gusto ko ma-document talaga every milestone that they achieve. And even yung milestone natin as a family. Diba? Yun talaga naging motivation ko in starting our YouTube channel. And yun, nakakatuwa lang that na nasimulan namin yun, and nakakatuwa kasi everyone can do it.
Yes, oo nga. Ngayon, basta meron kang smartphone, may internet ka, madali nang makapag-document ng memories, diba? So, next.
Ayan, next slide tayo.
Ayan.
There.
So, although we are very blessed with this very beautiful technology na lahat tayo ngayon may access, or halos lahat tayo ngayon may access, diba? We got reminded when we watched this Netflix series, di ba? Ngayong quarantine season, madami tayong time para mag-Netflix. And isa sa mga pinanood namin sa Netflix is yung The Minimalist series. And they said there that our memories are not in things or our things. Our memories are in us. Kasi, it's quite natural for some of us to keep a lot of things, keep a lot, kumbaga material things, di ba? Ay, lalo tayong mga mommies, ako, I remember, daddy, lahat ng pregnancy test kit ko, tinago ko yan. Lahat ng may mga 2 linya, no, nabuntis ako kay Zia, kay Zed, kay Zella, kay Zed, lahat yan tinago ko. Yung
ako,
mga...
I remember, first PBA ko na panood sa Araneta, tinago ko yung ticket.
Oo, so kung comment kayo kung may mga gano'n din kayong moment. Ano yung, what is that something that until now you're holding on to? Kasi nga, sobrang ganda ng memory ng bagay na yun. So, although ang sarap i-keep ng mga bagay na yon, we have only a limited space, 'di ba, in our houses, and we cannot keep all of those things all the time, 'di ba? Lalo sa amin na nakailang lipat bahay na kami. Ang dami nang mga na-move out at nawalang mga bagay na seemingly important sa amin noon. So, in those moments we got reminded that our memories are not in things. It is in us. Meaning that is one thing that no one can take away from us. Yung memories na nanalaytay, di ba, sa mga puso't isip natin.
So given that, Mommy, the question really now is how do we really preserve our family memories in this day and age? The digital age na talaga.
Ayan.
Next, please.
Yan. So this is now the question. How do we preserve our memories in this day and age? The first thing that we realize as parents and we want to share with you is this. Be present. Okay. Yeah. So what do we mean by being present? So unang-una, may nabasa kaming quote, which is this one from Barbara Johnson. She said, to be in your children's memories tomorrow, you have to be in their lives today.
Yeah, I don't think we have to explain pa yun, no? Sobrang
very
klaro niya.
self-explanatory. Yeah. Yes. Anong ibig sabihin? Sabi ng mga eksperto. And
next, please.
Yes, next please, diba? Don't just be there physically. Let your presence be felt. So, ibig sabihin, naalala ko noon in one of the church services na ina-attendan namin ni Daddy Bryce, sabi nung pastor, quality time daw is not when you want to spend time with your kids. Right. It is when they want to spend time with you. Pabaligtad. Meaning, halimbawa, mag-work ka pa ngayon, and your kid already wants to play with you, that is quality time for her. So, in our case kasi ba, lalo ngayon work from home, lalo ako, I'm working from home, I have at least 6 meetings a day. Ang hirap na na balansehin nung moment na kailangan kapag gusto ko ng anak ko, available ako para sa kanya all the time. And I'm sure maraming kagaya natin na nakaka-experience noon. Pero I have to keep reminding myself as a parent na hindi naman siya forever bata.
Yeah, that's why nga sabi natin sa next point na to is you have to invest in their formative years.
Ano ba yung formative years, Daddy Bryce?
Actually, may mga studies yan, but normally, age 1 to 7.
Or 0 to 7.
Or 0 to 7. That's what we consider as their formative years. Kami, ang ginawa namin, we made sure, or we're making sure, kasi up to now naman, our youngest is still 3 years old, no? We're making sure na we're available as much as we can. We can make ourselves available for them. Yung tipong, when they talk, we can look at them in their eyes. Yes. You know, we know it's challenging. We know it's hard. Hindi yun laging magagawa. And of course, not all of us naman has the same kind of opportunity na magawa siya. But I actually, right now, during the pandemic, I'm sure marami nakaka-take advantage na to. But the point there is that we really have to be there with them during their formative years.
That's right. Actually, yun nga when we talk to kids pala, one thing I realized, they only know that we are really talking to them attentively when we look at them in the eye.
Yeah, sabi nga sa next part.
Yes, sabi nung sabi sa ating mga adults, madali yan na parang pag kinakausap ko, halimbawa si Daddy Bryce, as long as ina-acknowledge niya ako,
we get it, di ba?
We get it, na kahit hindi siya nakatingin sa akin. Pero pagdating sa bata, for them to really know that you are attentive to them, you have to look at them in the eye. I know it's easier said than done, pero we can always try our best to do that, 'di ba? Lalo habang bata pa sila. Naalala ko tuloy kanina nung nanonood tayo, Daddy Bryce, ng vlog ni Kuya Kim. Sabi niya, when his kids were younger, it's easier for him to oblige them, o tara, di ba, let's spend time together.
And
diba?
now that they're grown ups.
Now that they're grown ups, kailangan susuyuin mo daw, kailangan liligawan. So, I don't know if anong mararamdaman ko pag dumating na ako dun sa time na yon. Pero thank God for us parents na nasa formative years pa yung mga anak natin. We still have time to invest in their hearts to gain more quality time with them. Ayan. Hi Janly, hi Jody. I thank you naman Jody, ang cute daw natin. Thank you. Ayan. So si Maring Nish nanonood din and nag-agree siya sa atin. Ayan. So
si Nish, nasa formative years din yung mga kids na
magkakabatch yung mga anak natin yan eh. Right. So next thing that we want to share with you is this.
Ayan,
okay,
next tayo.
So next, ito yung sinabi natin kanina, Daddy Bryce, na quality time is when they want to spend it with us and not the other way around.
Another thing that we do, actually we find sobrang fun nito, you start your own family traditions.
Yes.
Kasi may mga kanya-kanya tayong mga kinalakihan, di ba? May mga practices tayo kapag Christmas, ganito, kapag summer, ganito yung ginagawa. Kami, we decided na kami as a family, we will have our own sets of traditions talaga.
Oo, kasi syempre pag nagsilakihan na sila, we want to give them something that would make them want to come home to us.
Yeah.
Diba? Whenever they feel sad, whenever they feel like they just want to spend somebody.
Yung tipong hindi na kailangan tagang pahirapan sa pagligaw sa kanila to spend time with us again.
Yes, parang siguro isa sa mga goal namin as parents is to make our home or wherever we are a safe place for them to come back to. Something that they would want to, gustong-gusto kong makauwi kila mom and dad. Alam mo yon, yung pag malalaki na sila.
And for that to happen, kailangan meron taga kayong unique way of bonding together, which is yung nasa next slide natin.
Ayan, so ito yung mga somethings. Here are some things na nagawa namin as one of our family traditions.
And we encourage you guys, if you haven't tried having this kind of stuff yet during the pandemic, may time pa tayo, lalo naka-round 3 na yung ECQ.
Oo, season 3 na yung ECQ natin.
Sige, pa-flash po yung mga pictures. We'll tell you something about that. Yan, last year, we started this na nagpipiknik kami sa balcony namin.
Oh.
When we say picnic, lalabas lang namin yan yung mat namin, yan yung foldaway mat na ginagamit namin.
Kasi ECQ, di ba, hindi makalabas.
Yes, bawal lumabas, pero pwede sa balcony, pwede sa terrace.
So pag gusto namin kumain sa labas, literal nakakain lang kami sa labas ng bahay.
Yeah, we go out sa balcony, sa terrace namin, tapos maglalatag kami dyan, lalagyan namin yung table, and then mga chips, mga food, tapos sometimes we have our movie time there.
Yes.
Yan yung nasa first picture. Tapos syempre, dati sa point na mababore naman yung mga kids.
Tapos mainit na,
summer na. So we came up with our summer habit. Nagsuswimming talaga kami lagi.
Bumili kami ng portable pool. Tapos ayan, nagbababad lang kami dyan maghapon or over the weekend, we make it our family bonding together. Yan.
Yes, so pag may mga birthdays, pag may mga special occasions na, alam mo yun, hindi naman kailangan sobrang bongga, simpleng celebration lang sa bahay, kaya pa din siyang gawin with this kind of stuff that we tried, no? And syempre, nung na-board na, nag-summer and all, kailangan naman ng ibang pagkakalibangan. We tried camping at home.
Yes, camping at home. So, bumili kami ng tent, yung mura lang, hindi naman yung kailangan sobrang garbo.
Yes.
Ayan, so we started camping at home. Diyan lang sa garahe namin.
Sa garage, yes. We have to maximize lang the space at home. And sometimes you don't even have to go out as in sa garage, as in even sa balcony. If you have enough space in your bedroom, di ba, yung mga ginagawa natin ng bata, this is a good opportunity to let them experience what we've experienced when we were kids.
Yes.
Like yung mga simpleng paglagay-lagay ng mga kumot, di ba? Yung mga blankets na kinoconnect lang natin to build a tent.
Yes,
you don't need to buy
an actual tent.
Yeah.
Pwedeng gumawa ng sariling tent gamit ng kumot. Kumbaga, ngayon ng season na to, itong ECQ season, talagang ang dami nating parents na natuto ng maraming DIY ideas. Yan. Si Jackie tsaka si Kitty. Si Jackie Ortega Paragas tsaka si Kitty Perry. Ayan, relate sila.
Yeah, I'm sure lahat naman tayo, we try our best to come up with something to make sure na hindi mabobore yung family natin, 'di ba? And yeah, akala mo lang you're just trying to adapt to the situation. Akala mo lang you're just thinking of new DIY idea. But the thing is, you're building your own family traditions.
Yes.
And if you keep on doing that, even after, let's say, when things get normalized again, di ba? Meron ka ng practice or habit na babalik-balikan.
Correct.
That will make your kids want to come back home with you. Even pag tandaan ninyo, di ba?
Yes.
Ipagkukwentuhan nyo itong mga ganitong bagay.
Oo nga, yan. Sabi ni Nisha, thanks for the tips. We're doing picnic in the tent soon. Yes, sama kami.
Masaya
Alice.
yan, sobra. Oo.
Ayan, joke lang. Ayan, so next. Ayan. Next slide, please. Ayan, ito naman, since lahat tayo or halos lahat tayo, may access tayo sa smartphone, sa internet, sa technology, consider documenting. It is really one thing na talagang sobrang passionate kami ni Daddy Bryce. Kaya kami siguro nakapag-start ng family vlog. Kasi yung moments, magugulat ka na lang. Lumaki na sila. I mean, naaalala pa namin yung mga time na si Zella pa lang yung binibreastfeed ko or even yung mga time na si Sia pa lang yung alam mo yun, kini-carrier ko, binibaby carrier ko. Tandang-tanda ko pa yun. Parang kahapon lang. Pero ngayon, magugulat ka, 8 years old na siya. Diba? Grade 2 na siya sa pasukan. And sobrang bilis ng mga pangyayari, sobrang bilis ng panahon. And it's a good thing that we were able to document them in pictures, in videos, at least kahit papano, through those documented memories, nare-refresh ulit kami na,
like this, yung picture na to,
ayan,
yung
ito.
ilalabas natin. Ayan, pakita natin yung picture. There. Just by maximizing the gift of technology, you can start a family vlog like this, yung ordinary camping, di ba? Nagiging mas special kasi one day, you can go back to that moment.
Correct,
diba? Because you decided to document it. Yung iba baka would ask, akala ko puro family vlogging talk to. No? Actually, kasi yung pag-document just follows.
Yes.
Diba? Importante talaga that we make meaningful connections with our kids.
Correct.
As much as we can. Diba? That's why we said be present, be there, be available for them. Kasi dun papasok, if you have those moments with them, those meaningful connections with them, meaningful time with them, then now you have something beautiful to document.
Correct.
Just like this tent thing.
Ayan, and if you're really strongly considering starting a family vlog, we will be sharing with you a few things on how we did it on our end. And I hope ma-apply nyo rin to, and I'm sure makakatulong din ito sa inyo. So this is the first tip that we want to share with you.
Okay, ayan. Ito sobrang importante to. You have to know your why.
Bakit, Daddy Bryce?
Nagtanungan kami. Ang cute namin talaga, di ba?
Diba? Yeah, know your why. Kasi sabi nila, kapag ka daw alam mo kung why, kapag alam mo yung purpose mo, the how follows.
Yung bakit mo siya gustong gawin.
Oo.
Diba?
Lalo, especially if you really want to take vlogging seriously, I'm sure a lot of content creators can relate to this. Darating ka kasi sa point na mapapagod ka. Darating ka sa point na parang mauubos ka na kasi hindi naman din madaling mag-edit. Hindi rin madaling mag-film. Pero kung alam mo yung reason bakit mo siya ginagawa, kahit nakakapagod, you will gain the strength to keep doing it.
Sabi nga doon sa next point natin, 'di ba? If you know if you're passionate about what you do, ba, and you know your reason for doing it, you never get tired.
Exactly.
'Di ba? Of doing it.
Actually, this applies in everything to life. In everything in life, 'di
Yeah.
ba? Parang kahit sa anong gagawin natin, kahit alam nating mahirap, basta alam mo kung bakit mo siya ginagawa.
Yeah.
'Di ba? Alam mo, para sa pamilya ko to.
Some examples
diba?
namin kung bakit. I think as parents, lahat tayo common to. Gusto natin ibabalikan talaga tayo when we grow old, 'di ba?
Oo, syempre
Kami,
naman.
ang saya lang guys, share namin ha. Sometimes we watch our old vlogs and our kids would even laugh about themselves na parang, ganyan pala ako. I didn't know I was like that. Oh, was that me, mommy? Was it me talking? Ganyan.
And yung glow sa eyes nila, makikita mo talaga na, hi, worth it lahat ng mga pagod namin just by letting them see. Parang bringing them back to that memory. As if, alam niyo yun, nandun sila ulit sa time na yun.
Tapos yung point na parang it brings back a lot of stuff sa pakiramdam nila, sa utak nila.
Correct.
Diba?
Oo.
Yung lugar, ang daming biglang maalala. Oh, when we were here, I did this. Oh, when we were here,
Correct.
I said this. Yung mga ganon. That's the beauty of documenting your family moments talaga.
Exactly. So next, ayan, ano pa bang pwede natin ma-share, Daddy Bryce? So number 2, I think we have total of 7 tips ngayon.
Yeah, mabilis lang to. 7 lang to.
Yeah.
Normally kasi, when we say vlogging, that's why I actually don't want to use the word vlogging. I want to say documenting family memories or family moments. Kasi some would get intimidated na, kailangan ba may ganito akong gadget? Kailangan ba may malinaw akong mic? Kailangan may studio ako sa bahay? Kasi that's what everyone is doing now sa pag-vlog di ba? But actually between the two, yung dalawang yan, phone or a mirrorless camera? If you're gonna ask, ano ba yung mas effective? The answer is,
start with what you have.
yeah, you start with what you have.
Yeah,
Go for the basic tools that you have. And I'm sure at this point, if I tell you na kung nakikita ko lang kayo, if I tell you na show me your phone, I'm sure you have it. Just like,
baka
diba, ngayon.
marami dito nanonood through their phones.
Yeah, some of you may be watching through your phones. And,
Yes.
you know, that's the tip that we always give to everyone who asks us. Start with what you have.
Yes.
I remember when we were starting, for 2 years, I was using my phone. Yeah, for editing, for filming, for uploading. Yeah, and even when opportunities started to come, I was still using my phone for 2 years.
So it doesn't really matter how fast you upgrade. Mag-upgrade pag kaya na.
Yeah, pag kaya na.
Especially
Yes.
kung family memories naman yung pinag-uusapan, it's the memory that counts. It's not really what you used in order to document.
Tsaka I think for most parents, or especially moms, phone is more handy eh.
Oo.
Diba? You just have to pick it from your table or from your pocket and then
Oo.
swipe up, start, nag-record ka na, hindi mo alam.
Correct. Ayan.
Nag-story ka na, nag-TikTok
Saka lalo
ka
kung
na.
bata ang kukunan mo ng video or picture, di ba? Mabilis lang yan eh. Mamaya, wala na yung smile. So,
Yes.
you want something as fast as possible. And then, so next tip naman that we can share is this. Apply basic filming techniques. So,
Ayan.
I think ang dami kasing intimidated doon sa idea ng filming, but let us share with you some of the most basic na pwede ninyong i-apply.
Ito na yung pinaka-technical na pag-uusapan natin today. Ayan, sige. Huwag na natin i-volume up, ha? Okay, yes, the framing. Sige, can we click next, please? Ayan, tapos next ulit. Ayan. Huwag mo na i-volume up yan, ha? Ayoko yung sinasabi ko dyan. Sorry. Let's go back, please.
Let's go back, please.
Yeah,
Thank
let's
you.
go back to the previous slide. There,
Ayan.
okay? If ito na yung pinaka-technical na stuff that we have to talk about whenever we deal with documenting family memories, yung framing. Just make sure, guys, that when you talk to the camera or to your viewers or potential viewers, kita yung bibig mo. Just like, huwag mong gagayahin itong nasa kanan, naputol yung bibig. Kasi, you know, the beauty of using video as tool para mag-document is that you get to communicate with people. In our case, kung hindi man natin kakaririn yung vlogging, no, we share this video to our relatives, di ba, sa mga kamag-anak natin. And it's important that we connect with them. And when we talk to our friend, di ba, ayaw naman natin yung kaibigan natin nakatakip yung bibig. Di ba? That's quite awkward. So, ganun din. When you film something, just make sure kita yung bibig, kita yung mata, you know, kahit puto lang konti yan. Basta the person watching knows kung sino yung kausap niya or kung nasa yung kausap niya. And when it comes to, that's it for the framing.
Yes.
Yan, ayun yung
basta
example.
wag lang baligtad.
Wag lang babaliktad. Di ko lang bumaliktad ako dyan. Okay? And of course, when it comes to the lighting naman, since we stay mostly at home right now, just use natural light. You don't need a ring light. Diba? Unless you're gonna come up with your podcast or sit-down vlogs. Yes. But if just for family documenting ng family memories or milestones, you can use your windows, yung ilaw. Mag-film ka sa araw, no? But of course, sa gabi, sometimes natin may iwasan, kailangan taga mag-film din, diba? You can use natural light, you can use your whatever light that you have at home. Wag lang sobrang madilim. Okay? Wag lang, lalo in my case, hindi pwede. Diba? Hindi ako makikita. So, make sure lang nakikita ka ng mga nood sa'yo. And when it comes to the audio naman, you have to practice that eh. Kumbaga, may ibang tao na sobrang mahina taga magsalita. Like, between the two of us, ako yung mas malakas magsalita. Si Mommy, there are times I would tell her, Mommy, I cannot hear you. O baka the audience might not be hearing you. Yes. So, you have to practice lang na kailangan talaga marunong kang, malakas yung voice mo para marinig ka nung manonood, or even kayo as a family, kapag nanonood na kayo ng vlog nyo or ng video ninyo, syempre, you would want naman to hear kung nasaan kayo, kung anong ginagawa nyo, di ba? So yun, those are the very, ito na yung most technical aspects ng topic natin today, framing, lighting, and audio. If you wanna, take this further, there are a lot of video tutorials on YouTube. Yes.
Yeah. Next one that we wanna share is, ito na, yung tip number 4 natin, no, Daddy Bryce.
Ano ito?
Ayan, ito I think ito yung pinaka root, 'di ba, of every family vlogging or every content creation that has to do with documenting family memories. So, don't create, just document.
Yan, sabi nga sa point natin dito sa iyo to. Yan, don't. Anong ibig sabihin? Document, don't create. usually kasi when you say, yung mga vloggers ngayon, di ba, yung mga influencers named as or tagged as content creator. Kasi we create content, di ba? Sometimes we do partnerships with brands. But when it comes to documenting family moments, magkaiba yun. Iba yung creator, yung job mo as a creator or namin as a creator, iba yung mommy ka na gusto mo lang taga mag-document or daddy ka na gusto mo taga mag-document. Okay?
In simple terms, kasi kapag your mindset is to create, tendency, nagdi-direct ka eh.
Yeah.
Oh, anak, punta ka dito, smile kang ganyan.
Yeah.
So pag ganun kasi, it's okay. But the best memories or the best shots that we were able to take as a family is when we don't tell anything to our kids. We just
like in
let
this
them...
picture. Yeah, yung picture na yan. This was in Safari World in Bangkok. The kids were just having fun. Nag-feed sila ng giraffe. I didn't tell them to do anything. Like, iangat mo to, ganitong gawin mo, you smile. Walang ganon. I just captured this moment. I just documented it. And kitang-kita, huling-huli yung saya ni Zed. Pinapalakpakan niya pa yung giraffe. So, you see, the beauty is in the documentation eh.
Yes.
You know, when you're able to capture every moment talaga na you find meaningful, you find masarap lang sa pakiramdam. Just like this smile ng bunso namin, nakita yung giraffe, di ba? One day, hindi niya ito maaalala, but, you know, one day, babalikan niya. Obviously, alam niya masaya siya nung bata siya kasi nakangiti siya.
Yes, oo nga.
Di ba? And when you create kasi, I think doon papasok yung next slide natin. Ayan. When you create naman, no?
I think yung tip number 5 natin.
Yes.
That will really sum it all up. Eh.
When you create kasi, you plan, you dapat may script kang sinusundan, diba? When you create, kailangan at this time frame, dapat ganito na yung ginagawa ng mga bata. And it's so hard, especially if the vlog or the video involves kids. There are kids eh. They just want to have fun, diba? That's why it's important that we have to be in the moment. And we have to allow everyone, especially our kids, to be in the moment. Just like this, di ba? Yung mga moments na yan. Ito, I can remember this clearly. Yung mga cute kong anak, nagtanong lang sila, parang they were wondering ano yung binibenta ron sa what do you call that, Mommy?
Basta parang nasa parang nasa night market kami sa Bangkok. And tinatanong lang nila yung vendor kung ano yung tinitinda niya. And then, the vendor gave them free ice creams.
Yeah.
So,
organic coconut ice cream.
Organic coconut ice cream. Tapos, first time nila makatikim ng ganun. So, sobrang pure nung saya nila.
Yeah,
sobrang
moment
pure.
Na yun,
Oo,
diba?
yung amazement, yung pagka-amaze sa mukha nila, kitang-kita mo eh, na hindi mo talaga siya, buti na lang naka-on yung camera ni Daddy Bryce nung nangyari yun. Kasi, it's hard to bring that back.
Right.
That's why it's important that you are in the moment whenever a family gathering or you're trying to make memories and you're trying to document something. You really have to be present.
Yeah, be available. This one naman, nasa zoo kami, si Zia was so scared at first sa mga ibon, ganyan. So now, when she looks at this picture or when she watches yung video, naalala niya na, oh, grabe daddy, I was so scared with birds back then. And now I want to have birds now. Hindi na ako scared. Yung mga ganong moment na parang simple lang. But because you were there, you were available, you were, with them, not focusing on the right angle, not focusing on the right lighting, on the right audio, not focusing on the, on coming up with funny jokes, on, just to please the viewers. You're able to capture talaga the moments that really matter for you and your kids.
Yeah, and then this last photo naman, ito yung time na nagpapakain sila ng giraffe. It's not every day na nakakapagpakain sila.
You can play it. Sige.
Oo, it's a video. I think you can play it, one click only. Yan. And kung mapapansin nyo guys, so it's not every day na nakakapagpakain sila ng giraffe, di ba? I mean, sobrang important sa amin na na-capture namin to, and sobrang saya lang kapag babalikan namin siya sa mga vlogs. Alam niyo yun, yung parang whenever you see your videos, whenever we see our previous videos, masaya kami eh. And if you come to that point, na kapag nakikita mo yung mga video na ginawa mo, tas masaya ka, it will also resonate to your audience. Nakakapagpasaya ka din ng ibang tao.
Actually, kung ano yung nararamdaman mo while filming it, while documenting the moment, I think it's the same feeling na ma-impart mo sa nanonood. Whether it's kayo lang na family, whether it's your kids, or probably you have a plan to start vlog din naman our channel on YouTube, your subscribers.
Yes.
Yeah. But we tell you, syempre, of course, it's challenging also. Kasi like in my case, I'm really passionate about filming. You know, parang dati pa, even before we started vlogging, ang gusto ko talaga makapag-film, makagawa ng mga documentary, mga ganyan. And right now, syempre, as a daddy vlogger na may mga kids, it's challenging to just focus on the moment. So I admit, it's really challenging, but we have to do it. Kasi ang tendency ko ngayon is, tama ba yung angle? So yung mga sasabi ko kayo na ako pala yun.
Yes,
diba?
oo.
So ang tendency ko ngayon is, am I giving the audience the right or the good vibes that they want, diba? That would make them subscribe, that would make them follow us on our other social media accounts. Yung mga ganun, ang dami mga factors na kinoconsider. That's why it's important that we have to be reminded talaga at the end of the day is the meaningful connection or meaningful moments that we make with our kids that would matter, and then just capture it.
Yeah, because it's the meaningful connections that also inspire other people.
Yes, at the end of the day, inspiration din yun yung tinitingnan ng mga tao na the reason why, one of the reasons that why you would want to put yourselves out there, they are probably to inspire other people.
Yes, and then that brings us to our sixth tip. Sixth tip. Involve every member of the family. So in our case, we want to make sure that every person in the family knows their part. For example, whenever we travel, si Zia, alam niya na, siya yung magbabantay sa mga kapatid niya. She has to keep her eyes open. Diba? Kailangan nakikita niya lagi yung mga kapatid niya. They carry their own baggages, they have their own luggages, they have their own...
when we travel, they have their own
they
bags.
have their own food bags. So whenever they need something, kailangan dala nila yung sarili nilang food bag. Doon lang nila kukunin lagi yung mga kailangan nila. So, it makes documenting easier kasi it lessens the, Mom, can I have food? Mom, can I have water? So, at the same time, you also teach your kids to become independent in the process. So, makikita nila yung mga sarili nila na, ganito pala ako, no, ganito akong age. Kasi alam nila what part they play. And every time we have family trips or memories to document. Whenever we have parties, bawat isa din sa kanila, meron silang part. For example, si Zia, taga-prepare siya ng ganitong pagkain. Yung ganyan. So, pag lumabas yun sa mga documented videos namin, ang sarap ng feeling para sa kanila na, during this party pala, ako pala yung nagkabit ng balloons. Ako pala yung naglagay ng ganitong pagkain. Ako pala yung nagtuhog ng barbecue. Something to that effect.
Tsaka some kids kasi, I don't know, but ako as a kid, I would take pride kapag involved ako sa process
Oo
diba?
naman, oo naman.
I would parang, wow, sobrang kami.
Accomplishment yun sa kanila.
In our case, our second child is like that. Siya yung pinaka. Although everyone naman really loves to be so involved in everything that we do. Yung second namin, talagang she takes pride in being able to, just put up balloons kapag may birthday party, to set up the table. Talagang pagmamalaki niya, Mommy, I did this and that.
I'm sure maraming parents ganun din yung na-experience nila whenever their kids are feeling accomplished on something. And then finally, to cap it all off, when you're documenting something, this is the most important tip that we can share with you. It's to really have fun. You know, making memories is all about having fun, di ba? Keeping the fun alive, immortalizing the happiness that you felt at that moment by making sure that you document it, whether it's in photos or in videos, diba? In vlogs. So, just have fun. Kasi at the end of the day, that's the goal naman eh. It's really the feeling na kapag nakita ko tong picture na to, ano ba yung mararamdaman ko? Right. Diba? What kind of, diba? When something is felt so dearly, when that happiness is really
that's strong,
diba? It's easier to keep the memory alive.
Right, that's right.
Next, please.
Ayan, sabi nga natin dito, we didn't know, dapat dumating tayo sa ganitong point na masabi mo, we didn't know we're making memories, but we thought we were just having fun. Diba? Pag na-achieve mo yun, you can say talaga, okay, we were having fun at that time, at that moment.
Yes, and just a quick recap. So those are our 7 tips. You can keep a screenshot of this in order to, if you want to start your own family vlog, at least these are some things that you can take note of or get reminded of. If you find this very helpful, at least you can keep this within your memory. So know your why, just go for the basic tools or start with what you have, apply the basic filming techniques, don't overcomplicate it, document, don't create, be in the moment, involve every member of your family, and most importantly, have fun. And one last thing that we want to share with you. Okay, so this is one thing naman that we learned as a couple, and what we really want to share with you when it comes to making memories. If you really want to preserve family memories, we gotta invest in the heart of our children. Kasi, especially in children's hearts, diba? The heart knows no time, it only feels. And what it strongly felt, the mind remembers. You know, naalala niyo yung mga bata, di ba, nung siguro, ako may mga memories ako nung bata ako. Hindi ko exactly alam ilang taon ako nung nangyari yun, di ba? Pero, pag sobrang saya o sobrang lungkot ng memory, natatandaan ko siya hanggang ngayon. Di ba? And right now, if you have kids that are young pa, this is the best time to really invest in their heart. Even if you don't have a camera with you, what really matters is you spend those important magic moments with them.
Yeah.
You invest in their heart. Kasi kahit hindi yan na-document through picture or video, kapag kayan tumagos sa puso ng bata, hindi nila yan makakalimutan for the rest of their
documentation,
life.
it just follows eh.
Just follows.
Actually, the reason why nga we wanted, at least in our case, most of the time, the reason why we wanted to document them is because we know they felt it strongly. We know they were so happy. They were so, hindi nga enough yung term na happy eh. Beyond happy, di ba? Whenever we travel, whenever we spend time together, you can just feel it na alam mo lang na masaya sila. That's why automatically dumadambot ka ng phone, dumadambot ka, you share it on your stories, you share it on your Instagram, Facebook, diba? In whatever way that you could document, ginagawa natin eh, diba?
Alala ko tuloy, si Daddy Gary Villanueva kanina during the Daddy Mundo session kaninang umaga. Sabi niya, yung isang anak daw niya sinabi sa kanya, Daddy, do you remember you bought me this socks? Hindi niya na maalala na binili niya yung medyas na yun para doon sa anak niya. Pero yung bata, sobrang tinreasure niya, ay there's something within, alam mo yun, yung may ginawa ka para sa kanila na for you, it's just a small thing, pero para sa kanila, it's a lasting memory. It's a magic moment that they can keep within their hearts forever. So there.
What more kung ma-document mo to?
Oo. Yeah. So, although we talked about documenting a lot in this session, documenting only follows. What really matters is to invest in their hearts, invest in the heart of our children. Kasi that's really one thing that will last forever. Yeah. So there you have it, guys. I hope this session really helped you also, especially mga fellow parents namin. And if you have questions, we still have time to accommodate them.
Yeah, we have time to accommodate all your questions. Okay lang kahit technical, kahit ano pa yan, personal. Wag lang financial.
May mga experts tayo para dyan. So at this point, habang wala pang questions, we want to thank Mommy Mundo for inviting us over. And we really believe in the EXPO MOM 2021 mantra of making meaningful connections, lalo in this day and age, lalo in these tough times that we're all faced with. Sobrang importante yung meaningful connections. And thankful kami lalo for the gift of technology that allows us to still spend time or make these meaningful connections as a community, even though it's virtually. Yeah. When the time comes, darating ang time, makakapag-ano din tayo ulit, face-to-face meetings. But for now, this is really something that we are really thankful for.
If you have questions na hindi nyo malagay dito, you can DM us on our social media accounts. We're on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. You can ask us questions, any question about documentation of family moments. We're gonna answer them. We're gonna reply. But if you can ask now, mas maganda.
Yeah. Sabi ni Jody Chua, learning a lot, super gaang, and nakaka-happy kayo panoorin. Sobrang thank you. Thank you, Jody, for being here. Ayan, si Princess nandito din. Hi, Princess. Super nice tips. Ayan.
Thank you, Ses.
Ayan. Hanggang ngayon, Ses, pinapakinggan pa rin namin yung Spotify mo. Yung sa Spotify. Yung version mo ng Ikaw Nga. Ayan. Sobrang ganda nun. If you haven't heard that, please go to Spotify, search Ikaw Nga. Ayan. Religion tips, please. Ayan.
Ano religion tips?
I think,
medyo vague kasi yung question.
If what you mean, Kitty, is about how to, kami kasi we're Christians. We're born again Christians. And it is our number one mission to introduce Jesus to our kids. Yeah. So if that's one thing about religion that we can share as parents, our first priority is to really share Jesus sa kanila. Kasi yun yung pinaka-importante para sa amin.
For us, that's the most meaningful thing that we can do for them.
Oo. Yeah. Kasi para sa amin kasi it all boils down there. If they know how to love God with all their hearts and with all their minds and with all their souls, they will be able to accomplish great things in life.
Yeah, and you will see that being reflected even sa mga document yung moments, no?
Yes.
Okay?
And I'm gonna jump in because I love that topic because that's really what it's about, no? As you guys share your memories as a family, you share so much about yourselves. You become models. You become examples to other families, and it's never staged, no? It's never staged on how great you are as a family unit. It's never staged how you actually see your family as your first and most important mission, to make sure
Right.
that they have values, they're connected to Christ, and that really shows in what you guys are showing. So you're really bearing all that you are and what you believe in, what you guys do, and for me that's amazing. Is that
Thank
sometimes
you.
so? Is that sometimes difficult? Kasi syempre nakikita ng mga tao, ito talaga ako. You have kept your lives as an open book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you,
actually,
Patricia.
yes, it's quite really challenging also, but it's a beautiful reminder then for us. Sabi namin, if there's one thing that we would always, kasi there are also vloggers that we coach then from time to time. What we love reminding them about is that kailangan kung ano ka in real life, yun yung mas importante. Then the documentation just follows it. Diba? Kasi what you are in real life, it will be shown, it will be seen by people watching you.
Will be translated kasi you really cannot fake it when
You can, but for a time.
but not for a
But
long
not like
time.
for a long time. Diba? It's gonna be hard for you.
The more you
Yeah.
do it, the more the natural shows.
I think that's why God has really expanded your platform, no? Because He's using you guys, the whole family, and that's great. I love what Rachel here is asking. She's asking for tips on how to deal with privacy of your family and kids being on the social media posts and vlogs of yours. But it looks to me that you really keep it in perspective. They know and they understand that to some extent, of course, they have your support as well. Yeah, you have their support as well.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, it's important also that we educate our kids what they can and they cannot
cannot
share
share,
on
yeah.
social media and even on ordinary digital chat platforms.
Yes.
Kasi, we have to tell them, don't share our address, ha? Don't share
Yeah.
our contact number. Don't share your full name. Kasi
Yeah.
that poses a data privacy concern that they also need to be aware of, even at an early age. And also to prevent possible occurrences of theft, diba?
Yeah.
Or any danger. Kasi
Yes.
what if they're just walking down the street and then somebody calls them by their name and then they
Yeah.
assume that we know those people. So it's important that we also educate them on possible threats. That's why they cannot share sensitive information about our family and themselves also.
Yeah, it also pays that we ask them from time to time, like, how are you doing this? Are you comfortable? Like, if we have projects, yun, doon pumapasok yun eh. We have to ask them if they're willing to do this. We cannot just force them kasi it will show then sa ginagawa,
output.
sa output. And at an early stage, it's important that they know that we respect them, by doing that. Now we ask their permission kung pwede or hindi.
But at the end of the day, what I got from you is you really started doing this because you wanted to document your life, and it's primarily for
Yeah.
yours. Yeah, it's really for
Yeah.
you, memories and everything, and it just so happens that we get to watch it and have the privilege of watching it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Patricia. You know what? One thing also that kept us going is the messages coming from those viewers who were able to come across our channel.
yeah.
When you see people, Filipinos outside the country, messaging you, telling you that we feel close to our home. We feel close to our families by watching your videos. Or there's this 18-year-old boy who commented in one of our videos telling us that I don't have a father figure. I didn't know I can raise my own family, but by watching your content, it makes me encouraged and makes me believe that someday I'll be able to raise my own family too.
And now he's married.
Now he's married. So those stories, really, it's one thing that keeps us going.
So even as content creators, it may seem like ikaw yung bigay ng bigay, something about yourself to those who are watching you, but at the end of the day, there's still that meaningful connection, right? That you make with your viewers, that you intentionally make with your viewers. And that's why you continue to create content because you're fueled by that.
That's right.
true.
That's right. It's really when they start sharing their stories with us, whether through DMs or through comments publicly, it really keeps us going. It really fuels us. Akala nila kami lang yung nakaka-inspire sa
Yeah.
kanila, but they don't know how much they also inspire us when they, when they react, when they share something about themselves. That's priceless eh. That's really sobrang important nun to keep us going.
I love what you guys are all about. Thank you so much for sharing, and I pray that you guys
Thank
continue
you.
your platform and enjoy more successes. And we hope that more and more families will be encouraged to document their family moments for themselves primarily, for the Lord, of course, primarily above all, but you will be able to also make connections with other families through the stories
That's
that
right. Thank you so much,
Thanks
Patricia.
so much,
Thank
Patricia.
you,
Thank you,
Mommy
Mommy
Mundo.
Mundo. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Wow, what a joy to chat with Omni and Bryce. You know, that's really just a great reminder that even content creators really have to be intentional in making connections with those who watch them because it just enriches their content even more. And I love that. And thanks also for the reminder that we should continue to document these family moments when we're really genuinely creating these connections with our families because you look back at it and it just enriches also your current relationship and your future relationship. So thanks again to Omni and Bryce. Those are wonderful tips that they shared, and I can't wait to step up my memory preserving game with my kids and of course following the tips, a lot of practical tips that they've given. So it's Sunday afternoon, everyone, and that really was our last segment. Yeah, it was our last segment. It was our last segment for this month's EXPO Mom Online. Nakaka-happy. Of course, we've made a lot of meaningful connections. Thank you all for attending EXPO Mom Online. It's been lovely being your host and learning with all of you. Don't forget that you can still head on over to Mommy Mundo Shop until August 20 and get some great shopping deals for yourself and your little one. So please head on over to www.mommymundo.com/shop. And you guys can actually find a lot of different things that you can definitely get for a steal, right? So don't forget to go to mommymundoshop.com and look at Mommy Mundo Shop also on their social media. We'll see you guys again. Yes, we'll see you guys again in November for EXPO Mom 2021. Until then, stay tuned to Mommy Mundo's Facebook and Instagram for more event updates, mom news, informative and educational content on parenting, and so much more. Until the next time we meet, I've been your host, Patricia Bermudez-Hizon. Mwah! Thank you so much to all the moms out there. Hugs!
EXPO Mom Online 2021 Meaningful Connections is co-presented by Baby Dove, PLDT Home, and Sanofi Pasteur. Sponsored by Google and Photobook Philippines. With media partners Ink Pop, Inquire.net, Manila Bulletin, Our Awesome Planet, When in Manila, and The Asian Parent. And community partners Camp Explore and Kinder Music Philippines.
If you can stay calm when everyone has lost patience and blaming it on you. If you can dream and not make dreams your master. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting. If you can smile when what is yours breaks. If you can give everything from your heart, even when you're exhausted. If you know to give second by second the value of every minute, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And, which is more, you will be a mom, my girl. There are no perfect moms, just real ones. New Baby Dove.
Newborn baby skin is delicate. Protect and nourish with Baby Dove. With 1/4 moisturizing cream and 100% skin natural nutrients, it washes away germs while gently caring right from day one. Discover the Baby Dove difference.
Work it, make it, do it, makes us harder, better, faster, stronger. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, make it us more than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after hour, work is never over.
Uy, ayos yan ah.
Yes, Dad. May gusto ka bang sabihin?
Sabi ng mami mo, may girlfriend ka daw.
Okay, tapos na ang conversation. Thank you.
Gets ko, anak. I was young once. You want to see her.
Please, Dad. Stop talking.
I just want you both to be safe.
And there it is. You made it awkward, Dad.
You have to be responsible, anak. I know you don't want to be told what to do.
Please, Dad.
That's why I want you to get
Teka lang.
vaccinated.
Wait, what?
Vaccination, anak. Bakit? What did you think I was talking about?
No, nothing. Never mind. Of course I want to be vaccinated.
Kaya kita, anak eh. Mana ka sa daddy mo. Tara!
No matter how much we prepare our kids, diseases can potentially disrupt their future. Help protect their dreams. Ask your doctor to know more about disease prevention today.
Okay ka na. Thank you.
So, kailan nakasal?
Oh, Dad!